day 1. And by the way, sorry I haven't mentioned it yet, we are going to need some files today, some max files, several textures, and some illustrations. So I sent email to everyone yesterday. If you had a chance to download these files, this is actually just one file, one archive, just extract it anywhere on your hard drive. It's going to be one folder called Complex Model Creation with a lot of subfolders inside. If you didn't have a chance to download it yet, here's the link at this screen. Just copy it into your browser, hit enter, and this file is about 250 megabytes. It should take you, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes to download. So download it, extract it, we'll use them. And I know there should be a student who signed up for the class only today morning, so you definitely have not received that email yesterday. So again, here's the link at the screen. I'll give you 30 seconds to memorize it. And let me know, send me a chat message or raise a hand. There is a button on a GoToWebinar panel if you need to refer, if you want me to refer to this link again. So those are the files that we're going to be using. And again, just for the record, this is a day 2 agenda. Okay, let's get started. And according to our agenda, first we need to overview general practices, industry standards, look at some examples. So this is something very simple. Let me tell you this. Well, I don't know how many years you've been doing architecture visualization, but apparently some of you probably doing it for at least 5-6 years. Some of you just started maybe a month or so ago. So based on my own experience, let's say 5 years ago, about 5, maybe 6 years ago, you could get away with any furniture. And sorry, I'm gonna mention it right away that when we talk about this class about complex model creation, I'll be referring to furniture because, in my opinion, this is the most challenging modeling task in to create furniture objects. It's the most challenging task in architectural visualization business. So when I talk about 3D models in my class, I'll be talking about furniture. So let's say 5-6 years ago, the task of creating furniture model was challenging, but the requirements for that model were not anywhere close to today's requirements, because 5-6 years ago you could have get away with just something that remotely resembled a chair, a sofa, a vase, because there wasn't that much competition. There wasn't that many plugins or softwares or 3D models database out there. So, and client was happy with just some simple renderings of interior or exterior with some furniture models that are not very photoreal, but it gives client an idea of what's there in interior room in a 3D scene. So today the competition is very big. The requirements to the project is very big too. So you need to make very high detailed, very photoreal model. So basically it's harder today, but you get more tools for that. So it's very important today also to be able to make good furniture model. Like I said, today's requirements are very great, and you need to create very high detailed objects so it will be photoreal in your renderings. But there is a little problem. If you try to make your object too good, you will spend too much time doing that. If you will try to make furniture model fast, then you will lose some quality. So finding the right balance between speed and time that you spend making this object and the quality that you get of it is very important, finding this golden middle in between. So and again, this is my goal. I want to show you the right tools so you can do good model reasonably fast. So let's take a look at some models that fit to today's requirement and that don't fit into today's requirement. So if you downloaded that file that I emailed to everyone yesterday, or you just start downloading it, maybe already finished, go to folder Model Evaluation. Let's take a look at first folder that says good. So I got several objects here, and this is what I consider to be a good model. The reason why is, look at this. Let's go to first folder, this bed, and open a max file. And I mentioned that in email, I'm going to be using 3ds Max 2010. If you have 3ds Max 2011, that's not a problem because I can easily open 2010 format. Most of the files, and probably this one too, I say 90% of all files that I use in this project you can open with 3ds Max 2009. So if you're still using Max 2009, you'll be good too. Few models you will still need at least 3ds Max 2010, but it's not a problem, it's just a few models. Okay, and also want to let you know right away that when I create my furniture, I use V-Ray renderer for materials, and if you do have a V-Ray renderer, it will be fine. If you don't have V-Ray installed on your computer on a 3ds Max, you might get some error message when you open the scenes. So don't worry about that, because this class is not about renderers. It's just make sure when you open the model, maybe you see error message and model shows up black. What you need to do, go to rendering menu, then open render setup dialog, and here in this dialog just switch to scanline. Switch your production renderer to scanline, and switch materials to just apply. There is some models already have materials that has a suffix standard. Just apply that material on the model, or just apply simple gray material, so you'll see geometry with no problems. Like you see, I see it pretty well on my screen right now. It's just gray instead of having materials on it. Okay, so let me assign V-Ray materials back. Let me actually reopen this file. Okay, so what we see here on the screen, on my screen, is a bad model. Why is a good model? I'm sorry. Why is a good model? Is because it's well organized. The geometry is nice and clean. There is only one object in a scene. If I open Scene Explorer, you see there is only one object. It's properly named. It's got right scale. If I, let's say, create a box object and just use it to measure my object, it will be good, queen size bed. And there is, again, the naming is good. What else? There is no, everything is well detailed, well textured. No maps are, assigned. I mean, all maps are assigned properly. All details is well, well detailed. You can see this object from the back too, just in case, I know maybe in your interior you will end up seeing this bed from the back. So everything is nice. There is no extra objects in the scene that can confuse you, and object itself represented by only one editable poly object. There is no, separate object for the pillow, separate objects from the wood elements. It's just one object. So whenever you need to change materials, it will be simple. You just go to this material, you just go to the proper material slot, and you just, let's say you want to change wood, so you'll go ahead and substitute wood texture with something else. Or for the fabric, you go to material with the fabric and substitute fabric texture with something else. Okay, and also let me open another model for that, like this chair. The thing here is got two objects in a scene because these chairs are different. You can see the armrests look a little different, but still these two objects from the same design family of the chairs, so I put them in the same file. The naming convention is right. You see the proper name of the chair is just for this one it's _1, for this one _2. Geometry is nice and clean, everything is collapsed. Material structure is good too. There's only two materials, multi-subobject material. So, and also, if I go to material, and let's say I want to take a look at the fabric material right here, you can see that there is no any long, sometimes you have this for the texture, you have entire path right here on a bitmap button. It says like C projects, design, chairs, and so on, and then the file name. So if you will try to open this file on another computer, you'll get an error message because you might not have that specific folder. So, and what makes this model good is that this whole file path is stripped of this texture name. So you can only see this specific file, JPEG file name. So that's also a good model. Let me move on to the next one just so you can see a couple more examples. This one right here again, I shouldn't mention by now that geometry is nice and clean. There is no any polygons, at the places where you don't need, and the places that require details, everything is well detailed. Okay, again, materials, one multi-subobject material. And what's also good, let me open this, another material, another model. Let's say this cutting board. Okay, you can see it's a small interior, I would say decorative element, because definitely in your projects you're going to put it on, I say against kitchen backsplash like that, so it mostly will serve decorational purposes. But still, it's a small object, but it doesn't matter how small your object is in your interior project, you still need to, do everything perfect. You need to give it proper file name. You need to organize your materials good. You can, bring it up to right scale, and even the pivot point for this object is at the good place. You can see it's at the bottom of the object. So when I merge it into another interior scene, it will show up at the scene's origin. It's not going to show up somewhere, beyond, windows, somewhere outside or somewhere on the ceiling. It will always show up on the floor, and if I ever decide to scale this object up or down, it stays at the same place because the pivot point is in the middle. This is another key element of a considerably good interior model. And let me show you last example of models that I would say good. This set of plates, again, this is a sort of decorative element for the kitchen interior, and there's no textures used, but still it doesn't matter how, like I already said, doesn't matter how small this object is in your interior scene, you should always pay attention how it organized. Give it good name that you can always, recognize in your scene, build correct material structure, and, make textures stripped of all the file path. Okay, so those are all good models. And again, wireframe, you can see nice and clean. So now let me show you a few examples that you can always, you're still working with that type of models, with models that I would call not so good, because any model is a good model because it's made, it's already saving you time. But what makes model not so good is that you would have some hard time with them sometimes. So let me just better demonstrate it to you instead of trying to explain in words. Let me open this bookcase model, and again, it's in models evaluation folder, not so good subfolder. So go to bookcase model first and open it in 3ds Max. Okay, so first what you can see is error message. It tells you missing external files. This is already not good, because basically when you're trying to open a model, means that you need this model. Let's say in this specific case for your interior model, because it's a bookcase. And when you need this model, you're trying to open it, of course you don't want to spend too much time fixing some problems. You want to open this model and and you want it to be ready for render, which is not happening in this case, because you see, there is a missing file, so I will have to replace those files. So that's already not very good because of missing files. So even though geometry is nice here, you cannot go far without those textures, because let's say if you were able to, you know, to get this error message for the wood texture, then it's a wood texture. You can pick another wood texture, but in this case, obviously some texture were used for the books, and those are very custom textures, because if you would apply any book texture, it can be stretched, or it would just improperly lay over the book surface. So apparently you cannot go far with this model, and the best you can do is just to delete all these books and use the bookcase, or just completely throw away this model and don't spend your time. Maybe it will be easier for you to make it from scratch instead of trying to fix all these problems. So what else is not good about this model is you can see it's, you can live with it, but it's still something you don't want to do. Like, this is only one interior element, and when I open it, I see a lot of objects inside. No, I recommend to keep it as one object. I recommend not to keep it as a group with a lot of sub-objects inside. I recommend it to keep as one editable poly with multiple IDs on a different polygons. So anyways, this is the model that I consider to be not very good, because when we merge it, it's just not working. So it should have been better organized. It should have textures along with it and proper naming. What about materials? You can see this scene it's got a lot of materials that that doesn't make sense to me right now, because why would I need all these materials? Who knows, maybe those error messages for the textures I'm getting from some of these materials, and this is not very good. Okay, another example of not very good model is this coffee maker. The reason why is, again, there is an error message, so I know I'm missing some texture. So some elements of it are okay. Let's say this tray looks fine here, but all other geometry in this object, see, it's very low poly. It looks like it came from some, I don't know, from game. It was extracted from some game, or maybe modeled in AutoCAD, for the, I don't know, to be used for some interior renderings. When you see this object very small, but you cannot go far with this object because of the bad geometry. If I try to render it right now, let's see what we get. Well, of course we get error message, and then when it renders, it's got some some not very good stuff right here, some artifacts, and this is something we don't want. And again, this object you can see made from this model made from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sub-objects, 5 elements, and why they not attached together? So now if you will try to move this object in a scene, you will have problems, because let's say you have 1,000 other elements in your scene. You will have to somehow select all these objects, then assign them into group to move them. Otherwise, if you try to grab some part of it and move it, you don't move an entire object. So this is not very good model, because again, you can fix it, you can use it for some low quality renders, but it's not as flexible as those good models that I demonstrated you, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. So, and last model that will be an example of not very good model is this table. You can see everything is technically fine. There's no missing textures, all geometry is fine, and the only problem is that it's not very well organized. Still, it's only one group, so you need to ungroup this object. Oops, group, open. Let me actually explode this group. And you need to attach everything together to make sure that it will be only one object, so you can move it in your scene, not like this. You know, you can move entire object. So it will require some time. And let me see the material structure. See, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 materials, 5 individual materials that are assigned to some elements of this model. And when you work with your scene, you know, not very good model here, not a very good model there, you will end up with 500 materials for only 10 objects, something like that, and which is not good. It's much better if you have one multi-sub-object material like this, and then you create submaterials like that. So whenever you need to open material of this model, you will have only one material instead of 5. So this model is okay, it's just not very well organized. And again, speaking about what's not good about this model, let me see the bitmaps. Yeah, see, even the file paths, they stripped of the textures, which is good. So you can see some model, you know, not very good, some model not very good at all. But the problem with them that you will have to spend some time fixing them. And our goal will be to make a good model. You know, when you have a good models, how you can use them in the renders. So let me open these few images. You can see this interior scene, this bathroom. Because we use a good models, we can completely forget about all the problems with geometry. We don't need to care about some I don't know, some flipped polygons or some wrong scale. All you have to do is just merge this object in a scene, like these candles, this bathtub, you know, these little towels inside the cabinet, all of these, you know, soap dispensers, some other stuff inside. You know, you can just merge your models in a scene and concentrate on artistic part of your render. So I would much rather spend more time trying to work on artistic aspects of my image rather than fixing materials or geometry for my model. So this is the next render example. Again, bathroom scene. So as you can see, there's a lot of models, and you don't really want to spend time troubleshooting some errors. You just want to merge it and render it and spend more time, like I said, working on a render. Another example, this nursery room, there's a lot of models inside, and imagine each of them having missing textures or some geometry problem. You can spend just entire day easily just to fixing problems, finding some missing textures. But because we didn't have such problems for this project, you know, all you can do is just to merge these models and start working on your render settings. This interior scene, again, because we had a good models, you know, you can just perfect your render. Okay, and also when you have a good models, it allows you to, when they're well organized, like I demonstrated you for some models that I consider to be good, when material is well organized, you know, there's no missing textures. If, let's say, your client tells you, oh, let's change some objects, let's change some materials, like these baskets at the top of these cabinets, and because you have a good model, you know, all you have to do is just open material and change some diffuse color or replace diffuse texture. And there you go. In just a couple clicks, you get completely another scene, and you don't have to, you know, merge new models and fix some problems again. So the good models, well organized wireframe, well organized materials and textures is a key of success, because you're saving your time that you can spend working on a render. Okay, or this interior scene, because all models were very detailed, you know, I was able to do the high resolution render. And if you zoom in to any object, you can see that it looks good, because I know there is no problem in geometry. This remote control, you can see any button, no missing textures. This magazine looks fine. This coffee cup, and even newspaper, you know, everything is working, everything is nice, and that's what you want, because there is a lot of elements in this scene. You don't want to mess with them. You just want to merge them and render them. Okay, and this example, another interior scene, lots of models. Very important to have good models with nice geometry, well-organized materials, because there's a lot of textures involved and you don't want to have problems with them. And again, another good example of being sure that your models are good, because let's say you have this image and your client comes back to you and say, well, I'm not very happy with it. Let's just rearrange some furniture, you know, change some materials on some furniture, completely replace some other furniture, and you can do it in 10 minutes or you can do it in 2 days. So because you know all your models are good, you will do it in 10 minutes. Like here, you can see 10 minutes later, and with some rendering time involved, of course, you get a completely new scene because you know you have a good models. You don't need to fix anything. You just merge them and render. Okay, and this last example, just some interior render, just something that simulates the, I don't know, like a trade show environment, just like a improvised room setup. So all models had a good level of detail, you know, all textures are nice. Okay, so that's it about examples. So now we saw what are the good models, what are the not so good models, how far you can get with the good models, and you know why not very good models are not very good models. And we definitely will try to learn how to make good models at this class. So there obviously there is some certain number of steps that you need to take to get from somewhere to the final, you know, to the final look of the good model. There is some specific workflow that I will recommend to you. We need to start somewhere, need to take several steps, and end up with a good model. So workflow, and actually this is the second line of our agenda, principles and workflow of furniture and other complex model creation. So let's talk about that. So go to workflow subfolder, or that complex model creation folder that I emailed you. Go to workflow, go to first subfolder called reference images. Now you always start with some visual information about model that you are making. Let me just give me 15 seconds. Let me quickly check if anybody raised hand or maybe send me a chat message. Okay, and by the way, I'm sorry, is anybody having questions at this point about good models, not so good models? Let me unmute everybody. If you have questions, just ask it. If you don't have questions, we'll just keep moving. Okay, looks like nobody have questions at this point. Okay, let's continue. And we always start with some visual information about model that we're making. It can be a reference image. Well, it can be some virtual image in your mind, but you know, luckily, we always have reference images from clients. And the reference images, just like models, can be good, can be not so good, can be, I say, not bad. So let's take a look at the good reference images. I got these several examples. So first, let's take a look at this chair reference images. This is how your client sometimes send visual information about object that he wants you to model. And what makes this set of reference images good is that you can see the client did a great job, you know, specifying all the dimensions, providing a lot of photographs. You can see this object from the back, from the front, from the side, from the top. So basically even some close-up shots of some details of this object. So that gives you enough information to start making this object. And this is very good. This is awesome. This is what I would love to get from the clients all the time. So, and as a result, let me see if I have model here. Yes, go to model subfolder. You can open this object in 3D Studio and see as a result we get nice and clean model like this, which looks very close to the reference images. So here's the model. Then let's take a look at another example like this chair too. Same thing. We've got a lot of pictures from the client. We got this perspective view, perspective back, and several more images. So whenever you need to look, you need to understand what specific part of this model look like. You got these reference images, and it's good. And again, as a result, let me see the model. Here's the model that we made. And like I said, if you get V-Ray error message, if you don't have V-Ray installed, you can just apply gray material to it and change on a render setup window, just reassign standard scanline render instead of V-Ray and apply gray materials, because right now we're talking about but if just to see the geometry of this object would be enough. And if you want to see it with materials, just apply the standard material, but make sure you make all these textures visible. Well, anyways, let me apply gray material so you can see it better. Okay, so you can see the geometry is nice. All details are present, and this is because we had a good reference image, and we didn't have to spend time trying to figure out what the back of the chair looks like. So you just go very straightforward with modeling process. And let's take a look at another example of good reference images. These images I pulled from the Pottery Barn website. I like the website because they have a lot of furniture images. And by the way, on the CG School website, there is a webinar, which is a tutorial how to make this chair. It's a little bit fast, but you can take a look at it, how this chair was made. So again, what's good about these reference images, because there's just so many of them, and even though some of the reference images represent not exactly the chair that we're trying to model, like for example, we're trying to make this white model, but some of the reference images showing this armchair, which is a different model, but it's still from the same family of object. It's just got a couple extra elements, this armrest and this extra element along the front leg of a chair, which is still a good reference. Excuse me. So this is a good set of reference images because, again, you can understand the nature of this object, see it from any side, and as a result, you can end up with a model like this, very detailed model. Let me change its color so you can see it better. See, all details are present, everything is nice. So because we had a good reference images, and we're able to see what this object looked like from any side. Okay, now the reference images can be not very good because, let me better show it to you. Not bad. I call them not bad. Okay, like this model right here, this object, you see only two reference images. They're not very large. They relatively small images. You don't see what this object, you don't see close-up shots of it, but still it gives you enough idea of what this object looked like in general, and that's enough to make a model. So it's the only problem is that just you wish you can get a top view of this object so you can judge the dimensions better, but you don't have such image, but still you've got enough illustrations to understand what this object looked like from any side. Let me open this model in 3ds Max, and you can see this model was made from those reference images. See, looks okay. Let's take a look at a couple other examples. Or this table. There is only one reference image. which is enough because you can see this is a table, sort of coffee table, and it's made of this support structure and this glass top, which is enough for you. You can see what support structure look like, you can see what the glass top look like. You don't know the dimensions, but still you know the regular height of a coffee table. So you can make this model whatever size you want and then just scale it up or down. And the only problem is that you don't see how exactly these support structures, how they intersect. So you have to improvise a little bit. So not very good reference images. They involve some more improvisation, which sometimes is good because, not very good reference image means your client is not going to be very picky about it. You can, you can improvise at some elements, like I did here. See, I don't know what that specific intersection looked like because I have only this image, so I made it like this, just simple. Nobody gonna complain about it because nobody can say what it looks like. Okay, now in the last example, like this chair, this table or desk. This is office desk. It's called leaf table or leaf desk. So not very many reference images, just two, from this view and this view. You don't have a top view, so you have improvise, but still enough information to understand the nature of this object. You know the regular dimensions of a desk, so you'll just eyeball it. So result is here, this 3D model, which looks very good in my opinion. Let me apply gray material so you can see it a little bit better. There you go. So again, less reference image means you have to improvise a little bit more. But still, these are not bad reference images because you understand what exactly you're making. And there are some not very good reference images. The reason why is because, like this particular reference image, what makes it not so good? Very obvious. You don't see the colors. Basically, it's very low quality image, and it's very low resolution as well. But still, as long as you see what exactly that is, it's the bar chair, you'll be good. It just involves a lot more improvisation, but still, as long as you have reference image, it's good. So let me show you this another model. So this is 3D model built from the reference image. Let me move through this quicker. And this is bad. This is very bad reference image because it's very low res. You can see it's very tiny on the screen. On your screen it's probably even smaller because you're probably watching this webinar, in a window on your screen. So let me zoom in. You can see it's very low quality illustration. So you have to involve some decent improvisation. But still, you'll be able to end up with a good model like this, for example. Okay, and the last example of not so good reference image like this one. Yes, we see it's a floor lamp. We see it's made from metal, and it's probably from those famous Tolomeo, if I'm pronouncing it correct, Tolomeo Italian design lamps. And I know they made from several segments connected with these special joints, and there's some string going on. But from this reference image, I don't see a lot of details. I don't know how exactly what the string is connected to, what that element looks like. So a lot of improvisation involved, and still, you end up with a model like this. Like I mentioned, it's just better reference images makes it easier for you because you see what your object look like from any side. Not very good reference images or not too many reference images just involves more improvisation. But it it's never, too big of a problem. It's just like I said, sometimes you have to improvise more, sometimes not. So I wanted to show you these few examples of a reference image because this is where you start your model. You always have reference images, and when you model it, if you have a dual screen workstation, you always keep reference image on one screen and make model on another screen. Or maybe if you don't have a dual screen workstation, you just maybe open some window and keep it minimized, and you can always open it, look at it, get back to 3ds Max, or you can print it out on a printer and keep it on your desk while modeling. Okay, so from the reference images, let's move on to the second step of model making process, which is the geometry creation. This is, in my opinion, the most important step in the model creation process. The reason why is because if you have a good geometry, you will have a good 3D model, good render. You will always render good. If you don't have a good geometry, you will always have problems. You can fix some things with the textures. Let's say you have a low poly, low poly chair or low poly sofa, and when you render it, you can see those large polygons. But you can fix it by applying good texture, good, texture with a lot of, I don't know, like a wood texture with a lot of wood grain, which will distract you from problems with geometry. But I believe that, and actually I know that I'm very convinced that geometry is a very important step of model creation process. So again, referring to this interior render, if I maximize it, key of success here was the good geometry, because if this lamp, because it's very detailed geometry, you can see all these small elements like these holes in the lamp. I don't know how it's called, probably lampshade. Well, anyways, in this element. Or like I said, because this remote control, a lot of attention was paid to the geometry, it came out nice. You can see each individual button, they all cast shadows, looks good. This magazine, just because it's got good geometry, it's reflecting some light from the outside. This newspaper, it looks very natural because geometry is very good. It's not flat, it's, well, it looks good. Here, this coffee table, all details are present here. And again, here geometry is good, like these, like a sort of drawings or a big posters. So everything, geometry, anyways, the bottom line is the geometry is a key of success. And let me show you several examples of the wireframes of the objects that has good geometry. Like this one, bed wireframe. You can, well, I think you know where to find those images. Just go to workflow, geometry, and there. The bed wireframe. This is a good geometry. You can see all details are present. You can maximize and see geometry is good. This is a wireframe of some decorative element, the cheese board. This is supposed to be the cheese. This is obviously the cheese too. That round element is a cheese, some wine glasses. So geometry is very important here. This chandelier, you can see nice and clean geometry. Okay, this orchid model. These are just, I'm just showing it just for example of what good geometry looks like. Nice and clean wireframe, no large polygons, everything is well detailed. Or this refrigerator models, very complex geometry, and it will be rendered very good because everything is well detailed. What else? And this last example, this sofa. again, nice and clean wireframe, which is a good geometry. Okay, so the second step is a geometry creation, because because you create geometry and then you apply materials to it and then you can render. So geometry can be created. Geometry for the 3D models, let me open something to keep on my screen as I speak. Geometry can be created multiple ways. And like I mentioned, it defines the quality of the model. Geometry can be made from splines. Splines can be turned into geometry, or splines can be used as a profile for something to loft, maybe extrude, bevel, or lathe. It can be, or you can use some other tools with splines, but splines are heavily involved. And actually, since I have this image open, let's just see what elements were made from splines. Like, obviously, the bottom of this table, these little flowers, they were made from splines. These arm rests and this sort of frame of the chair was made from splines. What else? Well, pretty much all lathe objects were made from splines. Like this starting point from this lampshade was the profile, spline profile. There was, then lathe modifier was applied to it. So a lot of other stuff. Then you can make geometry from standard or extended primitives. When you need just to use, there is a sphere, standard primitive. So it was used, for example, here for this globe. It's just a sphere with the texture stretched over it. Like these DVD boxes right here is just a chamfer box. I don't see any need to create complex model when you can use just extended primitives, just a chamfered box. Or like this tabletop is just a chamfered cylinder. All of these books, they are chamfer cylinders too. So you use extended primitives or standard primitives a lot. Geometry can be created from a standard and extended primitives or splines, converted into editable poly object, and then transformed into something else with all the tool set that is available for editable poly. And just in case, if just to give you a better idea of what I'm talking about having some object. It can be, editable spline, or it can be anything, or the standard primitives converted into editable poly, so you can get access to all of these tools available at the right side on the modify panel, and the tool set is changing depending on which subobject mode you go into, and then you can modify this object using all of these tools. You can modify it the way you want it. So obviously you would never need object like that for your interiors, but this is just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. To create standard primitives or extended primitive, convert it into editable poly, and then you further modify it with all of these tools available for editable poly object. And why editable poly, not editable mesh, is because you can convert this object into editable mesh and also have some tools. The difference is just the tool set for the editable mesh is very small compared to the number of tools that you can get available for editable poly. For editable mesh, just for the sake of example, don't worry if you're not familiar with all of them. We will talk a lot about them even today, but just now, just take it as example. I have extrude and bevel tool here. That's pretty much it, from all the good tools. For the editable poly, there's many other tools. See, extrude, bevel, bridge, and so on. So when I talk about creating creating object and modifying with editable poly, the reason why editable poly is because it's got a lot of tools. Okay, geometry can be made from standard or extended primitives converted into editable poly and then modified with editable poly object tools just like you saw me doing right now. But what you do with them is you form sort of low polygonal mesh that you can then apply mesh smooth modifier to, and it will be smooth. Like, let me see if I can find a good example. Well, I'll do a quick example in the viewport. Let's say I have this box. Then I convert it into editable poly, and again, this is just an example. If you want to follow, you can try to follow, but right now I'm just demonstrating. I'm going to switch to interactive modeling with you very soon. So then I'm going to use all these tools that I have for editable poly to change this wireframe the way I want, like this. I'm going to do something. So I change it, and I have this low poly object. But then I'm planning to apply mesh smooth to it and smooth this object to create some other, geometric object. So you create standard or extended primitives, convert it into editable poly, then build this low resolution, low res object, and then you're going to apply mesh smooth modifier to tessellate this object and to interpolate all the vertices and edges to make it look smooth. So, and of course you can use compound objects to create geometry, or modifiers. You can modify some objects like everybody knows. For example, bend modifier, something like that. So the point here is that the most important step in creation of model of 3D model is creating geometry, and geometry can be created multiple ways. It can be created from splines, from standard or extended primitives, for all of these above, converted into editable poly, and they're further modified with all the tools that you can get available for editable poly. You can create something with compound objects by combining two objects into one, or you can create some standard or extended primitives and then change its shape with modifiers. You use multiple ways to create a geometry. Then you go to the next step, which is, let me go back to workflow folder, materials and textures subfolder. Then there goes the materials and texturing step. This is when you already have your geometry and you need to apply materials to it. And before you apply materials, sometimes you need to texture your objects. So let me show you a couple quick examples. Like these objects here, these are just the images. I don't want to spend time opening models. So like these decorative bowls, apparently you can use them for like a kitchen interior. So obviously you don't need to have textures there. You can just have a geometry, apply material to it, and with a simple diffuse color. Or like these vases. They don't need any texturing. All you can do is just apply one material to one element, another material to another element, play with some transparency and reflectivity. So no need to texture anything here. This object here, again, this is plastic. There's no texture to it. It's sleek and shiny. So you don't need to texture anything here. This model, like this rocking chair, it's probably made of wood in real life. Well, it's definitely made of wood, actually. But it's painted, and because you paint, you cover, you cover the wood grain and this wood texture. So you're not going to need textures for this object, so you don't need to texture it. You just apply material with a green diffuse color. This refrigerator, you saw the wireframe of this refrigerator a couple minutes ago. This is what it looks like, not in the actual interior render, but in just a simple studio render. You can see you don't need to texture anything because it's just plastic elements. So just apply materials with the diffuse colors to this chandelier right here. Again, no need to texture because it's just a material with some reflectivity and just diffuse colors. Okay, but some objects require texturing, like these, for example. Again, these are just illustration. Okay, even though the major part, the major elements of this object does not require texturing, like the metal parts, this dark glass, you need to, this panel right here, these dials, they were created from a texture. There were texture used for it, and you need to tell 3D Studio Max how you want this texture to be applied to this object. So it involves some texturing. Apparently it required texturing because the pillows, the cover sheets, and the wood, they need texture to be applied to it. So you need to, again, tell computer how you want the texture to be applied. And this cabinet, no questions about it, very obviously it's made from wood, some texture involved. And this chair, again, this chair. So when you create materials and textures, which is the third step in the model creation process, sometimes you don't need to map it. You don't need to apply UVW coordinates to it. Sometimes you do need to do it. Sometimes you need to texture this. In our class, when we will start doing practical exercises, some of the models will not require texturing, some will require texturing. So I'll show you both ways how you do materials with textures and without textures. Then next step is a preview. This is when you have your model geometry with materials and textures applied to it. Now before you can save this model somewhere for later use, you want to make sure your model is working. You want to preview it. For that, I recommend you to have just couple scenes. So I designed couple scenes specifically for the test renders. You can take any of your interior scenes that you like, delete all objects in the middle of the scene, and use that file. So whenever you have your texture model, you just merge it into the center of the room and render it, just to see how this model is going to behave in your interior render or exterior render. Or you can specifically design rendering studios, and I put two files here. You can use these files. These are the files that I use in my commercial furniture projects. These are Studio 1 and Studio 2 files. Let me open Studio 1. You can see it's a simple scene. Well, if you have a V-Ray installed, you can just use the scene. If you don't have V-Ray, just open it, analyze geometry, and you can recreate something like that. So this scene is nothing really much. It's just a floor, a back wall, side wall with a little window, like improvised simulated window, so that whenever I need to render this object, and of course the camera and some lights, I just merge it right here in this area, and I can see this object from the camera. And sometimes I need to scale it up or scale it down, but the point is I bring this object right here, I hit render, and I get rendering like this, and it's good enough for me. The rendering is fast. I get the idea of how this object behaves in a neutral light situation. So I see it works good, and then I just shifted this model to the next step along the workflow. Or sometimes I use another rendering studio, which is this file. Let me open it, Studio 2. It's in the preview folder. It's called Studio 2 Max. Just open it, and this is what that particular studio looked like. It's also not too much of a geometry going on here. Just simulated like a photographic studio. You have curved walls to make a nice soft lights on them. Lots of lights going on here to light room from every direction. And as a result, and also for this scene, why I use it sometimes, I also have all my objects in the scene. I'm pretty sure you know how to make this object matte. For the V-ray, just right mouse click over it, and I matte this object. So when this object rendered, it's not present on alpha channel. The sofa is present, so I can render this object and have it like this against white background, because this scene renders the alpha channel as well. So sometimes I'll bring my furniture or other objects into the scene, actually it's called Studio 2, into the Studio 2 scene to render them out with alpha channel and look at them against white background. So the step number 4 in the model creation process is preview. Is when you have some scene and then you bring your project in it. When you have some studio scene, you bring your model in it, you hit render, and you see, just for confirmational purposes, that your models work good. Or maybe if you're working with something with reflection and you want to just make sure that the settings that you picked for reflection works good. So when you see that your object looks good, like this one, that's it. You know you've got a good model. And the final step in the model creation process is, I call it organize and finalize. Maybe you can call it a little bit different, but let me give you an idea of what's happening on this step. At this step, because when you work with model, you end up with a model out of scale. For example, if I measure this sofa right now, let me just open another scene. For example, open in the preview folder, open Studio One render, Studio One Max. You open it. If you create the simple box object right here on the floor, let me change its color so you can see it better. And with using this box object, you just measure the height from the floor, distance from the floor to the top of the seat. It will be 103 centimeters, which is, if I switch the scene to inches, which is 40 inches. You know, you not often see sofas with the 40 inches distance from floor to the top of the seat. So apparently our model, even though it looks good, it's out of scale. The materials, let me see if I can, well, the materials probably are not going to have proper names. And what you need to do is you need to bring this object to the good format, like you've seen in the beginning of the class, all good model examples had. You need to put this max file, put your 3ds model into a separate folder, give it a proper name, rename all materials, bring it up to right scale, strip all the textures from the file path, and basically also put all the textures along with the model. The reason why is because you don't want to open this file later and have some error message about missing textures. So you want to keep everything together. Well, let me show you a few examples. We start with, go to Organize subfolder of a workflow folder and open this not optimized max file, which is called sofa not optimized max. You open it here in max. This is what you see. So of course you can save it like this, have it on your hard drive, and let's say a couple weeks later you want to use this sofa for your interior projects. You will be able to open this file, or pull this sofa from the file and use it for your interior scene. It's just you will have to spend some time, bringing it up to the right scale. Maybe your friend calls you and say, hey, can you send me that model? So you send your friend this max file, and then your friend opens it and say, oh, I have some missing textures. Can you send me some textures? And you need to go to this file, open Material Map Browser, bitmap photometric path, and see what textures are used for this object. Then you save these textures into some folder, send it to your friend, then your friend put it along with the model, and then model tells him, I still don't see textures because material says this texture is supposed to be on a D drive into 3ds Max folder, into interior projects subfolder, but your friend extracted these files into some other folder. So it all involves time, and you don't want to do that because, like I mentioned in the beginning of this class, you just want to merge your model in the scene, hit render, and be done. So here's the example of optimized model. You see there's one folder. Let's say I want to call this object sofa. In this specific case, I call it sofa 1. There is one folder, only one folder dedicated to this project. If I go to this folder, what I see is this nice organized files. First of all, it's a Max file. I open it in 3ds Max, and here's what I see. I have no other objects on my screen, just this sofa. And the model name is sofa01. The scale is right. Let me make sure it's right. I measure it with a simple box, and the distance is from the floor to the top of the seat is 21 inch, which matches to the real life, distance from the floor to the top of the seat. And model is sitting in the origin. If I, the pivot point, let's say I want to use scale, you can see that pivot point is right there in the middle of the object, and at the bottom, in the middle along X and Y axes, and at the bottom along Z axis. So like I demonstrated before, if I want to scale it up or down for whatever reason, it still stays on the ground. It's in the center. If I go to move, and you can see it's in a 0, 0, 0 coordinate. So if I ever merge this object into my interior scene, it will be in the middle. And if I open material, I see this material has a good name, has a proper name, has a sofa01. So I know this material belongs to this object. And I also have this underscore V-ray suffix, which tells me that this is a V-ray material. And then you have these sub-objects, sub-materials. And the name of the material tells me that this material with ID 1 is a wood that's used for this object right here at the bottom. And the second material has name fabric. That already tells me that this is the fabric material. So if I ever decide to change it, I just go inside this material, click this map, and pick new texture. And you see there is also no file path next to the texture name. And when 3ds Max see you're doing it like that, see when you stripped all the textures from the path, if you have this file open right now, you're not watching me demonstrating. If you have this file open, go to Utilities panel right here, this one. Then if you don't have this button that's called Bitmap Photometric Path, just click this More button, double click Bitmap Photometric Path, and there should be a Path Editor rollout. Click this button, Edit Resources. You'll get this window that's called Bitmap Photometric Path Editor. And in this window you can see all the textures that you used in your scene. And you see when I highlight these files, there is no file path to it. Let me show you a quick example what it would look like if I had some path involved. Let's say wood. I want to pick new wood texture. I want to go to disk D, actually disk X. You can go to any other file. You don't not necessarily need to pick wood texture. Just let's say I want to pick this agenda page 1 JPEG file. I open, and you can see if I click the edit resources, it says the path right here. Or let me pick some longer path. I'm going to go to disk D. I got these bunch of folders here. go to 3 dots, classes, and I go to our class files. Let's say I want to pick some wood texture or just whatever file. Optimized. See how long is the file path right here? If I click this Edit Resources button on Utilities, that's what you would see. This is the actual path to the texture. And if I will save this file like this and give it to some of my friends or co-workers, if they don't have this exact file path on their hard drive, they will have a missing texture, an error message. So this is very important that you click this strip all paths button, and what it does is it's going to ask you for the confirmation. You click OK, and it brings all the texture to this format. It's just a file name. So when 3D Studio Max opens a file, I'm going to reopen this file, and it sees that, okay, there is a texture, but where do I look for this texture? It always starts looking at the folder where you opened this Max file from, and so all subfolders within that folder too. So I keep all my textures that are involved in the creation of this model in the textures subfolder. So again, you can see that there is a Sofa 01 folder. If I go inside, there's my Max file, and there is a textures folder where I keep all the textures related to this object. So when 3D Studio Max opened this file, and so there is a wood texture and a fabric texture, it went here to the textures folder and picked it up from there. And speaking about good optimization and organizing, you can see that the names of the textures are also correspond, or I don't know what's the proper word, but they also match into the name of the object. It says Sofa 01 underscore wood, Sofa 01 underscore fabric. So when I need to give this model to one of my friends or coworkers, I always attach these textures, to this model and send it to them. It will be easier for them to navigate and see that these two textures are belonging to that specific model. And I also have a render folder. The reason why is because I create a lot of models, and I'm sure you will create a lot of models for your projects too. You don't want to throw a model away after you make it. Let's say you make a good, like this sofa model, and you need it for your project today, and you don't need it for your project tomorrow, but you might need it again in the future when you need some texture for some other interior, and you want to save this model on your hard drive for later. You want to make sure you have some database of the models. And the reason why I keep render folder is because I might forget what Sofa 1 looked like, and I don't want to run 3D Studio Max to open it and see, oh, okay, that's what the sofa looked like. No, instead of that, I just have a render folder, and whenever I need to check what the model looked like, I just go to that folder and see this render. And I can always remind myself, all right, that's what the Sofa 1 looked like. So this is what I accidentally closed my X drive. So this is what the good optimized model structure look like. You have one folder per model, you have Max file inside, you have folder with textures, and you have a folder with the render. So that's it about workflow. Let's see what's next on our agenda. Okay, so like I mentioned that in the creation, in the model creation process, this workflow consists of 5 steps. Is gathering reference images or reference information, creating geometry, texturing and materials assigning, then preview rendering, then optimization and finalization of the model. These 5 steps. First step that involves actual model creation is the geometry creation. And like I mentioned, geometry can be created from splines, from standard and extended primitives, from compound objects and stuff like that. So we will start with splines or 2D shapes, which is the same thing. 2D shape is just a shape made from from one or more splines. So we'll look into 2D shapes. We will you're of course already familiar with a lot of them, and we will look into some examples how it can be used in the model creation. So if you don't mind, let's take 5-minute break, and after 5-minute break we will start doing some actual, we'll start looking at some examples, start using shapes. I'll be demonstrating some things. I want you to follow along. So let's continue in 5 minutes. Okay, well, I'm gonna, and according to our agenda, we will speak about 2D shapes. And as I said, this is a part of second step in the creation model process, in the model creation process. And this is the way, one of the ways how you can create your geometry. You use splines, to extrude them, to create some objects, to use a helper. So let's just go through all the ways you can use splines, step by step, so you can get a better idea. And I want you to go to this project folder and go to Editable Spline subfolder. So we're going to use some files from that folder. So first of all, when it comes to splines, spline can be extruded, and all of you know about this. And let's look at several examples how extruded spline can be used to create geometry. And let's start with something simple. And again, like I mentioned before, I'm gonna at some points I'm going to be just demonstrating things. Some points I want you to follow along, but if you, when I speak too fast, when I just demonstrating, you can take some notes. If you at some point just want me to slow down and maybe repeat, just send me a message, raise hand. Well, I will slow down. So let's start with the bird cage. This is a very simple example. We'll start with the simple examples, and then we will just increase the difficulty level as we go deeper into the class today. So I'm gonna open this bird cage model, and for all of these examples we only interested in geometry. So like I said, if some of my scenes say it with a V-Ray renderer, just open the scene, and just so you know, go to render menu, render setup. On a render setup dialog, you just go to assign renderer rollout, and you change it to default scan line. Just choose it from the menu, click OK, and if you don't have V-Ray, you will have, before you switch to default scanline, there will be some missing render, something like that. Make sure you switch it to default scanline, and everything will be fine. So this bird cage, here's the illustration of what it looks like. Here splines were used to be extruded. So this is how it was made. First, the profile like this was, let me change its color so you can see it better. Let me change something more bright. I hope it looks better. Okay, first spline like this was created. Then it was outlined like this. Then it was extruded with extrude modifier to get to this. And then some other splines were added, outlined, and extruded. Some other elements of the cage were modeled the same way, extruded splines. And finally, we ended up with the model like this. And then some other elements like these wires were added with a little different technique, but Let me hide this. The point is that almost entirely this model was made from extruded splines. So whenever you need a shape like this or something, you create a spline and then you extrude it. So this is just an example. It's not the actual practical exercise. So let's move on. This is one of the examples of extruded splines. Ceiling fan. There was a task to create a blade for the ceiling fan. If you look from a top view or from a bottom view at this ceiling fan, it's got these blades, or I hope they call blades. I don't really know what they call, but it's got these things, and they needed to be modeled. So the best way to model them, quick, was to create a rectangle, just a shape, then modify it to look like this, and then was extruded again. So same thing, the spline was created, the shape, and then it was extruded. Couple more modifications, and we ended up having the blade that can be put, to the ceiling fan proper way. So, but this little demonstration is just to show you that spline was created and then it was extruded. Another way to use extruded splines. Now, there's grandfather's clock. Let me open that scene. If you open this file, don't mind these error message, missing textures. Probably I added this file maybe yesterday and I just forgot to remove these textures from materials. So just ignore that error message, and you have a gray material. Oops, I pushed some button accidentally. You have gray material assigned to this grandfather's clock. So let me demonstrate to you. If I delete a couple elements of this object, you can see that inside this clock there is a lot of, like internal gears, internal metal elements that move like a the clock, this mechanism inside. So there's a lot of details, like this ring, this one, another one, this one, these gears, a lot of stuff, and they all were made from splines. They all were made by just creating a spline, like in this particular case, just a simple extended primitives was used to create the gear. For example, if you go to Create Panel, Shapes menu, then you go to Extended Splines, actually just regular splines. There is an object that's called star. It's the standard primitive spline. You just create this object, then you can choose the number of points. I change it from 6 to, let's say, 30 at this point. So you can control anything you want, and you can control inner and outer radius, and even the fillet radiuses, the outer fillet and like this one. So that's how these things were created. Then with a couple more modifications, they were extruded to look like a gears, just like that. So when you see you can get away with the spline, with extruded spline, just do it. Just create a primitive, then extrude it. Just do something quick. Extrude, and you'll get the right shape. So, okay, another examples of extruded splines were used, and here in this case for this element, of course there is no primitive like that in 3ds Max. So there was a line object created and then extruded. So we'll get to it later. Right now I'm just demonstrating that some elements of this model were made from splines, extruded splines. And the last example of extruded splines would be this rocking horse object, which is the toy for the kids. This model right here, you can see that apparently these legs, let me go to perspective view and show it to you from other sides. These legs were created as extruded spline that modified a little bit. This thing at the bottom, that base that has a curved bottom side, and this is what makes this toy rock. back and forth. So it was made from spline. Even this horse's head was made from a spline which was extruded. Let me just move it to the side. See, the profile was created and then it was extruded. So, and of course, even this surface on which, you know, kid can sit, and it was created as extruded spline. So it's very good technique. So whenever you see you can create a spline that can be extruded and they will get you the shape that you want, you can just create spline and extrude it. Splines can be turned into geometry, and this is what I noticed. I don't know why, because it's very simple, but not too many people doing so. I've seen many times when somebody need well, let me start with demonstrating what is spline turned into geometry. Well, you go to Editable Spline folder, then you go to Turn into Geometry subfolder, and let's open this first example, chair. Okay, here in this chair, all these metal elements, all these metal legs, this element that support the back, they were made from splines turned into geometry. And many times in my practice, working with with the different people, seeing multiple examples, I see people sometimes they start to loft these shapes. They create a profile, then they create a little circle, then they loft, you know, circle along the profile. Like, why would you do that if you can, as a spline? Let me just do the quick example. Like, I have this line right here. You can also draw a line in a top view, just a simple line like this. And if I want to turn it into geometry, there are multiple ways to do this. But one of the ways, which I want to demonstrate to you right now, you just apply, you go to modifiers, and you apply renderable spline modifier, which turns the spline into geometry. And you don't need to loft anything. You just apply this modifier, specify number of sides that you want. You can adjust some level of detail. Just gonna demonstrate real quick by going into interpolation rollout, and you can do whatever you want with this spline being renderable. You can even make it not to be round. You can make it to be rectangular like this. So when you need to turn spline into some sort of pipe looking object into geometry, one of the ways just to make it renderable with renderable spline modifier, or on the editable spline object itself, there is a rendering rollout where you can do the same things. You can make spline, because as you remember, if I try to render it right now, you cannot see splines because they're not renderable. But you can make the spline renderable by setting these checkboxes, enabling viewports and enabling render. So now your spline is renderable. But it's still a spline. You can still control it, manipulating with its vertices and other subobject elements. We'll get to this soon as well. So, and you can even convert this object into editable poly. Just right mouse click over it, convert to editable poly, and here you go. Since this moment, this object will be treated as editable poly. So you can do a lot of things by turning splines into geometry. Here's the particular case. That was the legs of this chair was originally created with spline and turned into geometry. Then just a little bit of elements were added to it. And this element, like I mentioned, that support the backrest was done the same way. And let me demonstrate it to you now. If you're familiar with the tools that I'm going to be using, you can follow along. If you're not familiar, just don't worry about it. We'll get to those tools later. So I'm going to model that element on the chair. So let me detach it first. So just we can see it better. Okay. This is how it was made. The spline like this was created first. I'm gonna I'm going to uncheck these checkboxes because whenever you create a spline and change some parameters of it, next spline you create, it remembers those parameters. So remember, I said this for the demonstrational purposes, these two checkboxes. So now when I start making spline, it's already, enabled in viewport and render. So I'm going to uncheck these two checkboxes. Okay, so line like this was created. Here is the line. Then this sharp corner right here was turned into the fillet using editable spline tools. And like I said, we will get to those tools very soon. Right now I'm just demonstrating. If you know these tools, just follow along. If you don't know, don't worry, just maybe try to follow. So I'm going to turn it into fillet using fillet command. There you go, this is my fillet. Then spline was copied like this. I'm just going to refer to existing geometry to make it go faster. Okay. Then these two individual splines, which are still the same object, were connected at the top with connect tool. And then they were filleted again, both of these vertices, with the same fillet command. Oops. Fillet. Just like that. And right now there are two vertices very close to each other, so I'm going to weld them. Just like that. So there you go. This is my spline that represent the same, curved thing that support the back of the chair. And then I can turn it into renderable spline by applying renderable spline modifier. So there you go. All I need to do is just apply the modifier, specify the thickness of this pipe, and there you go. All I need to do now, let me delete this old one and put this into place where it's supposed to be. Just like this, very easy. So no need to loft anything, apply some other tools. And if you ever need to edit this, you can just edit your spline, maybe like this and like that. So there you go, very easy. Well, you can see how the legs of the chair were created. So let's don't spend much time looking at this specific chair, and more than a half of it was created with the splines turned into geometry. Let's take a look at another example, chair 2. I'm probably going too fast, so let me go slower so you can see which folder I go into. You go to folder chair 2 and you open this file in 3D Studio Max, and this is the chair. And it's not hard to guess how all these all the frame or the support structures of this chair were made. They were made from splines turned into geometry. So I'm not gonna show you practical example how it was done, but just obviously these are all splines turned into geometry, and some of them a little bit thinner, some of them a little bit thicker. So that's all you can control with that renderable spline. So let's take a look at another example, which is a dartboard. So I open this dartboard file in 3D Studio Max, and just quickly gonna apply materials so you can see that's really indeed the dartboard. With materials, it looks like this. Nothing too fancy, nothing too complex. And to make it, in order to make it fast, all of these lines that made from metal wire, they were made in a 3D world, they were made from splines turned into geometry. All of these numbers, they were made from splines. Let me just show you a couple examples. Here's the number 12. Spline like this was created. I go to create panel, go to shapes menu, go click line, and I create number 1 spline like this. Let me change its color to something brighter. You can see it better. Okay. And number 2 was created like this. Okay, let's don't spend too much time perfecting it because it's already look like number 2, which is good enough for them. And again, like I mentioned, I am demonstrating. If you're familiar with these tools, you can follow along. If you're not familiar, like with what I'm doing, adjusting the vertices, don't worry about it. Just take my word for it right now, and we will get to these, all these tools a little bit later. So all these numbers were created with this technique. Just the splines, slightly modified, like number 2. Number 1, it's got fillet right here, not the sharp corner, so it would fillet it like this. Now, they both can be attached together into one object, or maybe you can keep them separately if you want. And then, in this case, I'll just apply a renderable spline modifier. Radius, obviously, is too large, so I can make it smaller, something like this. And if I look at it, here you can see probably there's too many, sides right now because object is very small. 18 sides going to be too much. I'm going to turn it down to 12, maybe 14. That should be good. And I also want to change the interpolation a little bit. Okay, so anyways, these numbers were created as a spline, turning into geometry, and pretty much, let me just delete everything that was not created from splines in this object. There you go. Pretty much 90% of this entire object was created from splines turned into geometry, and or splines extruded. You can see that this can be made from spline that was extruded. Okay, another example of using splines turned into geometry. Now, in the last example of splines turned into geometry, going to be this wall clock. So I'm going to open that scene in 3ds Max, and because there's a gray material assigned to it, there's supposed to be the glass, so I'm going to delete this element. Okay, this is what the clock model looked like, and these curves, these nice decorative, um, curved lines, you can do it interactively in the viewport real quick. Something like this, quick and easy. Then you can move it to the side and of course, tweak it a little bit because right now it's a little bit choppy. So you might need to adjust individual vertices a little bit. So anyways, that's how you form this this line, and then you turn it into geometry, renderable spline, and then from that moment all you have to do is just convert it into geometry and make it go a little bit thinner toward the ends. But at this point, I just wanted to demonstrate to you that these things were originally started as a spline turned into geometry. So many elements in the models are done that way. You build a spline and you turn it into geometry. Okay, now how else you can use the splines? You also can use spline as a path. I have a very interesting example for it. So go to Editable Spline folder in the project folder, Editable Spline. Then you go to Use That Path subfolder, and I got this one example for you, the teapot. Open the scene in 3ds Max. I want you to follow along with this example. This scene is available in 3ds Max 2009. So if you don't have Max 2010 or 2011, you'll be okay. All right, well, we've got this teapot right here, which was made, with different techniques. But we're going to talk about how the handle was created. how the how this the handle creation process was started. Well, originally the spline like this was drawn. It's just a spline that you can create with a line. You just go to Create Panel, Shapes menu, then you click Line, and you just draw a spline. It's going to take you several minutes, so this is why I already made the spline for you. All you have to do is just to select it. But I'm just showing how it was created. I made something really goofy looking like this, and then I spent maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes individually controlling each of these vertices and making this line to be precisely as smooth as I want. So spline like this was created. In your scene, let me change its color so you can see it better on my screen. Okay, it looks like this, and it's called line 01. Then line like this was created from a spline too. You can see it's actually a spline. If you select this object, it's called line 05, and you can see on the modify panel this is an editable spline, and it's just got this checkbox enabling viewport. So it was created like this. Then it was converted into editable poly, modified a little bit to look like this, then modified with some modifier, with freeform deformation modifier. We'll get to it later. Right now I just want to demonstrate you that it was this piece of geometry was modified into this with freeform deformation modifier, adjusted a little bit, and converted into editable poly, and additional segments were added right here because this part of the spline will be curved. If I didn't have any segments, any vertical segments right here dividing this object, it would be impossible to, to curve this object. So some segments were added. So anyways, select this object. Select a line 04 object. Just select it. It will turn white. Now apply, go to modifier list, expand the list of modifiers, and find path deform WSM, because there are two path deform modifiers. One of them says path deform WSM, which is a world space modifier, and one of them is just a path deform without WSM. So they are technically the same. It's just they bend in a spline along the path. It's just the first one, in our case, going to work a little bit better. So go ahead and pick it from the list of modifiers, path deform, just highlight it and click it, and then click Pick Path button. Pick your spline that represents the curve of the handle, and you can see your spline trying to move. So next, click this Move to Path button, and you will see your spline jumps to this line by its middle. The middle of this object jumps to the beginning of the spline. Now change Path Deform Axis to X. You can see now this spline is constrained, sort of conformed to the curvature of this line. And now you can use all these parameters to slide this object along the curve. You can see what's going on, right? You can move it. Spline is too big. You can see that your shape, let me move it here, begins right here and ends right here. And when you position this object constrained to this path, it's just a little bit bigger than it's supposed to be. Not a problem. You can use the stretch modifier to shorten it. So you shorten it some more, then position it so that these two leftovers of the path equally the same length, and then you just increase the stretch parameter until you reach the ends of that spline. Something like that. So there you go. That's how that handle was created. Of course, it was later collapsed into editable poly and modify a little bit more to get these sort of connecting points. But you get the idea how the spline was conformed, I guess would be the better word, to the path. So you can use a spline to tell other objects to be conformed some specific way or deformed some specific ways. So Very good tool and very good techniques. So before we move to the next examples of how you can use splines in your model creation process, does anybody have any questions? You can raise your hand or let me unmute your mics. Anybody? Okay, looks like nobody has questions, which is good. Means you following me so far. Okay, well, let's move on. How else you can use a spline in the model creation process? Well, you can also use a spline as a profile for the lathe objects. And let's go to this another folder. Let's go back one level up, one more level up, and go to used as profile for lathe. Just go to this folder. There is a scene, only one file in the bowls folder. Just open it in 3ds Max, and what you will see is these decorative bowls. So you actually have seen them rendered when I was showing. You remember here that was on a workflow texturing, and they didn't need any textures. That's how they would look in a render. Nothing too fancy. It's just a small decorative elements. Okay, so how they were made? Very easy. It's just profile like this was made. The line was made just like that. Then it was modified into this line. Again, let me just give you an idea how it was made without getting into too much details. We will look at all the tools that you can use to do the same. Right now I just want to demonstrate. It was modified in this fashion. Just go like this. It was outlined. This segment was deleted. Then I just select this segment. I added new vertices to this segment. So in this fashion, the object was shaped into the shape like this. Let me delete this one. Object was shaped, the spline was shaped into the line like this. In a scene, it has a name line 02. So then you can take this shape and use lathe modifier to to create an object like this. It was just rotated around some axis to to form the 3D mesh, and you can control number of segments, whatever you want. So, but the bottom line is that the spline was the core of this object. That's what made the profile. So, and then of course this is not the final look of this object. These caps need to be closed. But right now, this demonstration is not about that. It's about using the spline as a lathe. So you can see that you can use a spline as a profile for lathe objects. Now, how else you can use a spline? You can use a spline to bevel along profile. Now, go back to Editable Spline folder. Go to Bevel folder. There is a subfolder jars, and open the scene called jar. You open it in 3D Studio Max, and this is what you would see. Now, about these jars, actually this just individual jar. Object looks like this, and I want to show you how this part of the object was made. If I would have taken this object and remove everything except that element, this is what I will have. This element was made this way. And actually, I will go a little slower with this demonstration so you can follow. I mean, it involves using some editable spline tools, and as I already said multiple times today, we will get to them very soon. But right now, there's not too many tools was used, so even if you're not familiar with them yet, you can follow. So I'll go a little slower. If you want, you can follow. So open jars max file, and now you can do this. Draw a line like this. This is how I would start drawing this line. Go to Create Panel, Shapes menu, click Line button so you're in a line drawing mode. Click anywhere to start your line, like here. Now when you drag your mouse right or down, you can see line is not going straight. If you push Shift, you can see your line drawing is constrained to one of the axes, either X or Y. So if you move your mouse to the right, it's constrained to the X, so line stays straight. If you here at the beginning move it down, it's constrained to the Y. Oops, sorry. Let me start it over. So anyways, click here, push Shift, move your mouse right a little bit. Here, click left mouse button and continue drawing this line up until probably this point. Click left mouse button, continue drawing to the left, a little bit up, right, up, left, and you can actually outline this manually. Here, 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 and here. Click right mouse button to exit from spline drawing mode, and you'll end up with a line like this. Let me move it down. Okay, you have a line like this. Now, how can you make these fillets? Well, go to Modify Panel, go to Vertex Subobject Mode, and do this. Select all vertices, click right mouse button over any vertex, just double check that it's set to corner type. And first, select these four, 1, 2, 3 vertices right here in this fashion. You see, select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertices. Use Fillet tool, click this Fillet button, and directly in the viewport, just click them with the mouse and move your mouse up and down until you see you got these nice small fillets. Okay, release left mouse button, then select another set of vertices, or you can just go by one by one. Click Fillet button, none of the vertices selected. Just click your mouse over this vertex and start dragging your mouse. When you see the radius is good, just release your mouse. Same here. There you go. Same here. There you go. Move down. Do the same thing here. First, I would make this inner radius, and then I will make this outer radius. So there you go. We've formed the profile for our jar. Now, I'm just going to delete this one and move to this one that is already created by me previously. Okay, now go to top view and create simple rectangle. Go to create shapes, rectangle, create a rectangle like this. But when you're creating this rectangle object, just hold Control on the keyboard so it will be square, because when you not holding Control, it's rectangular, and it's very hard to catch exact square shape. When you hold Control, it's always keeping the length and the width the same. So drag your mouse to get object like this. Go to Modify Panel, and on the Modify Panel, you got all of these parameters for this rectangle object, which is a parametric object. So you get these parameters here. So you can control the look of this object by changing a few parameters. So anyways, the reason why we want to do this, we want to change corner radius to something larger. Just increase this value until the corners getting smoothed out. They get curved. Something like this would be great. So when you get shape like this, you can use it, or you can delete it and use the one that I already have. So select this shape, this square shape with the rounded edges, and apply bevel profile modifier. Just go to list of modifiers on the modify panel. You can push B button just once to get the, to the B in the list. It's sorted in a alphabetical order. So, and pick bevel profile modifier. When you assign this modifier, click pick profile button and pick this profile that we made. You click it and we've got this jar. It's just too big right now. This is how you can make it smaller. Go to bevel profile subobject mode by clicking little plus. Go to go to profile gizmo subobject, and you can see that yellow gizmo is selected. So if you grab this gizmo by x-axis and move it along x-axis, you can see you're changing the size of this jar. So change it to something like this, and there you go. You've got your object. So this is how you can use splines too. You can create a profile and bevel some shape along the profile to get the object that you want. Now, a couple other ways you can use splines. You can use a spline to turn it into a surface with the surface modifier. So this is how you can do it. Go to, by the way, does anybody have any question at this point? I'm not going to mute your mic. Just please click raise hand button if you have any question. Okay, nobody have questions. Let's keep moving. So you can use splines to create a surface using the surface modifier. And go to Editable Spline folder. There should be a subfolder called surface, and open the scene that is inside this folder. Bring it into Max, open. Okay, well, there's a lot of stuff going on in the scene, and let me explain to you, because it will take me some time to model it from scratch, and unfortunately we don't have that much time. We'll have a lot to cover, and we're still looking at the splines. And let me just explain to you what happened here. First of all, the spline structure like this was created. If I go to object properties and click vertex ticks checkbox, you can see how many vertices the spline was made from. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertices, and this spline was copied 3 more times to form the structure of a spline like this. Then the circles were made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 circles, just like that. So that was the start point to get to the shape like this. The circles were scaled up and down so that let me show you the vertices of the circles. See, they also have some vertices. So the point is to make splines to be connected by the vertices. They just touch each other by the vertices. So you form the sort of the three-dimensional grid or three-dimensional wire that has each of these individual patches has only 4 vertices, not more than 4. You can have less than 4, you can have 3, but not 5. 4, you can see, let me use this pen that comes with the GoToWebinar. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. This patch has 4. This one is the same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you look into this object, each of these individual patches, individual sort of polygons, they have only 4 vertices. Even this one, see, let me use the pen real quick right now. This line is curved, but still there is 4 vertices made up this element right here, this patch. Okay, so if you apply smooth modifier, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the name, surface, yes, surface modifier to this structure right now, and it will be turned into the geometry. And by the way, the reason why this rectangular at the bottom is because I wanted to show you that you can then, make it rectangular. In this case, this is how I made it. it was made rectangular by just adjusting these vertices of these circles just a little bit and then bringing them back. So it's not the side effect or something. It was intentionally made rectangular so that it transitions from the rectangular, this sort of like a wine glass, it transitions from the rectangular footprint to this, circular, section. So this is how you can make a surface. Or to make example easier, and that's the surface modifier, by the way, that does look into this structure and turn each of these four-sided sort of patches into the geometry like this. And to give you a better example, this is something you can follow along. Reset this scene. Don't save it, just reset it. Go to front view, go to create panel, lines, and go to line mode, drawing. Just click this line button and create a line like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Create line like this. Let me make it brighter. Okay. Now create another line. Don't use the snaps, toggle button. Don't use anything. Just create another line like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's going to ask you, do you want to close the spline? Yeah, you can say yes, you do want to close the spline. So the point is that with multiple splines, you form in the shape like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, and then lastly, let's do this shape. Click start here. Then when you pick the second vertex, just hold your left mouse button to make it to be curved. Something like this. Then something like this. And then finish it right here. Exit from align drawing mode. Then select all of these objects with rectangular selection. Click right mouse button, go to object properties, and make sure you click this vertex ticks checkbox. If you're using Max Design, probably this button by object is pushed, so you need to unpush it, and then you can check this vertex ticks checkbox. Click OK, so that now you can see the vertices, because next line you want to start from this vertex right here, not from anywhere on a spline, from this vertex. Click right here and then just draw line like this. So the goal of that is that we can use as many splines as we want, but just the whole structure that we drew with the splines is gonna have these individual sort of four-sided patches. Now pick any spline, go to modify panel, click attach button, just scroll up on the modify panel. On a geometry rollout, click attach button and attach all lines into that object, so that now it's not multiple objects in your scene, it's just one editable spline object. And then go to modifiers list and assign surface modifier. Oops, I missed it. Surface. There you go. Now when you apply it, object disappear, and the reason why is because the threshold is set to some large value. Set it back to 0 and then start increasing slowly until you see all objects involved into this surface building. You might want to, if it appears to be black, you might want to push this, set this flip normals checkbox. So convert this object into editable poly. Make a right mouse click, convert to editable poly. So you can see now the wireframe. This is what happened. It's just the surface modifier. It'll look into the structure that you built with your splines and turned it into surface. That's another way you can use splines to make surfaces. And the reason why I wanted to show you is because, just it does exist there. And even though it does exist, you will not need to use it very often. Because this technique is very slow, it takes time to position splines the specific way that you want. See, you can see some power of using this tool. You can build some surfaces, some complicated surfaces, and that will be hard to build from a polygons, but it will take a lot of time to do that. So this is why this technique is not used too often, because it's just so time consuming. But I want to show it to you because maybe once a year you will have some simple surface that connects a couple objects that you can build with the splines like that. You just build this structure, something like this, with the splines, and then you apply surface modifiers and it turn it into the surface. Okay, and the last example of using the spline in the creation of geometry, I want to show you how splines sometimes they cannot be, very in a very obvious way converted into geometry or used as a profile for something. They always remain to be splines in your scene, and they're not renderable themselves, because by now the point was that all the splines that we use, doesn't matter whether we turn them into geometry, whether we use them as a profile, splines ended up being a geometry. But you can also use splines to be as a helpers. Like, for example, I don't think it requires a lot of explanation, but you can animate your camera to go along the path, right? And path can be represented by the spline. Or in this particular case, I want to show you how you can use spline to help you with the texturing. Let me go one level up in the project folder, actually to the root of that project folder, going back to Editable Spline folder, and then I want to go to Used as Helper folder. And this is something I want you to follow along too, because this is a cool technique that some people don't know even exists, but it's very easy. Well, first of all, let's use this faucet. Go to Faucet folder and open this file in 3ds Max. Okay, here's the faucet. Now, imagine you want to texture this faucet. Normally, you would not need to texture an object like that because it's usually made from chrome, from some stainless steel material that is just shiny material that doesn't require any texturing. But sometimes, once in a while, when you see this object very close and the nature of your, let's say, interior rendering projects or consumer project visualization will require you to show very close-up shot of this object, and let's say client tells you, I want some brushed stainless steel or brushed nickel or brushed bronze, brushed whatever, you will need it to map this object because you somehow need to, represent all those scratches. And, to better represent those scratches, you will need a texture. And to apply texture, you need a mapping. So Spline can help you to apply mapping. And look how. We're going to work with the spout of this faucet. Just select it. Doesn't have any mapping right now. So go to Material Library, Material Editor, and this material is assigned to the object. You see, it's called 07 default. There is a checker map applied to the diffuse channel, and it's visible, but you don't see it on the object. The reason why, because there is no mapping. So let's go ahead and apply mapping. So go to UVW map modifier and apply it to this object. And you can see when it's planar, it's just not going to work, because if you apply the scratches texture right now, it's not going to look nice. It's going to look nice only in this area for very obvious reason, because texture is not distorted there. Everywhere else, texture is distorted. If I change it to box mapping, yeah, it looks a little bit better, but still, see, it's just not going to work. But there is a nice tool. It's called Spline. Well, let me just better demonstrate it to you. Delete UVW mapping modifier and apply unwrap UVW modifier. Okay, now just for 1 second, there is a spline inside the faucet that I already prepared for you. See, if I move it off, it looks like this. This is a line that just basically repeats the curvature of the faucet. So this spline was made, and was placed into the middle of the faucet. Now I'm going back to the spout model. Click little plus to go to see the list of unwrap UVW modifier subobjects. Go to face, subobject mode, and push Control A to select all faces that this spout is made from. Now on the modify panel, scroll down. There's a different buttons, different tools, different ways to apply mapping like planar, pelt. We will look into those later, but right now click this spline button. When you click it, button turns yellow and you got this spline map parameters dialog. On this dialog, click pick spline button and you enter the mode when you can pick any spline in your scene. Even though you don't see the spline right now, if you position your mouse somewhere around along the middle of the faucet, see the cursor changes into this sort of picking mode. So pick that spline and you see what happens. Computer, this unwrap UVW modifier, uses the spline to map this faucet. See? It looks pretty cool. It's very easy to map using the splines as a helpers. And then later on we can of course adjust mapping using some other tools. Don't get into details, we'll definitely talk about it later, but just so you get the idea, it's all adjustable. You can adjust the mapping. And you know, a long time ago it was sort of challenging task to map on objects like that. You will have to unwrap them, or you'll have to find a way to take this object, stretch it out, and apply mapping, then bend it back this way. But now, you know, with the latest, you know, versions of 3ds Max, there is a spline mapping which does this job just, you know, quickly and easily. Okay, so splines can be used as a helpers. You don't obviously turn them into geometry or modify them into geometry some specific way, but you use them to help you with something else. And of course, splines also you can use to create loft objects. I don't want to get into demonstration of that because it probably does, you know, you're very familiar with loft modifier, what it can do. I have a specific little exercise for you at the day 2 when we will talk about loft modifier, loft compound object. So that's when we will talk about using splines for loft. But right now let me just mention that of course splines also can be used to, you know, to create loft compound objects. So that concludes my information to you how you can use splines into geometry creation process. I mean, it's still sort of easy, but like I told you, my personal observation tells me that some people just somehow they limited in the way they use splines. Some people, you know, would never, you know, I know somebody who worked for years in the visualization industry and never heard about spline, you know, this mapping technique, or never heard that you can use bevel profile modifier. So like I said, my goal is to make sure that you know all the tools to get from reference image to the final model quality. So now I told you these ways you can use splines, and again, just for the record, they can be extruded, they can be turned into geometry, they can be used as a path to conform some objects, and they can be used as a profile for the lathe objects. They can be used as a profile for the beveled objects. They can be used they can be turned in. They can be used to build some wireframe looking structure that can be turned into the surface with surface modifier, or they can be used as a helpers to help you with something else, like animate your cameras, or maybe, you know, map something and thing like that. So even though, well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is that concludes this information about splines. Donald has a question. If I correct, has a question. When you were using spline with the unwrap UW modifier, were you changing the tiling in the material editor to get the checker map to fit it? So I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly, but your question is, hold on a second. Well, you can do it. Let me show you, and you tell me if it answers your question or not. You can do it multiple ways. Well, first of all, when you map it, yes, if I change styling to 1 to 1, the texture will be stretched from end to end of the spline. So you can see there's only one black uh, square here, one black square here, one white here, and white here, and one white there. So to make this texture to be better visually, readable, I need to change styling to something like 5 by 5 or 10 by 10 by 10. Oops, 10 by 10. So I have smaller, little squares right here, little rectangles. But it's still a little bit stretched because the object, if I unwrap this object, it's not square. It's very long spout. So I need to adjust styling later, and I can do it several ways. I can increase styling here to 20 or 30, and that will make all of these individual rectangles, black and white, black and white cells or rectangles, to more resemble square shape. Or the better way, the proper way would be to change styling back to 1 and 1 here in the material editor. And many people suggesting their own techniques. Some people suggesting to never adjust the mapping, but always just play with the tiling, like you just saw. I changed it to 10 and 30. But I would suggest you to, in this particular case, to keep tiling as 1, 1, but apply UVW X4 modifier. This is how you can, without going back into unwrap UVW modifier, you can change the tiling of the mapping. So I just increase that tiling right here or right here. So when you start mapping your object, increase tiling just for the sake of better visually understand how this texture applied. But when you finish the mapping, change it back to 1 and then adjust mapping with UVW X-form modifier. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
You're welcome. No problem. Okay. Anybody else has questions at this point? Because if we're doing fine, if nobody else has questions, we're gonna start talking about editable spline objects and all those tools that you can use to move vertices around, create fillets, and all other stuff. Okay, nobody else has questions. Feel free to raise hand or send me a chat message anytime. If you want me to slow down, feel free to do that too. And actually, before we start talking about editable spline, let me do just one last quick example of splines using as a helper. I just realized that I missed that example, and it's somewhat important to show you because it's not a modifier, not, it's just a tool that you can use to to use spline as a helper. Okay, open this in the project folder, go to used as helper subfolder, go to chandelier folder, and open this chandelier max file in 3D Studio Max. Now you can see the structure of this chandelier, where it's got a lot of geometric elements, but one of the features of this light fixture is that, hold on a second, all right, is that it's got these sort of decorative spheres along this bent element. And let me show you a quick example of what this light fixture looks like once rendered. I'm gonna go to my company's website where we sell furniture models, and there should be this light fixture rendered. Okay, that's what that light fixture looks like once rendered in a simple rendering studio. And you can see that one of the features of this light fixture is this bunch of little decorative spheres placed in between these twists on these two large elements. And you can position them, of course, manually. You can just create one sphere and you know, somewhat relatively low poly sphere, because there's just so many of them. You don't want to go too high with the polygon count, even though, you know, today's computers can handle very decent number of polygons, but still. Anyways, it's a low poly sphere, and you can manually go ahead and position each of these spheres, and it's going to take you, you know, a lot of time. So when splines used as a helper in this case, this is exactly how it can be used. Okay, you can follow me if you want with this example. Have this object and detach this element of this object, this decorative element. Just, I don't know, just drag it, clone it as an object, or just, I don't know, just maybe just watch me doing it. It will be, I'll try to go through it very quick. Okay, now what I can do, I can have a splines. I can use this editable poly object, and I'll show you more detail later when we talk about editable poly. You can use this object to extract splines from its wireframe. So there is a tool for that can do this. I'm just going to do it real quick right now. I'm going to use the tool, and you can see what it does is extracts spline like this. See? Okay, and that spline is remaining right there on this shape. Then what I need to do is create a sphere. Just go to standard primitives, create not the sphere, just the geosphere, something small like this. Just put it against the actual object to kind of judge its size better. Yeah, I think it's a good size. Now what you need to do then is just a lower number of polygons, because when I create 300 copies of this sphere, it's just going to be too many polygons. So go low poly. I mean, probably in this case, something like this would be fine, because when you zoom out, you know, it doesn't matter too much. You have this tool that does this. You can be found into this extras panel. You need to bring up this panel, or if you customized your viewport already, it should be maybe in one of the panels or toolbars. So there is a ray button by default, but this is a flyout button. You can hold and click, click and hold it, and there you can find spacing tool. It gives you the spacing tool dialog. Well, now you have your sphere, have the spacing tool dialog. You just click pick path and use your spline as a path. Just select it with mouse, and then you just tell it how many copies of your sphere you want to be positioned along that helper spline object, and just keep increasing until you're satisfied with the result. Something like this looks great. Oops, get back. You just click apply when you're done, delete original object, and there you go. Then you can just clean it out a little bit, delete extra spheres that you don't need, and then you can just attach them all together, and you will end up with object like this. There you go. So there is no need to individually place all these spheres. You can use Spline as a helper to help you with that. Okay, well, that concludes, again, our conversation about how you can use splines. And now let's talk specifically about editable spline object, because this is a part of our agenda. This is a very important thing you need to understand about splines. Let me quickly check if anybody else has questions. Okay. Didn't see anybody have questions. Okay, great. So editable spline. When we were working with the shapes, of course, you remember you can create them as a standard, you know, parametric splines, which is a rectangular, a circle. All of these things, all of these shapes, you can control with the simple parameters. Just right here, you scroll it up or down. And it's in this particular case, let's say for the circle, there's only one parameter, which is a radius. For rectangle, it's two parameters, which is the length, actually three parameters, length, width, and the corner radius. So, but still, all of these shapes are parametric because to change their look, you change parameters. That's, as a matter of fact, why they call parametric. But the one object, it doesn't have any parameters. In order to change its look, you need to draw it the way you want it, or you need to move its vertices, segments, or splines. So this is this type of object called editable spline. It can be created by going into Create menu, Create panel, Shapes menu, and clicking Line button, and you drawing this editable spline object already, or you can take any other parametric spline, like this arc, for example, and convert it into editable spline. So it's losing its parametric nature. You no longer can control this arc with these parameters, such as radius and to and from. As soon as you convert it into editable spline, you're done. You're losing those parameters. That's it. It has its editable nature now. So you're now converting, editing this object with the vertices and these control handles that they have sometimes. Okay, so now when we're sure we know what editable spline is, let's talk about the ways you can modify the spline. You can make it to look the way you want it to look. So first of all, let me draw a line, just a single simple line. Let me keep, yeah, this color is better. Okay, line like this. Now when I go to Modify panel, this is what editable spline object looks like on the Modify panel. You can click little plus and see all of these sub-object modes, which is vertex, segment, the spline, because spline made of vertices, these yellow and white dots. Segments, these are lines that connect pair of vertices, or splines is just entire sort of continuous line of I would call them contiguous segments, or just I don't know, adjacent segments. So, and also each of these sub-object modes has its own set of tools that you can use to modify them. For example, if I go to Vertex, you remember the one we used to make a fillet. There is a tool called fillet. You just select Vertex and you make a fillet like that. Well, it doesn't look nice right now. Let me fix it a little bit. Like this vertex, I can use fillet tool, and there you go. You've got fillet. There is a lot more other tools. We'll get to them very soon. But there is also a set of tools that is available regardless of what sub-object mode you're in right now. So let's start with them first. Let me close all rollouts right here. Okay. And I'm only going to talk about tools that I believe we need to know. I'm going to skip the tools that we practically don't use, and if we use, it's just once in a blue moon. And you know, I'm only talk about an important thing, and one of the reasons also because, you know, we have only 2 days. So anyways, rendering rollout. You remember we turned splines into geometry, and one of the ways was to apply renderable spline modifier, and another way, which I prefer personally, is to go directly into rendering rollout and make it to be renderable in a viewport. Just click this checkbox, and you can even check just, you know, enable and renderer. It's only affecting the renderer because you can make the spline to look at the spline in a viewport, but when it renders, it looks as geometry But normally, if I ever need to make my spline renderable, I always want to see its geometric nature in the viewport. So I basically set both checkboxes, and when you set these checkboxes, you see the spline in its geometric appearance like this. And you remember, you can, if it's typeset to radial, you can change thickness. Basically, it's just a radius of this shape of this object. It's just this distance. I just love this pen right here. I'm gonna use it. Okay, well, so it's this distance. So if I increase it, I make diameter larger, decrease it smaller. You can set number of sides because, you know, when object is thin, you don't need too many sides. But when your object is really has a large diameter, it's a little bit too choppy. I don't know if it's a good way to call it, but a little bit sort of faceted. And you need to increase number of sides if you want it to look nice, like this. So increasing the level of detail of this object. And of course, angle. It doesn't make sense when number of sides too high, but let's say if I change number of sides to 3, you see what angle does. It rotates, right? The reason why is because maybe I want to create a 4-sided object, and you see I don't like the way it's exposed to me. I want to rotate it, I guess, 45 degrees. See, it looks a little bit better. So angle, you don't use it too often, but just so you know, the parameter is there. But even though right now it looks like the section is square, it still technically is a radial object because you increase number of sides. You can tell this object to be rectangular. You just set this button right here, and when it's rectangular, you can change the width, the length, and then the width. See, it's pretty cool. So, I mean, let's say you need to build a wall, right? You know, I've seen many people, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but just many people, you know, sometimes build walls like this. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with it, but let's say you need to build a wall like this. You can build it from 3 boxes. I'm not gonna use snaps right now because I don't want to spend too much time, but just to show you the idea, you sometimes build a wall like this. Not a problem. Sometimes people build walls like this. You know, they just build a spline. Oops, I'm gonna uncheck these checkboxes. They build a spline like that. Then they outline it with some tools, but I don't want to exit from spline drawing mode. And they build a spline like this, and then extrude it with extrude modifier. All right, which is not a problem too. But sometimes when you want to do it fast, look, you can just build a spline like this, and then you just do sort of this thing. There you go. There's your wall. I mean, it's just when you need something quick. When you need something quick, you really should use a way to make it quick. And, you know, just one of the practical examples how you can use that feature of a spline. I'll show you more later. Actually, you know what, let me show it to you now. For example, here's the chair. There was a tutorial about this chair. A second. Well, I'll open this interim file. There was a tutorial. It's actually a free tutorial. That's available on the cgschool.com. And in this tutorial, I made this seat for the chair some specific way. I outline it with splines, then I outline spline itself, and then I extruded spline. But instead of that, you know, I could have done just this. Well, let me demonstrate you how I did it back then when I was recording this tutorial, and I did it for a specific purpose. I wanted to show you how it can be done the way it was done back then. So I made a spline like this. I modified it a little bit to look like, I'm just trying to demonstrate it real quick. Okay, like this, just modified it a little bit, and then I outlined it using outline tool. Then I extruded the spline, extruded the spline like this. Of course, level of detail I wasn't happy with, so I increased it a little bit. Okay, and anyways, you get the idea, right? So it was spline, outline, extruded, and then processed a little bit more. But instead of that, why would I need to outline it and extrude it if I could just take this spline and turn it into this? There you go. So that should give you an idea how, when it would be wise to use that feature, make spline renderable and rectangular, because again, if you want to do something fast, you should do fast tools for it. Okay, and now what else? Well, let me stay in this scene. Okay, we've got this thing, and let's say I turn it to radial. You see object looks smooth. Yes, but if I change number of sides to 8, you see it's faceted. It's not smooth because the angle between normals of these polygons is less than 40 degrees, which specified right here in auto smooth. And just sometimes when you lower the number of sides down to, in this case 8, see, if I go past 9, it's smooth. But if I go below 9, it's faceted. You need to increase threshold number. When I increase it, it's smoothed out. So that's it about this rollout. So whenever you want to make a spline visible, you can do it with applying renderable spline modifier, but sort of the way I do it, and suggest you to first consider this way. Go directly into editable spline, set the checkbox to the proper settings, radial or rectangular, and then just convert it into editable poly if you want it to be the geometry. There you go. Okay, so let's move on. And what's next? Next, we've got this interpolation rollout. Well, I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with this rollout, but just to recap, this is what it does. If you look at the spline, let me uncheck this checkbox, enable in viewport spline, and go to object properties and bring back this vertex sticks parameter so you can see the vertices. This spline is made up by 1, 2, 3, 4 vertices, 1, 2, 3, 4 segments connecting those individual vertices, and technically one spline because it's one continuous line that starts always here at the yellow dot, goes all the way around and comes back. So, and when spline is turned into geometry for visualization purposes, because computer need to create all these polygons to visualize them. When it builds this geometry, this is number of steps right here between two individual vertices. Let's say if I set number of steps to 0, there is no additional segments right here. See, two vertices connected with the segment that were turned into geometry, they don't have anything right here. And even though this line was curved when the spline used to be a spline, let me editable spline. I'm just doing something real quick. Okay. I just try to make this curve be more curved. So if number of steps 0, regardless of what these vertices tell this curve to be, these vertices tell this curve to be curved. But because number of steps 0, computer is not inserting any additional virtual vertices dividing this line, so it's a straight line. If I change number of steps to 1, there is one virtual vertex inserted here in between the two vertices, and lines start getting to be more curved. It's just interpolating itself. Number of steps 2, I got 2 virtual vertices inserted in this edge connecting these two vertices. 3, 4, 5, so more is better. The more smoother the line. But the problem with going too high with that number is that you will end up with the geometry being very smooth, yes, but very high poly at the same time as well. So be wise with choosing number of steps. So probably in this case I would have chosen 26. Yeah, 26 is cool. So yes, if you choose adaptive, computer is trying to do this job itself. It's just trying to analyze the curvature of all the curves and say, okay, maybe here I need a little bit more, steps. Here I need a little bit less. I normally don't trust this parameter. I only trust it when I want my line to look smooth as I draw it. As I draw it in a viewport, I want it to be as smooth as possible. But as soon as I'm ready to turn it into geometry, I uncheck it and switch to this manual steps mode. And optimize checkbox, just so you know, in case if you don't know yet, what it does, let me do this thing. Let me do a straight line. Here's a straight line. And if I turn this option off, then it inserts, hold on a second, let me fix a couple things real quick. Okay. It inserts 6 virtual vertices in between regardless of the curvature of this line. See, it's a straight line. Technically, you don't need additional segments right there. So, it would be wise to remove them. But because you uncheck this checkbox, computer doesn't want to listen to you. It's just, it doesn't want to think whether to improve, optimize it or not. It's just insert 6 steps right there. If you put optimize checkbox, it always remove unneeded segments where line is straight. And you can see if I try to change this line from being straight to being curved, it starts inserting additional segments immediately. As soon as I get it back to linear appearance, to the straight line, it optimizes it. If I didn't have this checkbox on, it would always stay 6 steps regardless of whether the line is straight or not. Okay, that's it about interpolation rollout. Let's move on to selection rollout. Well, this is where you go to subobject modes. You just basically, if you want to go to work with vertices, you click vertex, and let me go to rendering rollout and check this checkbox. Isolate this line so we see only this line on the screen and go to top view. If I want to edit vertices, I go to vertex and I work with vertices. If I want to go to segment, I go to segment, and spline, I go to spline mode. Okay, let's see if there are any other tool left here to talk about. Soft selection, not even active at the root level of editable spline because there is nothing to soft select. You're not in a subobject mode. And geometry, this is where you usually get the tools with which you can modify editable spline. There's always some additional buttons. Some buttons are not present depending on what subobject mode you're in, whether vertex, segment, or spline. But some of them are available at any object level as well as the root level of editable spline. For example, we're just gonna look at the couple of the tools that we need. Create line. Normally, let me reset my scene so we can start working with a nice and clean interface. Okay, and close this. Okay, if I have a line, let's say I have a spline like this, right? And then I have a spline like that. And I want to attach them together to be one object, because right now if I open the Scene Explorer by pushing H on the keyboard, I have line 1 and line 2. That are two separate objects. If I want to edit first line, I need to select it and start working with it. If I want to edit second line, I need to select it and start working with it. So if I want them to be treated as a single object, I need to attach them. So I go to Modify panel, and I attach, click Attach button, and I pick whatever spline I want to attach. They even assume in the same color, you can see. So if I had some more, like a couple circles and lines, like this, if I select this object and click Attach button, I can attach all of that to it. Okay, or I can click Attach Multiple. When I click Attach Multiple, it just gives me the list of the objects in the scene that can be attached, and I select whatever I want, click Attach, and it's all attached. But if I don't want to exit, if I don't want to do this, if I don't want to create, let's say I created a line like this, and I decided I want to attach another line to it. Well, I can draw this line, then go to this object, go to Modify panel, click Attach button, attach this object, but instead of that, I can just click Create Line button, and I'm creating new spline within the same object without exiting from this object. I hope that makes sense, but it probably makes sense because it's very straightforward. You just being in this editable spline object, you want to create another spline in its structure, and you just click Create Line, and you just draw in a line, just whatever way you want. Okay, cross section is, remember we talked about how surfaces can be created from splines. For example, I have this line like this, I have line like this, then on the top view I can draw completely new lines like this and this, and then if I attach them together, if I go to this first one, go to Modify panel, click Attach, and attach all these other lines just to make sure they all belong to the same object, and then if I apply Surface Modifier, where is my Surface Modifier? There you go. It turns into surface. And imagine I need to do this. I have an arc, and I want to create an object like, convert it into editable spline, and I want to create some sort of surface. So here's what I can do. I can take this arc, let me move pivot point to the middle, it will be easier to work. I can hold Shift, copy it. I can then attach it to this original arc. Then I go and click this Create Line button and activate three-dimensional snaps, toggling this button, and then I just create another line here, and let me use the vertex sticks so I can see vertices. I seriously recommend you using this checkbox, because you can see when I'm trying to create a line, it can snap to whatever place on the arc, but I really need to snap it to the actual vertex only. So I check this checkbox and I can see all the vertices. So when I create line, I snap it here and here, then I create another line here and here, and so on. So now I have this object which I can turn into surface. Where's my surface modifier again? There you go, this is my surface. But you see how time consuming it is just to do these lines. And if I want to keep moving, like for example, like take a spline and do some more complex shape, it's going to take me forever, And this is not something I want to do, spend time doing that. So when I have an arc, for example, convert it into editable poly, go to Modify panel, and let's say I'm going to move pivot point to the middle again, and I copy it several times. Let's say one, then I do this arc a couple more times, and I attach them together. Instead of using the snaps and draw all these vertical lines so that I can, apply surface modifier and turn it into surface, there's a cross-section button. What it does, I just click it, I pick spline number 1, spline number 2, spline number 3, and it's gonna do these connections for me. And the way this connection is done, just for better example, let's say I move this spline right here, move the spline right there, I moved it up and rotate it a little bit, I move this up and change this vertex a little bit. Okay, and if I go to cross section and pick all these splines one by one, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can see it connects it. Oops, I guess I moved this vertex too much. I'm gonna bring it back. Okay, and you just saw that these lines, these segments, sorry, these splines were connected with the straight lines. But what if you want them to be curved? Well, that's something you choose right here, new vertex type. It tells the new vertex type for the new lines that computer creates for you. Let's say I change it to smooth. Look what's going to happen if I pick all these lines again with the cross section tool. Pick, 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 pick. See, now it's all curved because type of the new vertices set to smooth. Pretty much the same with the Bezier. You know, it's also nicely curved line. So if I turn it to surface right now, by applying surface modifier, it will look like this. Very easy and very fast. All right. What else left to talk about on geometry? Pretty much nothing, maybe just insert. When you click insert button, being in a root level of editable spline object, let me delete all this and draw a new line. Yeah, and again, sometimes I would love to have the vertices, especially when I use this tool, because what this tool does, it can insert, let's say you have this line, right? And you decided that, I forgot to make this line to have a couple additional vertices to this segment, and like I said, I would love to use this pen. So I'm taking any opportunity to use it. So instead of this segment going like this, let's say I want it to go like that, right? Plus, I wanted to have some additional vertices on it, like here, and this pen is not cooperating. Here and there, or anyways, you get the idea. So if I forget to insert additional vertices here and change the curvature of this line, I just click insert and I just insert them whenever I need. Now, of course, that will involve some adjustment later, but just so you know, with this insert tool, if you forgot to insert some additional vertices into the structure of this line, you can do it, you know, with this insert tool. You can even do this by clicking to the end, and you can continue the spline. Right? If you click at the end, you basically continue the spline. All right, that's pretty much it. Oh, and the last thing, I'm glad I just noticed that. When you have two objects, let's say you have this spline, and then you create a line. You just click this create line, and as you remember, when I click this button, I'm creating a new line within the same editable spline object. But if I look, I creating a new line, starting from here and ending it right there, almost at the beginning of the next segment. But these vertices very close to each other, and they're not connected. Well, let's say I want them to be connected. I will have to select them and weld them. But if you know from the beginning that you will want them to be connected, you can set this checkbox, automatic welding, and the threshold is a distance within. If there are any two vertices within this distance, then they will be welded. Let me demonstrate it to you. Create line. I start creating line. Look, as soon as I'm going to click here, it's going to weld this vertex to this one. Look. It's not what I want. Interesting. Why is it not working? There you go. I'm doing it wrong. Okay, well, see, when I click create line, and when Vertex can weld, it's just welding. Well, I'll try to look into, I don't want to spend time right now trying to see why these vertices not welding one to another. I will look into it. Sorry. Just give me 15 seconds. I just gotta figure out why is it not listening to me what I want to do. Okay, well, I'll figure it out on a break and see. But the point is, when see, the name is speaking for itself. Endpoint auto welding. So when it see two splines and their endpoints very close to each other, it's just welding those vertices together. I'm not sure. Maybe when you're doing, if you're following what I'm trying to do, maybe you already get it to work. So let me know if you get it to work. I'll try to get mine to work later. But basically, it's auto welding endpoint of the splines. If I have two splines and they're very close to each other, the vertices just will be welded into one. Well, let's move on, and that's it about root level of editable spline object. Now it's time to talk about all the tools that are available for vertex, segment, and spline subobject mode. Essentially, there is a same number of tools that you get access to on the root level plus some more. So let's talk about them. I'm going to reset my scene, make some sort of line, like maybe like this. All right. And now I want to go to vertex subobject mode. Let me bring up the vertex sticks. Click OK, so I can see vertices that this spline made from. Okay, now you remember when we were talking about root level of editable spline object. In order to go to vertex subobject mode, first of all, you can do it from a selection rollout. You just click the button that you want, vertex or segment or spline subobject mode, or you can click this little plus on the modify panel and go right here in this little expandable list. Or just maybe some of you don't know that if you already doing this for a little while and saving time is really matters to you, and you don't even want to waste your time going into rollout and clicking button, you can just place your left hand on a keyboard so that kind of pointing finger is on the number 3 on your keyboard, middle finger is on the number 2 on the keyboard, and the ring finger is on button number 1 on the keyboard. So now if you push button 1, it's like piano. You go to the vertex subobject mode. If you push middle finger, if you push button 2 with middle finger, you go to segment subobject mode. If you push pointing finger, you in a spline subobject mode. So you can see it's like a piano, like you're playing something. So, and this is just to speed up the workflow, because sometimes it's really, what if you're working with the expert mode, Control X, and you don't have a modify panel at all. So, just click 1, vertex mode, 2, segment subobject mode, 3, spline. So, okay, enough about that. Gonna exit from expert mode, and let's continue and look at the tools that actually I want you to be familiar with and that you can get access to being on the vertex subobject mode. Same thing, render and rollout, enable render and viewport, no questions about that. Interpolation, same thing. Now selection, we're going to skip this one. We're going to talk about lock handles. Very useful tool, and I seriously bet that some of you, as soon as I'm going to show it to you, some of you are going to think, where you been all my life? I'm talking about tool, not me. So look at this. Let's say you have star object, just like this. And you're going to increase number of points right here. Let's say you're making the circular saw, the one they use on, I'm not sure how it's called, like wood processing factories, lumber mill, I guess, when they take the big logs and just slice them with this circular saw, and this saw is made this specific way. I'm just gonna keep these corners so large so that for better demonstration, if I convert this object into spline, go to vertex subobject mode, this is how I can make the sort of this teeth of the saw. I can move the vertices, and I think I don't need to explain how to move vertices, right? I'm pretty sure all of you are familiar with it. You can go to vertex, move it. You can change vertex type into Bezier corner, corner or Bezier. If it's Bezier, well, let me do this. Corner, Bezier corner. And when your vertices are Bezier corner, you can, of course, control all these, Bezier control handles to change the curvature of the segments. Well, if any of you not familiar with it, feel free to raise a hand. I'll take a couple minutes to explain to you what that is, how you can change it, why you need to change it, and when you need to change it. So now I'm just gonna move on. Let me see, no raised hands. Okay, good. Everybody familiar with that? Perfect. All right, we got some more people joined. Perfect. Okay, well, anyways, and let's say you want to make this circular saw to have the teeth profile be like this. They need to sort of bite into the wood, so they always curved. And okay, well, how many teeth does saw have? Well, a lot. And that's going to take you a long time to go through every individual tooth. I'm sorry. Well, like I said, I'm from Ukraine. I have a problem with the grammar. So tooth. And it's going to take you forever if you go each of them individually. Plus, it's very hard to maintain the same curvature. You can make just one. Then you can, sort of detach it. Then you can use array to position them at the same distance from some certain point. Then you can weld them. But why? If you can do this, Control A, select all vertices, lock handles. Now look what's going to happen if I move just one. Lock handles, and sorry, just forgot to say that you need to select only these outer vertices. Well, and again, this gives me a chance to see I'm trying to select all the end vertices on this sort of circular saw. Why would you want to, go like this if you can do it quicker? You can select inner one and then you can invert selection. Or you can select everything and unselect what you don't need. This is a good practice. When you need to select something, you select everything and then you just unselect what you don't need. So anyways, we got these vertices with the lock handles parameter, and you basically just do this. See, by controlling only one vertex, it's not cooperating with me again. Oh yeah, sorry, I made a mistake. You can I moved vertex, which I shouldn't do. So what you do, you can do this. Lock handles, and by just changing control handles, of course, you changing control handles for all of these objects at the same time. That's how you do it. Then probably like this. And there you go. You've got your sort of circular saw. I mean, this is very simple example. Very, I don't know, very nothing, But you see how sometimes it's very helpful technique. For example, I want to do the twisted column, right? And the profile of the column would be like this. Let me do like end on, like this thing. and I want to create a profile of the column to be like this, you know, in order to extrude it. It's just a quick demonstration. Just to extrude it with some segments and then twist it. So there you go. But you saw how quickly I made the profile for this column, the section, because of using this lock handles tool. Otherwise, if I didn't use that tool, let me undo all this stuff. And if I didn't have that thing selected, I would have to, you know, go and adjust each of these vertices individually, which is not going to be easy and time consuming. So, good tool, try to use it. And when you have a lock handles, it's just, you know, these two little radio buttons is just when you click all, it changes the control handles on both sides of the vertex. See, it's a Bezier corner, but when I change just the control handle on one side, it changes the control handle on the other side of this vertex too. If I change it to alike, if I change control Bezier control handle on one side of this Bezier corner vertex, it's not going to touch control handles on the other side of other vertices. See, like that. Just play around with it when you have a free time, and you'll get the better idea how it works. So let me move on to take a look at the other stuff. Well, show vertex numbers. Tool sometimes ignored by some people, but very useful tool, especially when you're troubleshooting things. I'm sorry, somebody raised hand. Let me take a look. Sorry, I closed the hand. I think that was Craig. I unmuted your mic. You can ask your question if you want. Hello? Anybody have questions at this point? Okay. Well, I don't know. You probably, of course, already know that, but just to kind of repeat it, if you don't have a microphone, you will not be able to speak, of course. But if you really want to ask something, there is an option for you to call in. You can use your regular phone that you have at home, like a landline or a cell phone. You dial this number, and you hear everything I say. And if you speak into telephone, I will hear you too. So if you don't have a microphone, you can use that option, and you can always switch between microphone or the telephone. So just so you know, okay, at this point, let me just mute everybody back and continue. If you have questions, feel free to raise a hand or send me a chat message. Okay, well, what were we talking about? I remember we're talking about shapes and editable splines. All right, vertex subobject mode. Oh yes, show vertex numbers. Very useful tool, especially when you're troubleshooting something. Look, I have this line, and I have this line, right? And when I click here, you know, it's going to ask you when you want to close the spline or not. I do want to close the spline. I click yes. Now when I extrude this spline, you can try to do it on your computer right now. Extrude, you can see it's extruded, and it also capped at the top and at the bottom because spline was closed. If I draw the same spline, and it's going to ask me, do you want to close the spline? I say no. What happens is these vertices right here at the end, they are so close to each other, I can even put them one on top of another using 2.5 snaps, or maybe 2. Yeah, like this. See, they appear as one vertex, but in reality, it's just 2 superimposed vertices, because if I select one and I move it, see, if I select one and move it, let me see why that happened. That's why my automatic welding start working. Thank you, automatic welding. Okay, you give me a chance to tell you that how it works finally, even though it's on a vertex object mode. See, if I take this vertex right here and snap it to this one, they appear as one, but in reality they just superimposed. They are still two separate vertices. Spline is not closed. But if I have this vertex right here, set this option, let's say 10 inch, see, if I move this vertex very close to this one, it's going to automatically snap to it. Maybe I increase it to 50 inches because I don't know what's the real distance here in my scene right now. So if I move it real close, see, they snapped because they're within this distance. That's how this thing worked finally. Okay, so anyways, the point was to position these two vertices so they just superimposed, not welded. If I try to extrude this object right now, extrude, oops, I missed that again, extrude. See, it's not capped at the top and at the bottom. The reason why is because it's not closed, because spline needs to be closed. And sometimes, it's probably better applicable example for site modeling, but sometimes you have a lot of lines like this, like say you want a line like this, and I guess 3 lines would be just fine in this point. And let's say your friend sends you a file with these lines and tells you, or maybe your client and tells you, hey, can you please extrude this shape? This is going to be sort of profile for, I don't know, for something, for my new cutting board for my kitchen, super design, you know. And you say, oh, no problem, I'll just extrude it. And you're extruding it, come on, extrude it, and you see it's not cooperating with you. It's like, why you don't work? And you're trying to find why, because you know somewhere here your vertices are not welded. And when you have a shape like this, it's going to be very obvious because you see yellow line here. It means the shape starts here. It means it's not welded there. But imagine you have thousands of lines, or maybe not thousands, well, couple hundred of lines. It will be hard to understand where is the problem. And sometimes you can have two vertices just piled up. Let's say, let me do this. There you go. You can see it's one vertex, appears to be one, but in reality there's two. So clicking this option, show vertex numbers, is going to help you to troubleshoot this thing. What you do, spline always begins with vertex 1 and ends with vertex n, whatever, you know. And your job is to find vertex 1. See, you have vertex 2, means vertex 1 should be either here or here. It should be here. Okay, so it tells you, there are two numbers at the same time, number 1 and number something else. So it's not good, means that there are two vertices at the same place right now. Select them and use weld command. I'm going to jump down a little bit in advance, but scroll down, use weld command. See, it's clearly saying number 6 right now. I hope you see it. It's a very small number, but you probably can see it better on your screen. Okay, and keep moving. You see, now it's 6, 7, so spline should be started round. See, tells you the problem. There is number, it's hard to read. Means there's something wrong with numbers. Two vertices, 2, 3. All right, we're gonna weld them. So anyways, it helps you to troubleshoot and see where spline begins and where spline ends. If everything is fine and this is one continuous spline, somewhere should be number 1. Hope I can find it today. There you go. It's just coincidentally, it looks like 11. Okay, number 1 here. Then you go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. and this is number 2, and this is number something else. Not right. Select and weld. It, rearrange the numbers order. So anyways, again, it starts with 1 somewhere. Should be here probably, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. If 9 numbers line up, means you're good, and you just easily can find this starting and ending point, weld that, and it will. Now you can extrude this object just fine. Okay, so show numbers is really good stuff when you're troubleshooting these house splines connected to each other or finding some problematic vertices. Okay, well, let's move down the list and let's finish the vertex subobject mode, and then we'll take a break. We're going, let me check time. Yeah, we're still going okay with time, not technically behind, but let me finish this vertex subobject mode before we can take a break. Okay, show vertex numbers. Okay, soft selection. Normally you would not use it in the splines. I'm not going to explain it to you, but just so you know, it's like it can partially select your vertex. See, I select vertex and I move it. Nothing else moves. But if I increase this radius, let me use a helper to see the radius. I'm going to helpers panel and use the tape measure to measure distance from here to approximately here. It's in this local scale of this scene, it's 68 inches. So I'm going to go to modify and set it to 68. So technically, see, in vertices change in color means whatever is red is selected, whatever is green is partially selected, whatever is blue is less partially selected, whatever is, dark blue is just slightly selected. So it means when colors are hot, its selection is more, more active. When color is cold, the vertices are still selected, but not as much as, the red ones. So you can see if I selected this, everything within the radius 68 inches is going to be partially affected. This is why it's called soft selection. It's like, I don't know, like I can't even come up with any analogy for that. Well, it's like a rubber, I guess. If you take a rubber patch and you stick your finger to it and you start dragging your finger, you'll see the end of the rubber will still be in place, but the area close to the finger will be more affected by the movement that you make instead of the areas of the rubber patch that are far away. Okay, so soft selection, something I'm pretty sure you're already familiar with right now. If you're not, again, feel free to ask questions. So, I will explain to you. Okay, so create line, attach multi, cross section is the same thing as you can get access to at root level. See, I exit from vertex subobject mode, all buttons are ghosted out. If I go back to vertex, same buttons are here plus some more. Okay, break. This is pretty cool stuff. When you have a spline like this one, see, these vertices, the spline goes continuous through them. What if I want to break my spline right here? I just select this vertex and click break. So now there are 2 vertices. They no longer connected. Very cool stuff, and sometimes you need to break your spline into pieces. For example, if I have, remember my circular saw that I made for demonstration of log handles? Let's say I don't know how the tool works. Let's say I just don't know how to tell me the name of the tool. I forgot it. Log handles. How the tool work. So, and all I know is how to do each of these vertices individually. So not a problem. I can still do this. Back to Bezier. Can do this. Give it right curvature that I want. Form the tooth of the this circular saw. And then let's say I don't want to repeat this operation for all these, but I can do this. I can See, the pivot point of this object is right here, right? So I can rotate it. So what I can do, I can go to vertex subobject mode. I can select this vertex and break connection. I can select this one and break again. So what happens now, this is a separate spline, right? Right. So I can select this spline and delete it. What I have left on my screen is just one tooth of the circular saw with the proper pivot point. So if I rotate it, in this case just 10 degrees, and tell that I want 35 copies of this thing, click OK. I've got the rest of my circular saw, and now I can just attach multi, select all these guys together, and basically then I will have to weld all these vertices. But this demonstration is not about that. It was about breaking connection between points so that I can delete what I don't need and just copy multiple times what I need to end up with this object. So if anybody have questions at this point, feel free to ask, but I hope I'm explaining it easy to follow. Okay, next tool is, I'm going to need another line for that. I'm going to go to vertex subobject mode, and next tool is refine. Basically what it does, see this spline, it's got this specific curvature, and this is one of the reasons why I said I want to use adaptive interpolation when I draw my lines, because see right now it's a little bit, again I'm going to use the word choppy, it's just too, I don't know other word, but too faceted, I guess. If I click adaptive, it looks smooth. It's not what I want for the final line, but right now when I'm drawing this line in the viewport, that's what I want. I want it to look smooth. So if I go to vertex subobject mode, let's say I want to have additional vertices here along this line. And the problem is that you remember, if I have on the root level, if I click this button which is insert, I can insert additional vertices. The problem is that when I insert vertex, it changes the curvature of the line. That's not what I want. I mean, I want line to have exactly the same curvature. So this is when in a vertex subobject mode, this refine command comes very helpful. All you gotta do is just select point on a line where you want to insert additional vertices, and it's not changing the curvature of the line. You can insert as many vertices as you want. Well, probably if you want to insert million vertices, you'll have a problem because they will be all piled up. But you know, you get the idea. You can revise the line with new vertices inserted into its structure without changing the curvature. Pretty cool stuff, and very, very useful. When we finish talking about editable spline, our first practical exercise will be creating a candle holder, and we're gonna use that tool, and we're gonna use it a lot. Okay, well, what else? There's not many tools left to talk about, so we'll do it real quick. Weld. No questions, probably. I'm just going to briefly touch it. If you have two vertices, let's say one here, one there, within the specific distance that you specify right here, they will be turned into one vertex. See, I select them, I click weld, nothing happened because in my current scale, the distance between them more. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not more than 258, so I'm just gonna input value that is definitely gonna cover this area. So if these two vertices within this distance, they will be welded into one. I click weld, see, they snapped into one. So same I can do with multiple vertices. Just select them, click weld, they all snapped into one. Pretty cool stuff. Very useful when you have two splines like this, then one spline like this, another spline like this. If you don't want manually go ahead and touch each individual vertices, you can just attach these things together. That's how I do it. I go to vertex, and let's say I want to weld these vertices and these vertices to make it to be one continuous spline instead of 1, 2, 3 splines. So I just select all vertices by pushing Control A. I set this number to be relatively safely small. So see, because if it's 258, if I click weld, a lot of other stuff that I don't want to be welded will be welded. Look, see, it's just too dramatically welded. But if I set it to some like 30, you know, I'm pretty sure 30 or like, yeah, I said 20, but let me set it to 30 would be enough to cover this distance between two vertices, but it's not large enough to accidentally weld like these two vertices. So I click, select all, click weld, and only those vertices that are very close to each other will be welded. So problem solved. Okay. All right. Well, let's move on. Let me go to Vertex Subobject Mode again. Connect. Pretty cool stuff when you need to connect to vertices. See, the spline is open right now. Means it's got starting point, it's got ending point, and the starting point is not the same one as ending, because splines can be closed, and you know that. You can have like a circle, see? It technically has a starting and the ending point because it's a spline. It just happens that this yellow vertex is starting and also the ending point. The spline is closed. This one is not closed, but let's say I want to make it closed, this one. Very easy. You just click this connect command. When button is activated, all you gotta do is just select one open vertex, and you have this click left mouse button pressed, and you have this like a sort of pick whip, yeah. And maybe it's called a little bit different, but you got this dashed line, and you drag it to the other point you want to connect. You click OK. You release left mouse button, and they connected. Let's connect this one to fix it in memory. I go to Vertex Subobject Mode, connect, and I just pick start and end, and they connected. So I can connect any two open vertices within the same spline. See, I can have opening here and here, two splines. I can connect like this one to this one if I want. Any two open vertices. Okay, connect. Insert is the same as you can get access to on a root level. See, I exit from a Vertex Subobject Mode. This insert button is still active. That's the one that inserts additional vertices into the spline. So this button is available at any subobject level. Make first. You remember when we have like a show, where is it? Show vertex numbers checkbox. Splines have a start, yellow point indicates start, and has end. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So yellows always start, and sometimes for some reasons you want your spline to begin right here. So you just select this vertex and tell it to be first. You click make first, and it turns into number 1. Same for the closed splines. Here's your spline, and it's got a lot of vertices. Yeah, turn the vertex numbers back on. It starts right here, vertex number 1, and it goes 2, 3, 4, and so on until vertex 15. Let's say I want this one. Oops. Let's say I want this one to be first. So I select it and click make first. There you go. My spline starts right there. And the reason why sometimes you need your spline to have a starting point in place other than what spline gives you by default. For example, I know you're familiar with the loft object, but look, I'm starting my spline right here, right? It starts right here and ends right there. If I have a circle, and I loft it, create compound objects, loft, get shape. Technically, oops. It's supposed to be get path, loft, get path. And I get this as a path. See, let me go vice versa. Let me select this, go loft, and get shape. This one. The shape is lofted along this path. So if I have, let's say, another circle, smaller one, and I want it to be, you know, like a 1/4 way, when I want this lofted object to start getting smaller after 25% along the path, I go to path until it's 25%, and then I click get shape and get that shape, and it's inserted right here. You see this little green thing? Oh, I'm gonna click the small one, sorry. See, and it's inserted right here around this area. But because spline begins right here, 25% along the path would be on this side, not on that side. So obviously you can see sometimes it's important to have a starting point at some specific place of the spline. So I hope that makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions about why would you need some time to change starting point of the spline, to make some vertices, to click make first command for them. Okay, going into line, there are a couple more tools left I want to talk about. We're almost there. Okay, make first, fuse. Unlike weld, let's say I have this object with a lot of refine. I'm going to insert a lot of additional vertices into the spline, and you just saw that the weld command, what it does when I select vertices, it weld only vertices that are located within this distance one from another. So if I have, let me do this, if I have, see, these vertices this far one from another, and these are so close to one from another, if I select all of them and click, let's say 10, click weld, well, guess what's going to happen? It's only going to weld these three because they are within this distance for sure, but these, they are definitely, there's a more distance between them. So if I select all of these, click weld, maybe even 10 was not enough. Let me see. Yeah, see, 30. Those that were within 30 inches distance, they welded. Cool. But sometimes when you know for sure that you want to weld all of them, you don't care about distance. You can go two ways. You can crank it up to 900, click, and they will be welded. But instead of that, you can just click fuse. So what's going to happen? They just all snap into one place. Plus, they're not welded. See, they all just simply jump into one place. They all superimposed. So if you want to bring all those vertices into one place without welding, you click fuse. Okay? So sometimes, the reason why you might need it sometimes, let's say I have these bunch of lines, like this one, let's say I'm just doing some draft, just sketch with my client about some artistic element, some decorative element we're trying to invent, and then I just attach all of it together, and then at some point my client tells me, you know what, can you please make all of these vertices to be at one place? And I like, yeah, sure, and I don't want to weld them. I just click fuse and they all snapped into one point. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, now cycle, it's not important tool. You can see that if I have one vertex selected, when I click cycle, I just select next one. The only I never had to use it, I'll be honest, but as I speak, I already see only one application of this tool. I mean, at least now. Maybe I'll see in other applications, but for now, the only application of this tool I see is, let's say you have so many vertices in your object, and they're so close to each other, so when you start clicking here, you accidentally pick vertex that you don't want to choose. But you're trying to select this one, but some other selects, and you're like, you know what, I don't want to mess with it. Just select this one and click cycle, cycle, cycle until you see the vertex that you need get selected. And last couple tools that I wanted to talk is fillet and chamfer. Very straightforward tools, but very powerful tools. I got two lines, one like this, actually like this, one like, the same one. I'm gonna use the same one. Okay, now for the first one, I'm gonna show you what chamfer tool does. Chamfer tool does just basically chamfers the edge. I mean the corner. You know, very straightforward. Select corner, chamfer, and it chamfers it. It just chops off the part of the corner, like you cut it with a knife. Or, you know, scientifically speaking, it creates new segment by changing the position, by splitting, I guess, old vertex, repositioning two newly created vertices and connecting them with a new segment. But I'm no scientist. I better show it to you. So it just chops off the corner. So this is what chamfer tool does. You can do it interactively in the viewport. You can click chamfer button and use it in the viewport with your mouse. You can use these little spinners. By the way, I'm not sure if you know about that, but again, in my practice, I noticed some people haven't heard about it. If you have this selected and you need to use a spinner for whatever reason, for any tool, any spinner in 3ds Max, you know, right, how you can, you know, click these triangles. Oops, you can click it with the left mouse button and then move your mouse up and down to increase or decrease value, right? Right. But did you know that if you want to increase or decrease it faster, you can push control? And if I move mouse, it increase really faster. If I push alt, it increase or decrease very slow. I got more precision. Precision. Okay, if it's default, it's just some normal speed. With control, it's much faster. With alt, it's much slower. So just a little, you know, little tip for you. Okay, so basically chamfers the corners. You can select multiple vertices and chamfer it. There you go, chamfer. Okay, fillet is very similar to chamfer. It's just instead of straight line, it creates curved line. See, fillet, it creates nice curved sort of corner. Pretty cool stuff. Used a lot. We're going to use it with a practical exercise after we finish with segments and spline subobject mode. So there you go, fillet. And pretty much that's it, except these two buttons right here. Well, sometimes when your splines has so many vertices that at some point it confuses you. Let me do this. Look, I have this line that is very complex, right? I don't know what can possibly have this complex spline, but let's say it's just you have this spline and it's got so many vertices that at some point you can be confused. Not to mention you can have a copy of this spline and you have more involved vertices. So at some point they are so tangled, so you only need to work, let's say for your object, you're only working on the curvature of this segment, right? You don't want to see anything else and it's distracting you. These are just so many vertices, you don't want to see them. So you can only select a couple vertices that you need, maybe like invert selection, and click this button, hide. Oops. Yeah, you select vertices. Well, I'll go instead of selecting on, and I just select vertices that I don't want to see, so it will go faster. So see, I select these vertices. I don't want to be distracted by them. I don't want to see them right now, but I don't want to delete them because if I delete them, you know, I mess up my spline. So I click this hide button and it will hide those vertices. So I only see vertices that I didn't hide. Let me get back to normal spline so you can see it. See, let's say I want to select these vertices, these two, and hide them. And also hides the segment that attach to those vertices. It only hides, it's not deleting it. So I am not going to be distracted by any parts of the spline that I don't want to see at this very moment. I can simply keep working with this part of the spline, not being distracted by other vertices. When I'm done, I'm just click on hide all and they all come back. Very useful stuff when you're working with really complex, let's say like a site outlines, like a sidewalks. It's for exteriors mostly, but you know, there's no difference between furniture modeling and exterior modeling, except that just, you know, just nature of the objects, just a little bit difference. But the techniques that you use are the same. So when you don't want to see much of a spline, just feel free to hide it and then unhide it. And that's pretty much all the tools that we need. And the one that called delete, you use it a lot. You just push delete on the keyboard. You know, I see no reason why you need to put delete button. So those are the tools I wanted to show you that we're going to be used a lot in this class, and you're going to be using a lot with your your own modeling practice. Okay, so looks like most of the people want to take 40 minutes break. Let's come back at 1 o'clock and continue. We'll catch up what we're going probably 20 minutes behind schedule, so we'll catch up. Okay, see you everybody at 1 o'clock. And I'm not going to stop this presentation. I'm just going to stop recording. Okay, and let's continue by creating a spline. As always, we'll create just a simple line. You can create any other object if you want. Just make sure it's editable poly. Let me change its color just in case. Okay, so just a second, let me rearrange, go to webinar windows on my screen. Okay, so segment subobject mode. Now, segment subobject mode is got similar set of tools that you have on the root level of editable spline object or in the vertex subobject mode of editable spline object. And you can go to segment subobject mode just going into this expandable list, or like a tree, I guess it's called that way, or just going into selection rollout, clicking the segments button, or just simply push a number 2 on a keyboard to enter or exit this subobject mode. Okay, well, rendering rollout is the same as in any subobject mode. Interpolation rollout, the same. Selection is the same. And soft selection, you can do the same thing that you do for the vertices. You know, it's just partially selecting segments that are within the specified fall-off distance. So you can see just very quickly, if I have this segment, I only manipulate in that specific segment. If I only manipulate in that specific segment, and if I use soft selection, then I partially, you know, selecting some segments that are not far from it. See, that was too much probably. $400. That's better. Okay, 200. You can see I'm moving the segments, and with it I'm moving some other segments, but partially moving them. See, this segment traveled this much, this one travel only this much. Okay, anyways, let's don't spend too much time talking about soft selection because you've seen examples how it works. Geometry, okay, same set of buttons as always here at the top of this rollout: create line, attach multiple, cross section, break. Instead of this time in the break, when you have segment selected and you push break, it detaches entire segment. See, you remember when with the vertices, if I push break, it breaks connection only here at this point. If I have segment selected and I push break, it breaks connection here and here. See, I can, not sure why. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. What you do with this command, you just break segment in a specified point. You just click break button and you choose on the segment where you want to break it. See, I click here it creates a vertex, and that vertex will be, you know, will be sort of broken, like it shows the vertex and then apply break command that is available on the vertex subobject mode. So you're technically breaking this entire spline in the specified point on a segment. So again, I have this break command and I choose where I want to break my spline, like here, and there you go. It breaks the segment right there. Okay, so that's what that command does. Refine is the same thing as it always been so far. It's just basically inserting additional vertices into the structure of the editable spline object where you tell it to do so. I mean, and even though you're in segments of object mode, when you click refine, you're still inserting vertices. So it's just something to keep in mind. Okay, well, let me see. Connect copy, very interesting group of parameters. It's somewhat similar. I would tell it from the same family of commands as a cross section. It just works a little bit different. Just let me demonstrate to you how it works. If I have a line right here, if I have this line, and if I select this segment right here, well, you know, let me create another line, something with more vertices, like arc. I have an arc, and you know, arc, when you create it, it's got 4 vertices. One at the beginning, one at the end, and 2 in the middle. Okay, so when I am in a segment subobject mode, I have this segment. You probably know, or if you don't know, you can learn it right now. When you hold Shift on a keyboard, and when you drag your segment along any of axes, like Z or X, you know, you're not just moving it, you're making a copy. See, I'm dragging it, releasing, and I copied it. I can copy 2 if I want. They just sort of detached into the separate spline within the same editable spline object. And when you have this checkbox connect set in this connect copy group, when you copy this segment, it's also getting connected to the all segment with the new lines. This is very cool stuff, and one of the ways, you know, sometimes you need it. Like one of the reasons, let's say you want to build a surface, and you remember you can go like this. You can just make a copy of this arc like this, and you can, on the root level or any other level, just do the cross section. Need to attach them together. You can do the cross section command, and it will create those lines for you. Or if you want, you can just select segments like this one, and just make sure you set the checkbox, and then you just drag in, and you connecting these new copied segments with the lines. Very cool stuff sometimes. And if you'll take a look at that at the tutorial I mentioned multiple times today, that is available for free on the cgschool.com website. It's called Advanced Modeling Webinar. It's 1 hour long tutorial. I use that tool to, let me open this file right here real quick. I use that tool to make a seat. Let me just, when I was making a seat object, I was using the tool to create some additional lines. Let me isolate this object. This is just for a quick demonstration, sort of, you know, proof of concept. When I had this seat pattern that will eventually be turned into the splines that look like those, you know, like fibers. I'm not sure how they properly called, but I selected all of these segments and basically just drag them down with this connect option turned on, so that, you know, I created additional vertical lines, and later on I connected all the vertices together so that I could use the fillet command that you're already familiar with. When I click fillet, and see, you can fillet all of these transitions from the side of the seat to the horizontal surface. Well, of course I didn't do it one by one. In the tutorial I selected all of them and filleted them at once, but just to get the idea. So I didn't, of course, create all of these vertical lines individually. I originally had only this flat set of lines, and then I just used this checkbox, connect, this one in the connect copy group, to create these additional vertical lines. Okay, so that would be a good example. Let me check. Somebody sent me a chat message. Okay, well, that's just an informational message. No problem. Okay, let's continue. Let me create another spline line, just something like this. And let me turn it into editable spline. Go to segment subobject mode and see what other commands we have accessible right here. Okay, we just talked about connect copy. Now, automatic welding, you know the command insert is no different from the same from a command with the same name. That is, let me fix something with my viewport. Okay, same thing, and the same about hide, unhide, delete commands. When you have a segment with a lot of, you have a spline with multiple segments, and you just don't want to be confused by so many segments being shown on your screen at the same time, you can temporarily hide some of them. Just select it, click this hide button. The segment is still there in the structure of this editable spline object. You just don't see it, and when you're done, just unhide it. Okay. There is also a new button available for segment subobject mode only, is when you need to divide it. Now, this command you need sometimes when you want to manually increase the level of detail for some objects. For example, let me create an object like this. I have a line that goes like this. Then it's got very small radius here and a large radius here again. Let me do a couple quick adjustments, and let me change its color so you can see it better. Well, I hope I'm not going too fast. If I at any point going too fast, you know, like beyond normal speed, please let me know if you want me to slow down. If that will involve going over time, I will let you know. If not, I will slow down. Okay. Now look at this. I have this spline, and let's say I want to extrude it. So I extrude this spline. It's going to extrude like this. It's not going to be capped because obviously the spline is not closed. Now, let me flip normals real quick. You know, I'm going to extrude it. I'm going to change this vertex to make first. Let's see if it's going to change the direction of normals. Yes, it did. Okay. Well, this is what we get. Now, let's say I want to optimize this spline a little bit, and I want it to have more details. For this sharp corner right here, the number of polygons is okay. You know, it's a little bit on a low poly side, but it's not too dramatically low poly, so it's not looking like a choppy right here. But here it's obviously not enough segments, because you remember the level of detail of that thing is specified right here, interpolation rollout. So if I go number of steps, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, so on, this level of detail of this object along this large, you know, curve is getting better, but it also increases the number of segments inserted between two vertices. Let me uncheck this thing. And this short line too, which is not what I want, because why would I need that many polygons if you know, less polygons were enough there? And by the way, just in case if some of you don't know, you notice how I'm being in a spline mode right now, so I can edit spline. with just dragging vertices, but I still see extrude modifier applied to it. If you want to do the same, make sure you click this show end result on off toggle button, because if I turn it off, when I'm in a spline mode, I only see spline. If I want to see it being extruded, I need to go to one level up on the modify panel and highlight my extrude modifier. If I want to be in a spline mode and still see all modifiers applied to my object, I want to check this button, see end result. So whatever I do here is always showing me the end result. Okay, so let's move on. So why do we need, what it has to do with this divide command in the segment subobject mode? Well, I tell you what. I go to segment subobject mode, and what I do, I set number of steps to something low. You can reset it to 0. And by the way, another tip, I'm pretty sure you know it, but just in case, if you have number of steps set to some number on a spinner or anywhere else in 3D Max you have a spinner that corresponds to some number here, and you want to reset it to 0, you can just right mouse click over the spinner. See, and it resets to 0. If this specific command cannot be 0, for example, like number of segments you want to divide something, cannot be 0, it will reset to the lower possible value. Sometimes at 1, sometimes at 0. So here I reset it to 0 and start increasing until I see the level of detail of this specific segment is good enough. Until the level of detail of the smallest segment is enough. So that gives me level of detail good here. Let me uncheck this optimize just in case. But level of detail here still not enough. So what I do, I select, let me uncheck this, showing the results, you can see better. Select this segment. And while having it selected, I can scroll down to that command that says divide, and I click it. It's going to divide segment once. It's actually going to divide it as many times as you specify right here. If I said, let me undo, if I said 4 right here, and I click divide, it's going to divide it 4 times. Now, the reason why I need it, now look, I'm going to check this button again, showing the result. If I click it divide, now I got more vertices. Now it's inserting that many, let me scroll up here, inserting this many steps in between, individual vertices connected with the segments. So that's how I improve the level of detail of the spline exactly at the place where I need. Because when you do this command, it's not changing the curvature of a spline. It's just inserting additional vertices into its structure. Improving level of detail exactly at the places where I need. Or if you already, doing it for a little while, and after maybe like a couple thousand models, you'll just get the feel of it. Like I'm looking at this segment, and I already feel that I need to divide it like, let me see, 4 times to get the same level of detail of here. So let me see. Yeah, see, it's very close. So maybe 3 would be okay. Oops, checking the wrong one. So that's how you do it. First, you increase number of steps until you're pretty happy with the level of detail of the smallest segment, and then you increase level of detail of the segments that you want. Okay, so let's keep moving. Let me uncheck this, remove extrude modifier, and let's keep working with splines. Segment. Now we've talked about divide, detach. Pretty straightforward command. You just select spline or group of splines. You click detach, and it detaches the spline into the new shape. It no longer belongs to this editable spline object. It's going to belong to the new object. So you click OK. See, your editable spline object no longer has those segments in its structure. And this one is belong to the new object, that name of which was specified. I just keep default name because we have only 2 objects in the scene. Doesn't matter what I call them. I can always, easily find them. Let me undo. Now, also when you do detach command, you can detach as a copy. Let's say you don't want to detach the spline from your editable, detach this group of selected segments from your editable spline. You still want it to be there, but at the same time, you want to make a copy of it. Just click this copy checkbox, and then you detach, specify new name, just new name, just for the sake of demonstration, Okay, so you still get your editable spline object be intact, but you also get this detached segments as a new editable spline object. And these checkboxes, these other checkboxes next to detach command, you don't really need them. You might need just this one, same shape. See, if I remember how I detached it as a copy, and it created a brand new object for me that I can select. If I want this detached spline still stay in the same editable spline object, make sure you check this checkbox, same shape. So when I click detach, it's right there. You just have to move it after you do that. So it's still the same editable spline object, it's just two different splines in its structure. It's not brand new object. So it's pretty cool stuff. I mean, it's usable when you, let's say I'm making some, I don't know, some profile of some animal with ears. Looks like, I don't know, looks like ears of some animal. I can just try to improvise. I can click detach. Oops, I need to select them first. I can click detach, and I detach them, just move them and rotate them. There you go. I got two ears. All right. Okay, let's keep moving. So I think that was the last tool I wanted to show you about editable spline, specifically segment subobject mode of this editable spline. Oh yeah, and you know what? Let me show you some other thing real quick. Like segment subobject mode. See this rollout surface parameters. Well, usually you're not gonna need it, but since a couple latest project I was working on, I kind of start using this tool. So now I'm obligated to show it to you because I thought originally that I would never use it, and then I start using it. So, and you will find it very helpful for architectural visualization. Look what it does. Let me get back to example. One of the examples we already looked at in the beginning of this day. That was, let me go to X drive, editable spline. That was lathe. Used as a profile for lathe. We were making these bowls, and this is how it worked. Let me just delete all that stuff. So this is my profile with the lathe modifier on. Now here is what I can do. I can go to line editable spline object segment subobject mode, and here I can say that for these segments right here, I want them to have ID 1. These segments right there, I want to have ID 2. And these segments right here, I want to have ID 3. So it doesn't change the look of the shape right now whatsoever. It only, noticeable when you apply lathe modifier, or maybe when you extrude this object. Because when I apply lathe modifier, here's what happens. If I have see this, I have this multiple. Let me apply standard material because I don't know, maybe you're not using V-Ray renderer, so you can do the same. This material has a blue diffuse color. This one has a green diffuse color, and ID3 has red color. So when I applied this thing to the object, now let me figure out why it's not working again. I mean, sometimes it happens. Sometimes objects, they just don't want to do what you ask them to do. There you go. Here's this checkbox. Just give me 15 seconds. Try to figure out why is it not working. All right. Okay. The reason why it didn't work is because I just want to convert all of these. See, there is no. Maybe it has something to do with the file being created in the older version of 3ds Max. But see these vertices, when you right mouse click over them, there is no any specific file type attached to them. It's probably some side effect of 3ds Max and saving files between different versions of Max. But just if I turn them into Bezier corner, nothing's going to change. But now this modifier will behave properly. Or sorry, actually, I want to turn it into Bezier. Segments. Well, let me just skip it because I don't want to mess up with it. I don't know why it's not listening to me, but you saw it was working 5 seconds ago, so you get the idea. Just take my word for it, okay? When you lathe this object, what's going to happen? All polygons created with the ID that assigned to them will have material ID assigned to the polygons made by those segments. Let me try just one more time. Well, I'm just going to make it corner, okay? You see it works when I turn it into corner. I will mess with it. I'll try to fix this problem later. But, you know, obviously when I turn it to Bezier, you know, it should work too. I don't know why it's not working right now. But let me turn it to corner because the point here is not getting the shape right. It's just point here is to demonstrate how the segment with whatever ID assigned to it, like here it's ID, like this segment has ID 1, this segment has ID 3, will have corresponding material ID assigned to the polygon created by that segment. Okay, well, let me keep moving, and that concludes the segment subobject mode of this object, editable spline object. And we can move to the next subobject mode, which called spline. Spline subobject mode, as you know, spline technically is just a, let me reset scene and create new line real quick. I'm gonna create this time just an arc. This one, we change its color so you can see it better. Okay, and turn it into editable spline. Now, as you know, basically segments are these individual lines that connecting each vertex, just pairs of vertices. Or spline is just basically the same segments, it's just selection of continuously connected segments, sort of contagious. And it essentially has the same set of tools that segment subobject mode has, plus a couple more things. So let's look at those couple more things, couple more tools that you need to know. Well, again, rendering rollout is the same. Interpolation rollout is the same as always. Selection, same. In fact, we just push spline button this time. Then soft selection, same thing. Create line, attach multiple, cross section, same thing. Connect, same thing. Instead of selecting multiple segments, I can create spline, and then when I copy a spline, it connects it with the new lines. Now reverse. Remember how we can see the number of vertices? And one vertex is always first, with the number first. This is where spline begins. And of course, the vertex with a higher number is always the last one in the spline. And you can change the direction of the vertices, the way they connected, by just selecting this vertex, for example, and clicking Make First. See, now this vertex has number 1, and this vertex has number 4. If I select this one back again and click Make First, now this one will be number 1 and this one number 4. Well, instead of doing that, you can just select spline and click reverse. It automatically does that job for you. Reverse. See, now this one is number 1. Click reverse. This one is number 1. So, useful tool. Sometimes I really remember it's been very useful. Just look at this. If you're familiar with this tool, that will be great. If you're not familiar, just try to follow me if you want. Here's the, if in a front view I draw some profile like this. Well, let's say it's gonna be some crown molding profile. I'm gonna close it and gonna adjust it a little bit real quick. Okay, so this represents some sort of crown molding, something like this. Not not too complex, but something that still can qualify as a crown molding profile. Now Vertex, this one is a first. That's great. Now let's say I have a couple lines. I can do it in the perspective view. I just switch to perspective view, and I'm gonna draw one line, go like this, another line, go like that. Try to draw one line from left to right, another line from right to left, and just do a couple more lines. So now let's say I want to turn them into one editable poly object. I go to modify panel, click attach button, and attach these three lines together. Now let's say I want to make the crown molding. So I would do it like this. I'll take a bevel profile modifier and apply it on this selection of lines. Bevel profile. I click pick profile button and pick this profile. Now you can see this profile is beveled along those lines. Now who can tell me, let's try to do it. Let's go a little more interactive. Who can tell me what's the problem with it? I mean, what's the difference between these three beveled along profile lines? I don't see any chat messages. Okay, well that's fine. Let me tell you. Let's don't spend time. The problem here is, maybe it's not a problem, but what stands out is that you can see that the way the profile is facing. See, it's facing us for this line, facing us for this line, but here it's facing opposite way. It's facing, let me use my most favorite tool, the pen. It's facing that way, when these two are facing this way, right? Well, I gotta do it. All right. Well, the problem is because this modifier, when it bevels along the profile something, it respects the direction of a spline. So in order to fix it real quick, I just go to line. Let me check the show end result button so I can always see bevel modifier applied to it. I go to spline subobject mode, select this spline, and I just click reverse button. And it changes the direction because it respects the direction of a spline. And imagine you have an interior. You import some CAD drawing from 15 lines that represent the baseboard outline. You create the baseboard profile, and then you bevel the profile. You bevel the baseboard outline along the baseboard profile, and you will end up having some of the baseboards facing into the wall, sinking into the wall instead of being, sort of pushed into the room. And quickest way, just select the splines that you want to reverse and reverse them. Just again for the demonstration. If I reverse spline, it faces another way. So this is when you might need to reverse a spline sometimes. Okay. Let me remove this, get back to spline subobject mode, and continue. What else we have here? Outline. It's a pretty cool tool. What it does, it just outlines your spline. It's just offsets. Let me do some interactive presentation while I'm speaking. You can select spline first, or just click outline button to go to outline mode. Click any spline you want, And interactively in the viewport, you see you're shifting the spline parallel to original spline, and the new spline is connected with the old one with these lines. You can outline it this way, that way. You can input number right here, or just use a spinner, or you can also see if you go positive value, it outlines this way. If you go negative value, it outlines that way. If you push this, if you check this checkbox, says center, it will outline in both directions, like sort of symmetric. See, it's pretty cool stuff, and I will show you very soon. We almost reached our point when we start practical exercise. We'll be using this outline tool. Okay, and the mirror and the Boolean tool, pretty cool thing. Not always working, not always, but when it does work, it works big time. Let's say I have a circle. I'm just going to use simple shapes right now to show the major concept, how this tool works. Let me quickly check if anybody has any questions. By the way, does anybody have questions so far? No questions? Okay, let's keep moving. Okay, I got one circle, and let's go professional. Let's turn it into editable poly, and editable spline, and instead of create new object, let's just go like this: shift copy, copy. Okay, now this is how Boolean work. You have three options. You can union, you can subtraction, you can do intersection. Now I'm going to union these two shapes. I select first shape. First you need to select original shape. Then you click Boolean. Of course you need to highlight option that you want to do, union. Then you pick the target shape, and it's going to union them together. It's just, what it's doing is just basically creating one shape, like a sort of Boolean compound object, but doing this with the splines. You can do subtraction. This is how subtract work. Just highlight this option, click Boolean, and you click subtract, and it does this. It just bites off, the part of your spline with whatever other spline. And you can only do Boolean commands with the closed splines, because look, if I had a line, well, I have a line like this, and they belong to the same spline, and I want to take this spline and Boolean and subtract this line from it, see, I cannot even pick it up because it's not closed. When you do Boolean operation with splines, all splines that you work with needs to be closed. The starting point also needs to be an ending point. If I want to subtract this line first, I can do it several ways, but we know this tool. I can go to Vertex and use connect command to connect these vertices first, and then I subtract it. See, I go Boolean, subtract. Okay, and you also can do intersection. Yes, intersection. Boolean, you click this one, and you can see it only leaves part that belong to the intersection of those two shapes. Pretty cool stuff. I mean, there's a lot of usability, and specifically one of our practical exercise, literally in just 5 minutes, are going to be a lot about Boolean. But another practical example, and that also, because I know it's not always work, if it doesn't work, you'll see how this Boolean sometimes doesn't work. Let's say I want to create the Booleans for the window. So I create shapes like this, right? Then I touch them all together. Touch, 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 touch. Now, I don't want to extrude it right now, because if I extrude it right now, there are going to be coplanar faces in this area. So I might get not very good render. Let me try to switch to maybe scanline. This is something you cannot predict. It's just sometimes you see it, sometimes no. But when sometimes you have coplanar faces, they don't render, they don't not very adequate when you render them. You can see some black spot right here. You can see some triangles going on. So this is something not right. So I would fix those splines first. I mean, me personally, and I would suggest you to do the same. I would select this one, and then I can do union boolean. See, that example of boolean is not working, but let me see, maybe with other shape it will work. Boolean, it's not working again. Boolean, yeah, see, not, but here it works. So that's what happened, and that's why I said boolean is not always working. See, some of the shapes just doesn't work that way, which is fine. You know, it's not a problem. You can still fix it. And by the way, I think I missed one of the great commands. And let's say you have a case like this, when some of the splines, they boolean just fine, but here they don't want a boolean. See, they just, you know, you're trying to boolean and they don't want to cooperate. But you still gotta do, you know, structure like here. You still gotta do the specific way they connected. Now, of course, you can, you know, you can go to Vertex subobject mode, zoom ridiculously close to this intersection, go to refine command, and insert one vertex here and one vertex there. Then you can, you know, delete. Oh, just for better result, let me also refine like here and here, and then you can delete, you know, parts of the spline that you don't want, like this, then you connect it, but that's not very good. That's not accurate. Now there is a command, sorry, I forgot to show you, and let me see actually if I can find it. Yeah, that's right. This command called cross insert. I don't know why I missed it, but cross insert command, what it does, if you have two splines, like one going this way, another going that way, can be a little bit above, like see if I move the spline a little bit above, or the on the same planar surface, cross insert command while you're in the vertex subobject mode, what it does, you click this button and it's going to insert vertex exactly on the intersection of these two splines very accurately. See, cursor is not changing its appearance. It's still pointing arrow. But when I hover this cursor over intersection, it's showing me some sort of like an icon, looks like a spider. And when I click it, it's inserted vertices on the intersection of two splines or segments. See, now I can select these segments and delete them. And all I have to do now is just select either pairs of vertices and do the weld command. When vertices are absolutely superimposed, you know, like after the cross insert command, you can even use weld with the 0 threshold. See, they welded. So I'm just going to do the same. Or you can select all of them and click weld too. So see, now these vertices welded. Perfect. You don't need Boolean tool. And technically, when you click Boolean, that's what Boolean does. It does, you know, cross insert commands, and then it just deletes some segments that you don't need. So let's do the same thing here. Cross insert, cross insert. You know what? Just the curiosity, you know, kicks in. Let me see if this command is available on the segment subobject mode. Nope. Okay, vertex subobject mode. Cross insert, insert, insert. Perfect. Then you delete what you don't need, then you weld what you do need to be welded. Now, when I extrude this shape, it will look perfectly. And by the way, if you want to create just a simple plane, not the plane like a planar surface, you know, like basically extrude, right? Extrude, you know, extrudes the object to some certain amount, then caps start in the end if possible. But if you want to create just a flat object, you can just make right mouse click over it, convert to editable poly, and object will be flat. See? Just so you know. You probably know already about it, but just in case if you didn't. Okay, what else we need to talk about spline subobject mode wise? Mirror command. Well, you remember several minutes ago I did those improvised ears of some animal, you can do the same thing. You know, instead of copying segments and then rotating them, you can just select spline and click mirror button, and you can mirror along horizontally, you can mirror vertically, and mirror both. For the better example, I'll get shape like this. I'm creating a new editable spline object like this. Now you need to select spline, and then you click how you want to mirror it, and guess what's going to happen if I click this mirror button? Well, of course it's going to mirror it like this. If I select this mode, it's going to mirror it vertically like this. If I click both, it's going to mirror it, you know, both like this, right? You can also have two options. If you want to create a copy, you just click copy checkbox and then you mirror. See, it keeps first object undeleted and creates a mirrored copy like here, mirror. This is practically helpful when you create, let's say there are some shapes that are symmetrical, and if you will try to outline entire shape, it will take you some time, and that's how you sometimes can save it. How you sometimes can save some time. Sounds pretty cool. This is how you can save your time. You can just draw outline a half of your object, click mirror button, and there you go. You've got the second half of the object. Plus, you got another option about pivot. You can see, well, apparently you know what pivot point is. Let's say I want to reposition pivot point right here, right? So regardless of where the pivot point is, when I'm trying to mirror this object, it's going to mirror just around virtual center of mass of this object. So I click mirror, see it mirrors around its center. But if I want this object to respect pivot point, I set this checkbox, click mirror, and it's going to be mirrored along that pivot point. So that's it. And we're getting close to the end of editable spline. And a couple cool commands, trim and extend. I like those things because I discovered them not so long ago, maybe just a couple of years ago. Let's say I have a line. I have a bunch of lines like this. In one line like this. And I also have another line like this and bunch of lines right here or right here. Okay, let me connect. You can try to do it if you want. You can, now I want to connect first. Well, I want to connect all of them together. I want them to be the same object. And just for the sake of seeing these lines to be most smooth, I'm going to set this adaptive checkbox. Okay, well now let's go to Spline Subobject mode and see what trim command can do. Well, if I click trim, I'm entering the trimming mode. So what's going to happen if I click on this side of this line, it's going to be trimmed to the closest intersection point. Look, it just trims it, and it can do this with all these lines. Very helpful stuff. Or if I click on that side, it will trim that side. It trimmed the side that I click. Now the same with extend command, except instead of extending, instead of trimming, it will extend. See, if I click here, it will extend this line until first intersection. Here, 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 here. Pretty cool stuff. So that's how it works. And this checkbox, infinite bounds, you don't really need it, but just so you know what it is, here's what happened. If I would have continued this line, logically it will go, let me use my most favorite tool. It will continue like here, right? So, but my spline physically not present there. And if I had a line, let me just do it pretty cool way, staying in the same editable spline object and create a new line. Let's say I have a line right here, right? So if I click extend command right now, there's no spline. Technically, there is no physical intersection, because what's going to happen virtually if I click extend command, it's going to keep extending the spline until it hit first intersection. As long as it's the intersection, it chops it right there and it's not continuing. But here there's no any intersection. But when we had this infinite bounds checkbox, when I click extend, it's going to extend to this virtually extended line. See? Right there. I cannot, come up with any idea why would you need to use this checkbox, but just so you know it's there. Same thing about hide, unhide. You can, hide, unhide some segments. I'm sorry, splines. Detach, same thing as editable as segment. Explode, pretty cool stuff. I can't recall time I needed it, but I know I used it in the past. So just so you know how it works. Let's say I have a line. Let me create arc like this. Now you notice how it consists of 3 segments, 1, 2, 3, or 1 spline. But what explode command does, it can explode spline into individual, well, it will detach every single segment into separate spline. Let me double check my theory. I click explode, yes. Now all of these vertices, all connection between vertices is broken. So see, I've got these splines. Technically, I could have got the same result by simply going to vertex subobject mode, selecting all vertices, and clicking break command. They will break connection between every vertex, and I have the same thing. See? Or about the same explode command, if I click it, objects, it's going to create separate, not just the splines within the same editable spline object, it's going to create separate brand new objects. Explode, I give it a name, okay, and now I have completely separate objects. Okay, let me see if there are any other tools left. Yep, same thing with the surface parameters, ID and select ID. So that's it. That concludes our conversation about the tools that you can use to create, adjust, modify, editable spline object. Now I'm pretty confident that whatever shape you need to create, you know all the tools. And now let's do a couple practical exercises. Let's create a couple shapes, stuff like that. Now before we start doing that, does anybody have any questions? Please send me a chat message. I'll be more than happy to answer your question. Okay, looks like nobody has questions, which is good, which means you understand everything that I'm trying to explain. Let's do a couple practical exercises. First, let's go to project folder. Go to practical exercises subfolder. Go to editable spline subfolder. Go to chair 1 subfolder. And first of all, don't open any Mac scenes. Go to reference image folder. Here's the reference image. This is just a cropped image of the chair that I mentioned a lot today, with tutorial about creation of which is available on the cgschool.com website for free. But we're gonna create this element, which I'll be more than happy to outline with this pen tool. This element right here. The reason why is because obviously it created from splines, and it can be created in 1 minute, it can be created in 5 minutes, it can be created in 15 minutes. It depends how much tools you know and how good you can use them. So my goal here is to show you how it can be created in 1 minute. When I demonstrate it, it probably will take me a little bit more, but if I would not speak as I do it, it can take 1 minute. So looks like somebody has a question. Let me take a quick look at it. Okay, Donald has a question. When I create a star shape and convert to an editable spline, then convert all vertices to Bezier, I don't see the handles. Very good questions. I don't know why I didn't mention that. I'm really glad you're asking that. Let me show you why. Well, even though I'm not sure it's the reason why you're not having them, but solution is this. Let me see again. You creating, do you have a microphone, Donald? Let me try to unmute you. Can you speak? Do you have a mic?
Yes, I have a mic.
Okay, hi Donald.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you well. Okay, you said you created a star object, right?
That's correct.
Let me, just to make sure that I'm recreating everything perfectly, you do it from the top view?
Yes.
Okay, top view, star object. Let me try to use default number of points. You converted it into editable spline. Is that right? Spline.
That's right.
Then I go to vertex, and you said you didn't see Bezier corners. Okay, that's cool, because first logical question would be, is vertices are set to Bezier type? So make right mouse click, double check, it's a Bezier type. The reason why, and I don't know why it happens in 3ds Max, but somehow, sometimes vertices, they are Bezier, it's just the Bezier corner, it's like, it's like mathematics, like limits in the mathematics. It's like, it's not zero, it's like tends to be zero. It's like even elephants has a wings, is just the size of the wings, tends to be zero. So same thing about these Bezier handles. They are there. They are just so infinitely small, you just don't see them. So you want to reset them. Just make a right mouse click and choose this reset tangents option. Let me know if it works. See what happened?
Yeah.
Which is, of course, and because this vertex is set to Bezier, it never can be, never can has not parallel control handles. If you want it to be, not parallel, it should be Bezier corner. So probably the wise idea, if you want to turn vertex into Bezier but keep lines straight, change lines into line type, and then you change this vertex into Bezier corner. So it doesn't matter what Bezier control handles you have, these lines will always remain straight. So I'll also make sure these lines set to corner type. I'm sorry, I'm just spent too much time talking. The curve type, yes. So anyways, if you ever expect to get Bezier handles but don't see them, click reset tangents, and that should help it. And does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay, I'm gonna mute your mic. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Anybody else have any questions? All right, well, feel free to send a chat message if you do, and meanwhile, I'll just keep moving. Okay, first practical exercises. Getting back to it, here's the cropped image of that backrest of the chair tutorial about creation, which you can download from CG School. Now, we're going to make this element right here. Now, remember in the beginning of the explanation of the workflow in the furniture models creation process, I mentioned that everything starts with a reference image, because sometimes you just need to visually refer to images just to get the feel of proportions. Sometimes you print it out on a sheet of paper and you just look at it. Sometimes you have it on a dual screen. Sometimes the reference image is so good you can bring it inside 3D Studio Max, put it on a background, and use it as a reference. And I really like it when it's possible to do it, and this is what I specifically like about this reference. You can do that. So reset your 3D Studio Max so we can start working with nice clean workspace. Go to front view, and by the way, let me mention something else. It's just not something I would say you should do it all the time, but it's something I really believe works better to have. I notice many people, they always work in 3D Studio Max having all 4 viewports on a screen at the same time. You probably noticed that whatever scene I saved for this project, when you open it, you always see maximized viewport. I believe that's the way to model things, because instead of jumping between 4 different viewports and having same object eating your video memory, I would love to have one expanded viewport. Enough if I need, let me create a teapot. You also probably noticed I barely use teapots objects, but okay, let's use it. I mean, I'm talking about teapot that is standard object. Okay, if I need to be in a perspective view, I'm in a perspective view. If I need to go to front view, I just push F on a keyboard. If I need to go left view, I push L. If I need to go to top view, I push T on a keyboard. If I need to go to bottom view, I push not B, because if I push B, well, I'm sorry. If I push B, I go to bottom view. If I need to back view, you know, B is a back, and you cannot push B because B already occupied by bottom. I always push VK, because when you push V, you get this little window that tells you just choose the view that you want to see. So you push V and then you put K. You see object from the back. So in right view is apparently VR, to see object from the right view. So you can always have just one viewport. Not always, you know, sometimes you still would want to see 4 viewports, but I recommend you to have one viewport and just bounce between them by shipping LT, you know, VK, B, stuff like that. So, and also go to Customize menu, go to Unit Setup. I mean, unless you don't have really good, you know, eyesight, but these buttons, I don't know, probably some of you, these buttons on a toolbar are really large, and I really want them to be smaller because I use them not so often and then occupy my space in the viewport. So I go to Customize, go to Customize Unit Interface. Oh, sorry. You go to Customize Preferences, and then there is a button that says Use Large Toolbar Buttons. Make sure you uncheck it if you want. I just take it as my suggestion, not the kind of precise prescription. But I really suggest to uncheck it, so when you restart your 3ds Max next time, the buttons will be smaller. They will fit into the smaller space on the screen. They will give you some more workspace. It's like, you know, it's like, well, when you fly on the aircraft, right? When you look into the little window next to you, Windows is so small, so tiny. You don't see too much if you, of course, unless you look really close into it, but Windows is small. You don't see too much. But when you're in your car, the windshield is so big, you see so much thing. Same thing about this viewport. Would you rather look through the tiny little window at your model, or would you have nice, great windshield through which you can see a lot of your model wireframe? So same thing. I would love to clean out as much space as possible to have more room for my object instead of all of these tools. This is why I never keep my modify panel like this. You know, you can you can extend your one modify panel like this, and whatever tools don't fit into one bar, they continue on another one, and you can extend it even more. I mean, there's nothing wrong having it like that if you really need it. This is why I always have it as a one bar, because I want to get as much space as possible for my objects. And even the what's it called, timeline, when you click right, you see probably, I'm pretty sure that 50% of all the students today in the class have numbers showing on them, which tells you the frame number. Now tell me, how often do you need to see that number? You see that number anyways on this little time slider, and you can see it with no problem. So I click right mouse button, actually I think, yeah, it looks like this on your screen probably. So I would love to hide those numbers because they give me a lot of more space. Not a lot more, but a little bit more. But you know, everything, the space is really precious, especially at our class today, because it's broadcasted over internet. I had to lower down my screen resolution down to 1280 by 1024 pixels. You know, in reality, my screen support much more than that. So now it's really the time to optimize workspace and squeeze as much real estate. I'm not sorry, would not be a good word. As much work space of your viewport as possible. So, anyways, that was a little lyrical break. Let's move on and start your reset your 3ds Max. Go to front view by pushing F on a keyboard. I usually hide grid because, again, this is something I don't need, and if I don't need it, I hide it. I push G on the keyboard, yes. Now create a plane object. On the create panel, click plane, press Control on the keyboard, make the square plane, and selection brackets. Again, I don't need them, these little white sort of enclosures. Just push J on the keyboard to hide them. Okay, what I want to do next, I'm going to push M on the keyboard to go to material editor, and I'm going to pick that material as a bitmap for the diffuse channel. I'm going to pick that image that I saved, the reference image. So it's in Editable Spline. Oh, sorry, this is in Practical Exercises. Editable Spline, Chair 1, Reference Images, and double-click that image. Well, actually, sorry, if you double-click, no problem, just open it again. Before you double-click, memorize the size of the image in pixels, 264, 234. Click Open, 264, 234. The reason why we do that is because we want to set these numbers here, 264, 234. Before you do so, go to Customize menu, go to Unit Setup, and change it to Generic Units, because we are making model that's supposed to be proportionally correct. I don't want to see these, you know, fractions of the inch here. I want to see just the numbers. See, just the numbers. So 264, 234. You can even click this view image and make right mouse click over it, and it says right there, see, width and height 264, 234, and go like this, 264, 234. Now the size of this plane in units is proportionally correct to the size in the image in pixels. If I apply this material to this object, it's not squished or stretched. See, if I had this object wrong size, it will be squished. Now, I had someone commented the video that I made on YouTube, and there's nothing wrong with the method the person was suggesting, and nothing wrong with it, but again, just this is my recommendation only. The person suggested to create whatever whatever plane, doesn't matter, you know, how many, what's the width and what's the height, length, and instead of matching the size of the plane in units to the size of the image in pixels, so they will be proportionally correct in relation one to another. The person suggested apply that material and then just apply UVW map with bitmap fit option. You just click this button, you pick the reference image, and the mapping will be readjusted on the plane so that plane is still wider, but image is tiled the way so it's not distorted. Now tell me, is it better? Well, I'm pretty sure it looks decent, but why would you have a little bit extra visual information here if you could have it like this? So, in reality is, this took you only 6 clicks, memorize numbers, input in there. Here, it took you create a plane, it took you to apply UVW map modifier, it took you to click button, pick that file again. I mean, what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong if you want to use it that way. I'm glad that somebody suggested it way, because I always love to have several options for doing the same thing. So just make a choice, pick the way to do it you like, and I'm just going to stick to this one. And make sure you reset number of, let me bring the wireframe, length and width segments to 1. Again, right mouse click over spinner, right mouse click over spinner. It resets to 1 because 1 is the lowest value. You cannot import 0 here. Okay, now we're going to use this image as a reference. Go to go to top view by pushing T on the keyboard. Push it back a little bit because if I create anything in the front view, it will be coplanar. So push it back. Go back to front view. Make sure you're in the shaded view mode. Now let's create a spline for this thing. Now, this is how I would create a spline. You know, some people would probably just go ahead and outline it like this, then just do a little bit more, you know, operations here. Then they will adjust the curvature, and it will take a little bit of time. The result will be good, but this is one of those cases that can take you 10, 15 or more minutes. I would do it like this. I would go and create an ellipse shape and cover this inner opening with the ellipse because it's parametric objects. It's very easy to adjust. Something like that. See, if you didn't catch it from the first try, you can always adjust it. I would convert it into editable spline, and then I would use the outline tool that you know is there, and I would outline it like this. Then I would go and create a circle object and put it right here. Circle. Like this. Okay. Now you can convert these into editable spline and attach together, because eventually you are going to attach them together. Okay. What we can do now is do this. And again, make sure you set interpolation to adaptive, so object is as smooth as possible. Okay. Now let's see what else we can do. Now we can go to vertex subobject mode, go to segment subobject mode, and probably before we do so, we can go to vertex subobject mode and click cross section button. Position mouse right here and click it. They will create, oops, sorry, I used the wrong tool. I always mess up these cross section and cross insert. They sound so similar, and the button has the same size. Cross insert and place additional vertex right here on this intersection. Somehow it doesn't want to insert right here. Let me increase the diameter of the spline a little bit. Okay, like this. Use cross insert command to insert vertex right here. Then you can delete parts of this thing that you don't need. So you will end up with a shape like this. Now go to vertex subobject mode. Now there are two vertices that are not welded. Select them and weld them. They are welded now. Now you can use fillet command to, let me zoom out so you can see it better. See, there is a smooth transition, and just fillet it just like this. You might want to adjust it slightly after that, just like this. Just an individual Bezier control handles. And by the way, speaking about Bezier control handles, if you have a spline, just a quick advice, if you have a spline with the Bezier vertex, like here, right? Bezier, it's got two arms, two control handles. If you want to turn it into Bezier corner, you can make a right mouse click and turn in Bezier corner, so you can, you know, individually now control this Bezier control handles on each side. But instead of that, to avoid going into menus and stuff, you just push Shift on the keyboard and you drag one of the control handles. It will automatically turn it from a Bezier to Bezier corner. So just so you know, just little sort of tip. Okay, now what we can do next is go here and let me see. I'm improvising right now. I don't remember how I did it long time ago, but I would do this. I would select this vertex and go to chamfer command, and I will chamfer it all the way down here, because that's where transition from here starts. Then I would go to segment subobject mode, select this segment, and I would click this connect copy command so that I can hold shift on my keyboard, drag it up, probably all the way up here, a little bit more, and then I can scale it down. Oops. No, then I would delete this segment and I will weld these vertices here, here, here. Weld, because they were not welded. Now they are welded. So now if I scale the spline down, you can see what happens. Scale the spline down, and all I can do now is just go ahead and adjust these Bezier corner control handles in this fashion. All right, here in this, on this side, same thing. It's not just, let me use my most favorite tool. It's not just like a round. It's not ends like this. It goes like this, and then it goes down like this. So we're gonna do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and refine object right here. Go to segment. The checkbox already set over this connect command checkbox. I drag it down. I delete what I don't need here, and I weld these two vertices with a weld command, and then I do a little bit of fillet. Fillets are always nice. Okay, so it looks like I've finished this shape. What I can do now, I can select this segment, this one, and use divide command to divide it exactly in the middle by inserting this additional, vertex. So I can delete the half of this object. Then I can go to spline, select all these splines. I hope that will work. Make a copy, checkbox, and use mirror command. No, it didn't work because it individually mirrors all the splines. So I'm going to set effect about pivot point, mirror, and it's mirrored perfectly. Now I can use snaps 2.5. I love to use 2.5 because it's good for geometry and the spline. Just going to grab the spline by this vertex and snap it to here. So I just created the second half of the object. And don't forget to select these vertices, go to vertex subobject mode, because these are not welded right now. So select these vertices, these two. Just use weld command. They got welded. This one can be even deleted because it's a straight line. This one cannot be deleted because we need this curve right here. And now, instead of going to spline, you notice how I'm still in the vertex mode. Instead of going to spline subobject mode, selecting this spline and then clicking close command. I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but close command, what it does, if you have a spline with the start and the end point, you want it to make it closed, you just click close button and it closes open ends of the spline. It's the same as you would have done being in the vertex subobject mode and clicking connect button and do it manually, just like this. Okay, well now we've got the shape. Go to perspective mode, perspective view, apply extrude modifier. That's what first thing you want to do to double check the interpolation. Give it some extrusion amount. Now definitely you see that it needs to be optimized. There is not enough polygons where you need them, and there's too many polygons where you don't need them to be too many. So go back to editable spline, set this show end result on off toggle button, uncheck adaptive adaptive checkbox, and remember what I told you. First, find the smallest segment, which is this radius right here in this case, and start decreasing number of steps until this number of segments is good enough. I would keep a little bit on the high poly side. I'll have it 5. Right this, just like that. Now you can start dancing from there. I would remove this optimize checkbox. Even though it creates extra segments where I don't need them, I can always remove them. So I would keep it unchecked for this particular object. Okay, so let's go ahead. Select segment, this segment, the same segment on the other side. Select, click divide button, it divides segment, and as a result you've got more polygons when this object extruded. This segment and this segment, same thing, divided once, that would be enough. Large segment here and here, they're very similar. They have almost the same length. Maybe not all done the same, but almost the same. So I would select both of them. Click divide, not enough. Increase to 2, divide, perfect. Now I would select all of these segments inside, click divide, same thing, I optimize. So see, the level of detail of this object is just fine. Not too low poly, not too high poly. And just to end up this modeling process, I would show you what was done to it in the actual model. Convert it into editable poly. And we're going to talk about all of those tools very soon. But just now, if you know this tool, just repeat it. If you don't know, try to follow my example. Now I want to relocate this connection point between inner surface and outer surface. I would do it like this. I'll go to Edge Subobject mode of Editable Poly Object, and I would use Connect command. Oops, sorry, wrong one. Poly Edge. I would use Create command. Let me find it first. Create. And I would just select this vertex here and this vertex there, and same thing on the back side of the object, this one and this one. They create additional edges. Now I can remove these edges. I'm gonna select them and click remove button. Same thing here, select, remove. Okay, now I can go to Polygon subobject mode, select large polygon here on the front, large polygon here on the back. Then I can use inset command and inset these polygons a little bit. I see some problems coming in right there. So I'm going to click cancel and fix that first. I'm going to click segments, edges. Select these edges that I want to remove now because it's just a straight part of the model. I don't want them. I'm going to remove them. Now I'm going to go back to polygons, and now I'm going to use the same inset command. Looks good. Click OK. I'm going to click retriangulate button. Don't ask me why. I will explain later. So now I can go back to Edge Subobject mode, select any edges here in front on the back object, inside to click Loop button to select all adjacent, or probably they can be called contiguous edges, and then I'm going to use chamfer command to create nice, smooth chamfer fillet. Click OK, OK, done. And then I'll only need to smooth this object out, and when this object goes back into the chair, no, it will look just fine. Let me see if I can. Let me show you the final of that object. There was 3 dots folder. Was this class? This is what final object looked like, and as you can see, when the model that we just made are placed in place, see, it looks just like a reference image, right? So there you go. That was the first exercise. Now we're going to have second exercise about creating a candle holder, and that will conclude our exercises with the editable spline object. Let me see how we're doing with agenda, how behind or ahead of a schedule we are. Oh yeah, we're doing really good on time. We have 30 minutes to do our exercise, and that I think exactly as long as we need. So does anybody have a question about anything we've done so far at this point? Well, Padilla has a question. Do I always use generic units? Well, I tell you this. If someone, let me open a couple images. If someone sent me a lot of reference images or very specific drawing about furniture piece, such as, for example, like this would be a good example. If I have a set of references like this, and this client provided me with with dimensions, with sizes in centimeters, I would start working with centimeters. I would change my 3D Studio Max unit system to centimeters, customize unit setup, centimeters, and when I start forming the first shape of this object, I would start, I will make like a first object that I would make would be the seat. I will make this box 61 centimeter by whatever, corresponding the width of this object, and I start working with centimeters, but only if I have so detailed references, because it will make my job adjusting the sizes of the object later when I finish forming geometry easier. And reality is that happens only once every 100 models. Normally, when I have to keep model open on a second screen of my workstation, or I have reference image printed on a sheet of paper laying on my desktop, or maybe if I render something from my mind or stuff like that, I always render in generic units, because at that point I don't really care what the size of this object is in inches. I know I'm going to be far off the real size. I'm going to model my object. It's going to be too long or too short, and I will have to adjust it. I will have to scale some parts up and down, and it would be easier for me not to be concentrated on units, on inches or centimeters, and use just generic units, just like a sculptor, something like that. So yes, the answer would be 99% of my projects I work with generic units, and then when the model is done, I bring it up to right scale, I switch units into inches, and then I resize the object. So I hope that answers the question. Does anybody else have questions? If not, we will just move. I hope nobody minds if we take just 5-minute break. I'm gonna grab a quick coffee and we will continue. Okay? See you all in 5 minutes. Okay, I am back, and can somebody please give me a quick sound check? Maybe send a quick chat message. All right, thank you. Okay, let's move on, and next step, I want you to do second. And once again, if anybody have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to give you an answer. And anytime along the class, if you have a question, feel free to interrupt. There's no problem with that. My goal here is to make sure you understand everything that I'm explaining. So because these are the critical moments you need to know when you're making 3D models for your architectural visualization project, because you notice like how small things, like just to know that there is one button on the right side of 3ds Max can save you 2 minutes of your time. So everything is very important. It's very important that you understand it. All right, well, let's continue. And second exercise would be this. Just go to project folder, go to practical exercises, editable spline. You'll see there is a lot of folders. I'm not sure if we can do all of them. I just put them, just in case. But you can do all of it when you have a free time. Let me check. Somebody has a question. All right. Well, John has a question that why image is the tiled on a panel, or how do you get image not to tile on the panel? Well, I think I know where this question has come from. There's nothing wrong with it, and I'm really glad you noticed that, because I had problems with it myself, And let me, just for the confirmational purposes, ask you, do you use 3ds Max Design? No? Well, this is, well then, I don't know, maybe the problem came from something else. But let me tell you this. First of all, if you use 3ds Max Design and you haven't switched to 3ds Max, there is a custom UI and default switcher. If you don't switch it to Max and you keep it as Design Viz, there will be a problem when you create a plane object. For example, on the modify panel, you can check that the checkbox real world map size will be checked, and that's the problem. For example, if I try to open that reference image that I just had, assign it to this object, and in the material also, if you have this 3ds Max Viz option, you will also have this real world scale option turned on, and it will say some number right here, like 1 centimeter, something like that. And that's what makes it to be tiled, because it's trying to adjust the size of the texture to the real world size that you specify. So make sure when you applying these textures, you first of all on the plane, well actually it wasn't checked, but if it checked, it's even worse. See, right? You uncheck this checkbox, real world map size, and do the same on the material editor for your diffuse texture. You uncheck this real world scale checkbox and set tiling to 1, 1. So whatever mapping you have, object will be repeated only once within that mapping. If I apply, see, UVW map with the planar map, here's the gizmo. The map is only stretched within this gizmo. If I make gizmo smaller, that's what tiles your map. So probably mapping was messed up. If you have your plane object and the reason of texture being tiled not the real world scale checkbox, just reapply UVW map. Just apply UVW map with default parameters. It will work just fine. So try it. If it doesn't work, let me know. I'll just keep moving right now with the exercise, and later on the next break we can switch to your screen. By the way, if anybody has a question that involves something you want to show me on your screen, I have this ability. I can switch and make you to be a presenter. The computer is going to ask you a question like, do you want to share your screen? And you can share your screen with all of us, and you can show whatever problem you have on your screen. So we can do that if answering question will involve that. So let me check. I'm sorry, I closed the window. I don't remember who asked this question really, but I hope that answered the question and problem. If problems still exist, like I said, just send me a message again and we will troubleshoot it during the break. If anybody else has a question? All right, well, let's keep moving. Feel free to shoot me a chat message if you need. Okay, well, next exercise would be this candle holder 1 folder. First of all, let's take a look at the reference image. There are two reference images. One is this one. This is original image. I pulled it off from potterybarn.com website. They got a lot of interior accessories and furniture, very high-res pictures. I just like it. And then I cropped this image this much so we can use this candle holder as a reference image. And by the way, if you have a reference image good enough so it can be placed in the 3ds Max on a background, make sure you always crop information that you don't need, because 3ds Max just doesn't have ability to show you high-res image. The bigger resolution you have, the more 3ds Max trying to show you, and the more details it's going to be losing. Because reality is, if you go to customize, and I would recommend you to do it right now, go to customize menu, go to preferences, go to viewports tab, and then go to Configure Driver button at the very end. And that will give you this Configure 3D window where you specify how computer would treat your images, because by default, I don't remember exactly, but I think by default background texture size set to 512 and download texture size to 256, which, and these two checkboxes are unchecked. This one is unchecked and this one is unchecked. So that means that whatever image you bring into 3ds Max, it's going to be lowered down to this size at its higher, dimension. If it's, like a vertical image, like a portrait, it will be scaled down to 512 pixels, across the height. And I might be a little bit wrong, maybe it's doing a little different calculation, but anyways, the map size by default says to 512. Send it to 1024. That will show you image with a little bit more details. Do the same here for download texture size. Use the highest value. Of course, if your computer is very slow, then you might want to consider keeping it default, but I'm pretty sure all of us today has powerful enough computers to do that. And check this checkbox, match bitmap size as close as possible, and match bitmap size as close as possible for download texture size group of parameters. That should help. And then you click OK, and you will need to restart your Max. You will notice how it will immediately improve the quality of the texture displayed in the viewport. Okay, let me reset 3ds Max and get back to our exercise. Reference images, this is what we're going to be modeled. So go to 3ds Max. I don't want to repeat it again. I want to make sure that you can do it yourself, and I think you'll be fine because it's something easy. Create a plane object and stretch this reference image over it. Remember, memorize image dimensions of the image in pixels, and set dimensions of the plane object in units to match, and then apply material to it, make it visible. Or if you really don't feel like doing that, you don't want to spend time, and you can do it, you don't want to test yourself, just open the scene, the Max scene that comes in that folder, candle holder 01, and it will have this object already in a scene, and with material stretched over it. And I think when I was saving files left and right, I changed units. You might want to double check that it's set to generic units. So just double check, click OK. And what I want you to do, go to front view, go to wireframe, and hide this object that is already created, this line or one object. Just select it, make right mouse click over it, and from the quad menu choose hide selected. I don't want you to look at this object yet. I mean, I should have hide it, but anyways, hide it. We will try to create this profile from the beginning, because there's a lot of tricks and several not very comfortable things we'll have to talk about, because you'll see why. Sometimes splines are just picky to the way you edit them. Okay, well, I'll give you all 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, just to stretch that image over the plane object, or open the scene if you don't want to do it right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to outline this candle holder with the spline. And it's kind of, this is very simple question, and I know it's simple, but I just want to make sure we're on the same track. Can someone please tell me, after we make a profile of this candle holder, how we're going to turn it into the mesh? All right. I'm just waiting several seconds until some more people will send me their thoughts. And by the way, perfect. Everybody's got the good answer. Of course, we're gonna use the lathe modifier. And I'm sorry for asking. I know you all know, but just wanted to make sure. By the way, that gives me a chance to tell you this. I will remind you at the end of the day, but at the end of the day today, you will be probably, going over some files that you have. Maybe you can make some additional exercises here because we don't have time to do all of them. We're going to end up with the candle holder 1. If we will have extra time later, we will do some more, but do some more stuff. And tonight, try to go to like a Google or Yahoo or maybe some of your personal like a object reference images library, and try to find one object. It can be a chair, sofa, a television, a cup holder, a wallet, or just a pencil, just something that something not very complex, and it's not going to spend we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about, but something not too simple as well, something that kind of raises the question in your mind, how would I model it? So pick one object, save image, and please email it to me at alexg@thecgschool.com. Let me open notepad, and just type my email on the screen just in case. And send that image to my email. What I'm going to do, I'm going to gather all those images, and tomorrow, closer to the end of the day, we're going to look at as many of them as possible. I mean, we can't spend too much time, but we will try to overview most interesting images, and we will talk about, because apparently closer by the end of the day we'll be familiar with lots of different techniques to make edit splines, apply modifiers and editable poly objects, and myself and you will talk about the possible ways to model several elements, because it's always very good to hear other people's opinion, hear some ideas, and basically see how some people would really consider modeling some elements. So just do that. Again, at the end of the day today, find one object somewhere in internet and email it to me. We'll talk about the ways to create it tomorrow. Candle, okay. John, okay. John has a question. Where's the candlestick images, reference images? Well, it should be in the project folder. You go to that folder where you extracted today's files, and it's in a practical exercises folder. Then you go to editable spline subfolder, candle holder 1, and there is a subfolder called reference images or reference image. And there are 2 images inside. Use the one with the sort of long file name. Okay, well, that should help. Let me know if you're still having troubles finding that. I will send you a quick email with the image. Okay, well, getting back to the candle holder scene, let me check. No problem, no problem. All right, so let's move on. Okay, well, how would we create a profile? Well, apparently you can go and create line and start outlining like this, trying to get the right curvatures, and it's gonna look really funny, but not a problem because you can adjust it. Or you can try to use a lot of primitives and then connect them together into one editable spline object, and then just use the cross insert, some other commands. Well, that would be, you would not be wrong doing so, but I just want to show you my favorite technique of outlining the large objects like this, because it technically looks not too complicated from a first look, but trust me, it's just really boring to outline something like that. So the fastest way to do so would be just to outline it first with the straight lines. So let me start doing line, make sure the color is good. Yeah, I think, now let me try it one more time, maybe I get a better color. All right. Well, anyways, let's continue with whatever color that is. I would start here at the top, And I would start to outline it like this. Straight line, straight line. And you remember when you move mouse down, your line sometimes can be a little bit, off axis. So if you want to maintain a straight line, push and hold shift when you drag it down. So I'm going to drag it down a little bit. Straight line here, straight line here, straight line here, straight line here. Don't worry if you missed something and you don't like the result that you get in. That's fine. I'm pretty sure we're not trying to make it perfect from the first try. Right now, the point is so you get the idea how you can do it. Okay. Now, at some point of time, you need to move down to see the rest of the object. If you zoom out, the image is getting smaller and it's hard to pick the place when you need to finish the line. So I recommend just end up your line right here, zoom in, and just on a modify panel, just click insert first and try to continue line at the end. See, you click insert means you're going to continue line. It just sometimes when you click it, it can be really like unexpectedly curved. So, but because it's a straight lines, it should be fine. So click it at the end and continue line. Straight line, like this, like this. Zoom out maybe for this one a little bit. Okay. See, the reason why I'm not placing it like this, why I'm not doing it like, like from here, let me use my favorite tool. The reason why I draw a line like this, not like this, because I know I can get this curvature later when I will just simply convert these vertices like this one and this one into Bezier corner, and it gives me, good chance to make it be curved like that. So I just know it. So take my word for it, and just try use as few vertices as possible. Insert, 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 like this, like that. And I'm totally improvising right now. This scene I've done a long time ago, and I honestly don't remember where exactly I put vertices. So I'm just like you, not really sure that what I'm doing right now is going to deliver the best results, but I'm just hoping it would. Okay, and I think I'll place one here and one there. Okay, so finally you will end up with a shape like that. It doesn't make much sense right now because it's just a bunch of straight lines, but it has potential because you can now go to modify panel, go to vertex subobject mode, and Control A to select all vertices and convert them into Bezier corner type. That's what I do usually. If I convert all of them into Bezier, they all will be over curved at some places. I don't want that. If I turn them into Bezier corner, I get all the Bezier control handles, but still lines are straight. So the shape is not deformed. And from top to bottom, start one by one. Let me do something real quick. From top to bottom, just one by one, start adjusting these Bezier control handles to make this shape kind of repeat the outline of this candle holder or candlestick. I don't really know what the best way to call them. I'm just going to call them candle holder. So do something like this. You know, if you're doing a lot of these models, it will take you, I'll be honest, it would still take you some time. Even myself, you know, like I said, I've been doing it for, you know, for 7 years already, at least 3, 4, 5 models a day, and I still obviously need time to figure out how to do it. So it's time consuming. Don't worry about it if it takes too much time. Okay, like this, like this. Okay. Now, for this one, for example, this vertex, it's hard to figure out what it looks like here. But, you know, you have, I think there's just a, where's my most powerful tool, the pen? I think it looks like this. So you have two options. You can delete this vertex completely and then adjust these two, or if you want, you can just keep it but turn it into Bezier, just Bezier, and then just make it like this. All right, let's continue. Okay, this large one. And this one obviously needs to be turned to Bezier as well. Okay, well, let me unmute your mic, Donald. Donald has a question that there is a problem with the control handle. It only moves along horizontal axis. I really, let me, while you guys outlining it, I really want to make sure you can do it yourself. So I still have time to answer a question. Let me find you in the list, Donald, and unmute your mic. Okay, you should see my screen now. Can you please confirm that you see my screen?
I see your screen.
Okay, great. So everybody sees my screen too. Okay, well the problem is, look, if I have this vertex right here, and I try to move this control handle, you notice how I have these sort of gizmo X and Y, right? Means I can move this vertex along X and Y axis. If I click on X, it turns yellow. Means whatever I move, it constrained to the X axis. If I highlight this one yellow, click it to fix yellow color on it, now whatever I move, it constrained to the Y axis. If I click here in between, see when the both highlighted in yellow, I click and it fixes the both axes in yellow color, I can move along both axes. And just so you know, just do this. I'm gonna speak and you just do what I tell you to do. And everybody else, if you'd like, you can try the same if you don't know that you can do that. Grab this control handle and hold left mouse button and keep moving it. Right now, along which axis you can move it? Which axis is constrained to?
Did you say the shift key or the control key?
Control. No, there's no control. Just select the vertex, and you see the Bezier control handles, right? Now grab grab control handle with your mouse cursor. Hold left mouse button and just move your mouse around to adjust control handle, and tell me what axis is it constrained to right now. Is it moving along both axes?
It is. I clicked in the corner of the
Uh-huh.
gizmo,
Okay.
so
Well, now
both
do
the X and
this.
Y axes
You
are.
can do it on a keyboard without clicking mouse to. Well, you see right now you can move it freely along X and Y axes. Now push F5. You see how it jumped to be constrained along X axis?
Yes.
Now push F6. It will be constrained to Y axis. And if you push
Okay, very
F7,
nice.
it will be constrained to Z. It's just, it's going to move into direction we're not going to see because Z is parallel to the view. And if you push F8, it goes back to X and Y. So that's how you do it with the keyboard. If you already grab the Bezier control handle and you don't want to release it, just F5, F6, F7, F8, F8. And again, you can put 4 fingers on the keyboard and just like a piano. That's how you do it. Okay, let me undo everything, and it should be very easy. And some of you probably may notice that when you move your vertices and trying to constrain it to the X or Y axis, it's just not working. Just double check that you click right mouse button over like a snap toggle, and it gives you this grid and snap settings. Go to options and make sure this use axis constraints is checked. That means the way you move your vertices or whatever objects is always going to be constrained to the axis that is highlighted by the yellow color. And I also recommend, I don't know how helpful that is, maybe somebody can prove me wrong, but I just always uncheck rubber band. I think I just don't use it. So I mean, again, just for the sake of keeping viewport less crowded with some visual information that you don't need, just uncheck display rubber band. It's a great tool, nothing wrong with it. It just I believe for our tasks we don't need it. So I hope that, well, I think we've fixed the problem. So I'm going to mute you, Donald, and if you have any more questions, again, just send me a chat message and we'll work on it. Let's move on. So let me catch up with all of you and finish this shape right here, this outline of the candle holder. All right, like this. And just so you know, sometimes when it's hard to figure out what this specific transition, from one, part of the object to another look like, just don't worry about it. As long as it sort of resembles this entire style of the candle holder, you'll be fine. Um, Nobody's gonna microscope the the wireframe of this object and say, you know what, this specific turn doesn't look, good. Don't worry about it. It should be fine. There's a lot of improvisation involved into any objects modeling. So just don't worry about it. Just do your best. Like here, you know what? It's hard to figure out what this part looked like. I just believe that it would look like this. Yep. Okay, and no questions about this part. See, and another good example. This is a Bezier corner. Where are my Bezier control handles? They disappeared. I just click reset tangents or tangents. I don't know. Anybody correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I think it's tangents. So, and I got my Bezier control handles, and I of course need to readjust them. Okay, well, and we're almost there. Something like this. Okay. And last couple turns, thing like this. And this is the part hard to figure out. Just try to do your best guess. How would it end up right here to be flat? I think it would be like something like this. Yeah. Okay, and maybe, you know what, I also need to add this element right here because apparently it needs to have a base. All right, perfect. And I think here I missed something too, so I want to add a couple details like this, because there's obviously should be some sort of dish looking, you know, end at the end of this candle holder. So something like this should be good. Now if I hope everybody is already gone through at least the half of the candle holder, and it should be something that remotely look, or maybe closer or even better than what you see I got on my screen. Something like this with a lot of turns and corners. Now look what's gonna happen if, well, we want to add fillets to all corners. The reason why is because, look, I saved this illustration for you. Go to project folder again, go to practical exercises folder, go to editable spline folder, go to candle holder 1 folder, is the one where, you know, we had the reference image from. Go to fillets folder. There are 2 images. It's just very quick renders I did for this project, for this exercise. First one, render 1, is the render of this object. Let me zoom in. It's the render of this object without fillets. You can see all transitions from one curved surface to another. They are just sharp, just like now. See? Just like this. And as a result, it's just a part of the model. I guess you realize that. But the problem is, it looks nice, but look how much nicer it would look with the fillets. Look, the fillets make this object to catch some nice highlights along the filleted edges here, everywhere along the edges. So, and just to compare them side by side, no fillets, yes fillets. No fillets, yes fillets. And this is very important because in today's competitive nature of architectural visualization, you really want to do all you can to make your models to be as photoreal as possible. No questions. Yes, if you have a render with object like this, it's fine. It still looks nice. If you want to add some highlights, you can do it in the Photoshop during the post-production stage of your project. But, you know, the computer power, you know, growing every year, the rendering power, you know, render engines are getting faster. The computer memory, you know, 5 years ago I was so happy to get 4 gigabytes of RAM on my computer. Now 12 gigabytes, it's very easy. So years from now, if you're concerned about polygons, that would not be a question. So I would do all I can to make this object to be as photoreal as possible, and I will definitely insert filleted edges to every model I can possibly, do that. And in fact, all the exercises we'll be doing in our class, all objects will have filleted edges. So let's do filleted edges to this particular candle holder. So this is how we would do it. Before we apply lathe modifier or anything else, let's do the fillets. And this is something that can be tricky. Go to Vertex Subobject mode and start corner by corner. I would start with this first one. Just select this vertex, click fillet button, and apply fillet. This one is fine. Select this one, and look, something not very good is going to happen. You remember how previously when I was showing you example like this simple line like this, if I convert it into editable poly, sorry, I guess I sometimes call editable spline editable poly, but you realize that I'm referring to editable spline. So I go to vertex, select this vertex, and use fillet command, or actually if I do it interactively, I don't even need to select it. And it fillets right just fine, a very even transition, very smooth and nice. Here, if I try to do it right now, it's just not going to work because, see, it doesn't look like fillet. It remotely resembles fillet, but it just some problems with it. The reason why, just to give you an idea why, because I love to explain to people not just what and how. I sometimes really like to explain why. So if you know why, you can, always deal with this same problem later. So let's say I have this line like this. Look what if I go into Vertex Subobject mode, turn all these vertices into Bezier corner. And for this vertex, I move this Bezier control handle all the way up right here. It doesn't change the look of the spline, but this vertex is really messed up. This thing, I'm going to do like this. Here, I'm going to do the same. Or maybe this one. So I hope that will bring the same problem. If I create a fillet, see fillet, it's considering all the Bezier control handles of the neighboring vertices, and as a result, of course it's interpolating them, and as a result fillet is just not very good. So you can fix it several ways. You can fix all the Bezier corners of all vertices that are next to this particular vertex that you want to turn into fillet, but sometimes this idea is not very good. So like in this particular case, if I would have fixed this problem, I would do it like this. First, of course, I will try to make a fillet. I see it's not working. So problem probably first can be here. Okay, I would just make this Bezier control handle shorter because it's not affecting the straight line. I will check this control, this vertex, and let me try it. Yeah, still not working. So I can reset tangents and then fix it again. But that involves some, rework. I have to, readjust all these lines. That's fine, but it will take time. So I suggest to do the same, to do this. In your mind, look at this corner. Imagine if you want to make a fillet, where would it start and where would it end? And I'm going to use my favorite tool of GoToWebinar software to show. Let's say fillet. Fillet is going to be like this, right? It's going to start right here and it's going to end right there. So I would go to Vertex Subobject mode and I will refine this object this way. I'll click refine, and if my fillet starts right here, I will refine it right here, and if it ends right there, I will refine it right there. So the curvature of this line is not changing. I don't have to do any rework. I just created additional vertices in the structure of this editable spline. Now I can try to fillet this object. See, it straightens up. It's going to be just fine. If you don't like the way, you can even turn this into a corner and then you can fillet it. But don't forget, because now after you've made a fillet, these vertices are going to be very close to each other. Don't forget to weld them. You don't want extra segments right there. Just weld them. And these two, you can decide if you want to delete this one, because it's not going to change anything too much, or you just want to weld them. It's going to be totally up to you. I'll just weld them. And in this fashion, do all other fillets. First, again, just to recap, try to just use fillet as is. Works fine. Good. Here, works fine, but maybe require a little bit of adjustment. Okay, adjust it a little bit. Just like this. Just slightly adjust control handle. Perfect. Move on to the next corner. Fillet. Works fine. That works just fine. Okay, here, fillet. No problems. Here, problems. See, if I zoom in, see, not very good. That's not what we want. No problem. Refine here and here. And then do fillet. Perfect. Weld these two. Weld these two. Maybe increase the weld radius. Okay, same thing here. So in this fashion, and you know what? Let's just make entire object like that. I'm sure we'll do it fairly quick, and we're doing really good on time. Okay, next, fillet. And like I mentioned, like this one, I don't want to revise geometry. I see the distortion is not too big, so I'll just move these Bezier control handles around a little bit, just like that. Keep moving, and where's the next transition? Here, fillet, fillet, perfect. Here, fillet, fillet. These work just fine. Another fillet. Another fillet, maybe with a little bit of adjustment right here. Another fillet here. Another fillet here. Oops. Now that's the big problem. We need to fix it. Refine, refine, refine. Fillet. Done. Weld it here. Weld it there. What else left? This one. This one. Don't really like it, so I'm going to adjust it manually. This one. And while I'm doing this, and this is why I wanted you to be so familiar with all of these tools, because this is technically simple project and not too complex, but you can see that it's got to be done right. Otherwise it just would not look nice when you render it. Okay, well, two last vertices. Well, for something like this, I don't want to refine this. I'll first try to maybe turn it to line, the segment into the line. Go to vertex and do the fillet now. Yeah, works a little bit better. And the one at the bottom. Fillet. Great. Okay, well, I hope by now all of you have something that looks like this too. And now, if I apply lathe modifier to it, well, I guess I don't need to explain why it looks so strange, because the axis, sub-object mode, is not where it's supposed to be. We can move it manually to the left like this. I can even zoom in and move it and interactively in the viewport, just move it until it matched to the reference image, something like this. Okay, now I'm gonna open this object. Can somebody please tell me what else would you do to this object? Okay, well, I see some people have nice ideas. That is right. It 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 needs to be kept. It needs to be smoothed. And anybody else see any problems with it? Or maybe something requires a little bit of improvement? Okay, we got some more answers. That is correct. This is very good idea, Donald, and I totally agree. And besides everything else that other people mentioned, I would definitely do that too, but I would start first with increasing number of segments right here. And here's another cool trick about it. Not trick, but just a suggestion. Well, first of all, it's totally something, there is no formula that can tell you, oh, this many segments is cool, this many segments is just not enough. Of course, more segments is better. It means better level of detail. But I can crank it up to 100, and this object will have like 200,000 polygons, which I don't want. I mean, even though computer power are great right now, I don't want to go too crazy with it. So it's still something you need to eyeball. And I guess just take visual example. I guess I would stick to number 30. I think this is a good number of segments. I'm talking about these radial segments. So you will never see this candle this close. If you would see this close, you would see little steps, little choppiness right there. But normally you would see this object this far, and you would never see that it's segmented. It's going to look smooth. So, by the way, let me adjust this thing a little bit. I'm not really happy with this curve right here. Yeah, something like this. I'll be more happy about. Okay, well, anyways, going back to the segments. So I guess number 30 will be a little bit on the high side, but is good. For the small radiuses, it's even more than enough, but you always start analyzing from the larger radius that you have. So, and I also suggest you always pick, unless you really need to pick odd number, I would suggest you to always keep even number, which is 30, 32, 28, 26, not 21, 23. The reason why is because if I go to top view, just hold on a second, let me change something real quick on my Windows. Okay, I changed a couple parameters on my screen. All right, well, the reason why I would recommend to keep even number right here of segments is that if for any reason in the future you'll decide to slice this object in a half, or maybe sort of extract half of it, it would be hard to slice object with uneven number of segments, because if I had to slice it, see, I can slice it along this line, no problems. But there is no line right here, so we'll have to slice it, in the middle of all these segments, which is not a problem, but I would have much better, much easier task if there was an even number of segments. See, there is a line here parallel and a parallel line to the axis right there. So that's why I recommend to have number of segments even. Okay, now nobody else suggested that, but it's even more matters than have a good number of segments for this radial segments is to optimize this shape. Look, this line right now is switched to adaptive interpolation. So computer decide on its own like where it wants to put more segments and where it wants to put less segments. And I don't like the way it's doing its job because yeah, it's inserting some segments here and here, but where are my segments right there? No, I want to have some nice, even, relatively evenly spread wireframe along the subject. So what I would do, I uncheck this, I uncheck that, and I go to front view and find the smallest sort of radius that I have. And basically the smallest objects in this is these small fillets that made by two vertices and a curved line connecting them. So I would start lowering the number of segments of this object until I'm happy with number of segments that represent these fillets right here, something like 3. Yep. So now when I like the number of segments on all of these fillets, now I can start, because I lost some quality with some large curves, I can start improving those large curves. And you remember, I do it with, can somebody remind me that? If anybody remembers that, of course. What would be my step? Okay, well, I start getting some answers. Perfect. Yes, I got really good answers, and that is correct. I will go to segments, and I will specifically select the segments that I want to improve, and I will just use divide command to divide them. Start like this, and you notice how you remember how I stay in the segment subobject mode of line object, but because the show end result button is toggled on, I see how object would look after lathe modifier do its job. Okay, and let me try how optimize parameter work right now. Click optimize. I really like the way it removes some segments along the long line, but I also want to make sure it's not affecting these large curves, because sometimes curve is so large and it does need to have some segments, but computer somehow treat it as a straight line. So as soon as optimize checkbox doesn't give me unexpected results, I would keep it. Okay, well, and with the same fashion, just this many segments are fine. I mean, if you have a super powerful computer, lots of memory, you can increase number of polygons even here, but I would keep it like that. I would increase this one, I'll divide it once, I'll divide this one once, I will divide this one once. Let me see what else. I'm just gonna move with it. Divide, divide. This one is really large. I would start with maybe like 4 right away. Great. And see, that's what I don't like about optimize here. See, I want to see some segments here. Yes, I understand this is almost straight line, but later on when I will open this model, I'll start asking myself, why are the segments missing? Maybe I somehow deleted them accidentally. No, I would love to have nice and even wireframe. So I'm gonna uncheck it back, and I would love to have it like this. And I'd much rather just delete these segments that I don't need, instead of I'm not gonna have segments where I do want to have them. Okay, let's move on. This segment right there, and divide it just once. Great. This one, is really long. Oops, sorry. This one is long. I'll divide it twice for starters. Looks great. This one I'll divide it twice too. This one I divided just once. This one is really long, maybe 3 times. Looks great. Perfect. This one I will divide because the diameter of this object is getting wider, and the small number of segments right here is getting more noticeable. So divided once, good. This one probably twice. I think it's okay. Yes. This one I'll definitely divide. This one I'll divide too. This one divide. This one probably 3 times. Yes. That's it. So now all I have to do is just convert this object into editable poly and apply smooth modifier to it. And we're going to talk about modifiers later. And actually, smooth modifier is very simple, and I didn't plan to include it into my list of modifiers we're going to review because apparently you know how it works. So let's just go ahead and apply it. Smooth modifier from the list of modifiers, apply it to this object, and of course set this checkbox auto smooth, and it will properly assign all the smoothing groups, and then just visually walk through this object checking for the smoothing. See, 30 degrees number was not enough to make a smooth transition from here to here. And just in case if you don't know how this threshold parameter works, this is how it works. You see 2 polygons, right? You see this polygon and this polygon. Computer does, I'm going to explain it very schematically just to give you an idea. You know normals. One normal is pointing this way. Another normal is pointing that way. So computer looks, oops, I'm just going very slow. One normal here, one normal there, and computer looks at this angle right here. That angle. Well, anyways, you get the idea. It looks at the angle between the normals. And if this angle 30 degrees or more, it will attach both polygons into the same smoothing group. It's the same as if I would select these polygons, and if you're not familiar with it, don't worry, it's just maybe it's too advanced, but those of you who know, it's the same thing as if I, on an editable poly, assign these polygons to the same smoothing group. See, they just smooth. So when I apply smooth modifier, that's what it does. Whatever polygons has the angle this or more than that will be assigned to the same smoothing group. So I need to increase it. See, as soon as I increase that number, they all treated properly by the smooth modifier. Okay, so you need to zoom in and quickly just run through this object, making sure it looks good. All right, smoothing is great. Level of details is awesome, and it's even look really nice. So, you know, when I make my models, I want to have really nice and even wireframe. It's just after seeing so many models with all the triangular faces and really long skinny polygons, it just, the wireframe like this really makes me happy. So I'm going to convert it back into editable poly, collapse it, and then we need to cap the holes. And you can go several ways. You can do it in editable poly, and we'll talk about it later. Right now, let's do it with the cap holes modifier. Just from the list of modifiers, you apply cap holes, and it seals all the holes for you. And I would not, apparently there is a smoothing problem right here, but you know, I'm just too lazy to reapply smooth modifier one more time. And the point is that later we will still insert the candle model here, so it's going to cover this area. So I'm just going to collapse it into editable poly. There you go. Here's our model. Tell me it doesn't look nice. Okay. And remember I told you hide that object. Technically I was gonna ask you if you had a problem outlining this object, you can use the one that I created for you here. You will just have to do the fillets. I have fillets only here at the top of the object applied, but you'll have to do the fillets for the rest of the object yourself. And when you apply lathe modifier, where is it? You will have to also optimize it. That should give you a great exercise. As soon as you can finish this one, you know everything you need to know about splines. You know how to build them, you know how to edit them, you know how to adjust them, you know how to optimize them, you know how to build objects with them and do the fillets and all that stuff. So my job is done speaking about splines. So and see, you know, object looks great. So let me save this one out. I really like how it came out. File. I'm gonna save it on the X drive as the candle holder on one new model. All right, perfect, and looks great. So that concludes our conversation about editable spline and splines in general, meshes, and the way you use them to do whatever you want to do with them, to use them as a path, as a as a profile for something. Of course, we will be referring to spline later in our class, and in fact, we will in our other exercises we will use them extensively too. But the amount of information that that I had to tell you, I've covered. So let's see what else on our agenda, just to see how we're doing on time. Okay, so next we will talk about 3D meshes. And I tell you we're doing good on time. Yeah, that's totally fine. And does anybody have any questions? Please feel free to ask anything you're concerned about with the splines, editable spline objects, subobject modes, the way you optimize them, or anything like that. Feel free to ask, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. Okay, well, looks like nobody has questions. How about we take 5 minutes break? It's 3:57 right now. Let's continue at, if you don't mind, let's take 8 minutes break. Let's continue at 4 or 5. And I'm just gonna grab a glass of water, and if you have any questions, I'm still here. Feel free to ask. Now let's talk about 3D meshes. Let me refresh your memory a little bit, because it's been a while since we started this class today. And let me just make sure I'm recording. All right. If you remember, in the beginning of the class, I told you that in order to get the good model, you need to take it through some certain steps. First one is you need to assemble some reference images, then you need to create geometry, then you need to apply textures and materials, then you render it to get the preview of what this model look like, and then you optimize and finalize. So we're still talking about creating geometry. And in fact, we will talk about it all day today until the end of the class, and tomorrow, the good part of the day, we will be talking about geometry, because like I mentioned, this is the most important part of the creating geometry. The good geometry, creating model. Good geometry is the key to success. With bad geometry, you can, I wouldn't say ruin your project, but you'll have really hard time getting it done. And like I told you already, geometry can be done from the splines, which we already talked about. Geometry can be done from standard and extended primitives as is. And actually, let's just go one by one. Geometry can be done with the standard and extended primitives. It's just one of the way to get the geometry for your model. And by the standard primitives the way they are, I mean the standard primitives the way they are. You just create like that render. Remember this, where is my model evaluation render examples? Like this render right here, like this globe, it's a sphere, and you don't do anything to it. You just make a sphere and use it. And like a DVD box, it's a chamfer box, and it's just a chamfer box. You just make a box and you're done. So let's overview how some cases when some standard or extended primitives were used to create a geometry, just to get you an idea how flexible this way to create geometry for your models is. And let me see what folder is it in. It's in the standard in extended primitives 3D meshes. Okay, so open project folder, go to 3D meshes folder, then go to standard and extended primitives folder, and just I don't know how your computer sort these images in which order, but make sure before you do this, you just, if you want to flip through these images as I speak, sort it by name, or just simply look at my screen. So let me open the first one. This bed, okay, well, pretty much all of the elements of this bed were custom made, except for, and that gives me a great opportunity to use my favorite tool, pen. Awesome. So this is chamfer box, and as I said, just for confirmational purposes, that to make sure that you know what object I'm talking about. I'm not gonna spend too much time about it, don't worry. I'm talking about this chamfer box right here on extended primitives menu of a create panel, chamfer box. There you go. It's the same as box plus, sorry, let me create it again. Same as box, except that you can also add chamfered edges to it. And of course, because it's parametric object, you can control whatever you want. Number of fillet segments, so chamfer box. And chamfer radius, fillet radius. So in this bed, these elements were made from a chamfer box. Here's a wireframe just in case. This object right here, a lot of elements were made from the chamfered boxes too. Pretty much the sides of this cabinet at the bottom was made from a chamfer boxes. This sort of I don't know, like a desk surface was made from a chamfer box. These are chamfer boxes. These are chamfer boxes. A lot of chamfer boxes. Of course, drawers and the doors, they were custom made with some profiles, and this is a bevel profile, this crown molding, but pretty much everything else is a chamfer boxes. And it's probably not very noticeable on this object, but there's a glass in the doors, and it's just a regular box. Let's move on. Here's the wireframe. This object right here. It's hard to find where standard primitives was used, but let's see. Can somebody guess what element of this object was made from a standard or extended primitives without any modifications? Anybody? All right, we have somebody. No, but that's a good try. Actually, let me check that. Doors and drawers. That is not right. But I tell you this. I'll give you a little. Okay, I'll trade a secret. Wine rack. No, that is not standard primitives too. That was made from a splines. And actually, if you remember, I showed you how you do the boolean for the Windows booleans. It was done using the same technique. Feet. That's a good one. Yes, feet was made from the extended primitives. There was chamfered cylinder, but it was slightly adjusted because it had a little cylinder that needed to be extruded. Okay, well, I will we'll have to move on, so I'll have to sell the secret. See these little planks, the vertical ones? They were made from the standard primitives, extended primitives, which is a chamfer box. But I was really hoping that somebody can spot these things, these little hinges, and they were made from extended primitive. Let me close this window and uncheck my tool. Extended primitives, that was a chamfer cylinder. Look, you select the cylinder and it's chamfered. Of course, you will need to adjust number of sides, number of fillet segments, and there you go. All you gotta do is just copy it a couple times to tell me it doesn't look like a hinge from far away. So that's how hinges were made. So there's always a room and a chance for standard or extended primitives to be used. And whenever you can do that, try to use them, because you know you can create box by creating rectangle and then extruding it. But why if you can create just a box? I mean, it's a very simple example, but some things can be done much faster with primitives. So let's keep moving. Next example is this one. Can anybody guess which standard primitives was used here? I'm just kidding. Well, apparently it was the wicks. Nah, just kidding. It was these little candles. It was just the spheres. Right. That's good. Well, that was very obvious. So let me increase the difficulty level. Can anybody tell me about this one? No, that's too simple. You know, let's skip this one. So I'll just tell it. These spheres, these little decorative sort of buttons or nails, they were made as a spheres, and by now you even do know how exactly they were populated over the surface of this chair. You know, the spline was used as a helper to spread these little buttons over the edge. Okay, next one here. This, you know what? I kind of confused myself. I can see any. I'm sorry, this one probably got here by mistake. I probably wanted to copy something else here and accidentally copied this model. But feet, you know, it was made from, let's see who guessed what. Cushions, chamfer boxes. Well, yes, but it would not be, it's a good answer. It's a good answer. The cushions, Jonathan suggested the cushions were made from chamfer boxes. Well, yes, sort of, but no, because they were modified. There was chamfer box was a start, but then they were modified to give it some sort of seams. So it doesn't count. So, and I'm sorry, there was. Well, we're talking about standard or extended primitives as is right now. So we cannot talk about any standard primitives modified with the modifier or anything else. So you know what? Let's also include standard or extended primitives modified with modifiers. So whoever suggested that the feet was made with the cylinder modified with modifier, you were right. Yes, this was made from a cylinder modified with freeform deformation or taper modifier. At this point, I don't remember, but we'll get to it when we talk about modifiers. Okay, this one, this is very easy. I'm just gonna name it myself. These little wheels were made as a chamfer cylinders, and these things are boxes. Let's see, legs, wheels, very good. Yeah, that's, and well, these things actually, the planks, yes, that's right, was made from primitives, and these two support sticks were made from the primitives too. It's just a chamfer box. All right, great. Let's keep moving here. Okay, well, this is a hard one. Let's have some fun, and please tell me which objects here were made from standard or extended primitives, or with standard and extended primitives modified with modifiers. I'll give you all 1 minute to look at this image. You can open it on your screen if you want. It's in the 3D meshes folder, standard and extended primitive subfolder. You'll see that image somewhere there. It's called dentist chair. And I'll wait a little while for your ideas, and then we'll see if someone can guess one element that was also a primitive, but it's not very obvious that it's a primitive. By the way, can somebody please send me a message when I open this questions window? Do you see it too? Good, good, because I don't want you to see it. Okay. Okay, well, please don't suggest objects that were made with the smoothing, because we're going to talk about later. Right now we talk about only modifiers that can just generically change the form, like a bend or twist, stuff like that. Okay. Okay, I think we have 20 seconds left. Okay, well, okay, those are really great answers. Let me go from top to bottom, and I'll just quickly read the answers, and whoever answered that, you know that's your answer. Okay, well, there is one that says, there's a lot of answers, hold on a second. Okay, chair seat with smoothing. Chair seat with smoothing. Well, actually, like this one, the doctor seat. The doctor seat is just a regular chamfered cylinder. But just in case, yeah, the nurse, I don't know what's the person called. The nurse's seat was made from the box, which was smoothed. But it was smoothed with not the smooth modifier, with the mesh smooth. We'll talk about it later. But this one, the blue one, yes, it was made. It's actually just chamfer cylinder the way it is. Now, next one is the top of the small chair with wheels, standard. The top of the small chair. I think you're talking about this element, right? This one, yes. On the back there, it's a little cylinder. Or maybe you're talking about this one. Yes, that is correct. I just said that. And this thing right here is a cylinder too. Well, then there goes seat chamfer cylinder. Yes, that's a good guess. X-ray machine cylinders. Perfect. Yes, that is correct. Cylinder here, cylinder here, cylinder here, here, and even this one was chamfer box, a little bit subdivided in the middle, and then modified with the taper modifier. But that's fine that you didn't guess it. That was a hard one. Okay. Now, of course, there are a lot more things like this bottom of this cabinet. It was just a chamfer cylinder modified with FFD modifier a little bit, but I was hoping somebody would guess it. And Jonathan, let me hold on a second. I missed a couple of the light beam cylinders. Yes, that's a good one, but it was heavily modified. The dresser stand. Yes, correct. Top of the cabinet with drawers. Yes, that is correct too. Wheels on a chair. Great. Now, like I said, I was really hoping somebody will guess it, and Jonathan guessed it, the hoses. And this is what I wanted to hear from you, because hose is extended primitive object, and you know, it's really great object, and it's really frustrating me how how people sometimes trying to make some host-looking construction and they never know that there is such thing like a host. Just to give you an idea, look, I have this cylinder right here. Just quickly, standard primitives, cylinder. I have cylinder like this. It's going to be 2 like this, and I'm just going to copy the cylinder and cylinder like this, okay, just one next to another. And then I can create a host object, extended primitives, host, just anywhere on my screen, because host object, which is extended primitives, and I don't want to spend too much time explaining how it works. If you really want to see all the parameters, you can refer to help, but you can bound it to object pivots, like bound it to this one and then bound it to that one. So, and then you can, let me change a couple parameters. You can change its tension, you can change number of cycles, diameter. I'm trying to do it real quick, so all right. Tension, tension, tension. And the point is that when you create this object, just hold on, give me a little bit more time. Starts here, starts there. So, what am I doing wrong? Sphere. I'm gonna bound it to the sphere. So you can bound it to several objects and see when I move it, the host is deforming. It's trying to adapt to the position of the object, like this one. See, I move it and the host is deforming correspondingly. I mean, it was a really quick example. I don't want to spend too much time to adjust all of these parameters, but the point is that it's a very flexible object. You can adjust whatever you want, increase number of segments or number of cycles. So it looks like this. You can increase inner diameter or outer diameter, and if you ever need to adjust anything, you just move your object and your host changing it look. So it's just a small example. I'm not trying to say that you need to use this host object just for every model, but I'm trying to say that very important to walk through these menus and see what kind of objects you can get there. Even a teapot object, like, yeah, it's a teapot, but it's not, you cannot go very far with it unless you need a teapot on the table. But think about teapot without spout, lid, and handle. It's already a good-looking vase, right? So just after this class, after probably the second day of a class, when you'll be practicing, if you're not yet familiar with all standard and extended primitives, please walk through them, maybe open the help, make sure you're familiar with all of them. Yeah? Okay. And like this one, extended primitives, torus knot. It's, again, this is really funny object. I don't know why would you need it for, but if you're creating a knot tied on some like a gift, it can be a good starting point. Then you can just create a line, or like you create the shoelaces tied in a knot. That can be a good starting point to simulate the knot. Otherwise, you will be, otherwise you'll just spend too much time trying to bend all individual splines. So like a rope tied right here. So standard and extended primitives are very important. So let's quickly move on. This is a dessert try. No problems guessing which objects were made from primitives. And here's a wireframe to confirm that. And this object right here, pretty much everything except lampshade was made from primitives, chamfer boxes. This one, pretty much everything was made from extended primitives. Chamfer box at the bottom, spheres here, 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 here. This one is the the object called, I think that was the tube. Yes, you can create a tube like this, and you can see that objects like that was using here. The big cylinder in the middle, these are the cylinders. They were just slightly modified, or I think maybe back then when I modeled this object, these are the tubes, lamp shaped, with just really thin wall. And here's the wireframe, by the way. This object right here, there's not too many standard primitives right here, but these spheres, you know, around circumference, they were made from spheres. Wireframe. This is the wireframe of that lamp that you've seen a couple minutes ago, and I don't quite remember which objects were used here. Just kidding. Obviously, it was the leg of the table. I'm just kidding. Well, anyways, it was the balls on this game, and actually, I think even the pool stick was made from the primitives. It's just it then had different material IDs assigned to it. All right. Well, in this table, again, the top is the chamfer cylinder, the bottom is chamfer cylinder, and this one is the one object we just made, the tube. Okay, and this table entirely made from standard primitives. All right, so that concludes our look at how far you can go with standard or extended primitives, and obviously you can go real far. You know, you cannot make everything with standard and extended primitives, but you can do a lot of cool stuff, and that saves you time. Okay, now 3D meshes, 3D mesh for any element of your model that you're making can be also made with standard or extended primitives, or geometry made with the splines, modified with Editable Poly tool. Now, you all know, if you don't know, just let me know. I'll take a quick minute to explain that any mesh, like a sphere, right, can be converted into Editable Poly. And I think I mentioned in the beginning of the class that you can convert it into Editable Mesh and Editable Poly to get access to all of these nice tools with which you can, modify polygons, segments, what's going on here? Polygons, segments, and so on, different sub-objects. And some objects, some elements, some 3D meshes are done this way. You just take your object, for example, just something quick, and it's not about tools that you get for it, but just to demonstrate, how. Let me reset my scene real quick. Let's say I have a box, right? Box here, and I want to make it really skinny, like this. And then I want to convert it into Editable Poly, and what I can do then, I'll just select some things in it. Like I said, it's not about tools that I'm using right now. Just watch it. I'm going to do it real quick. I will explain later what tools I'm using. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that real quick. And that's not the quality I would normally do, but for the demonstration it would be nice. And then I'll just extrude these polygons, and there you go. It's a nice little coffee table thing, and done in just only 1 second. If someone calls you and is like, hey, I need this coffee table model in just 45 seconds, and if you can do it, you'll save my life. And you're like, hey, no problem. So, but normally I would, take more time, do the chamfered edges and stuff. But this is how you do it. You take your standard or extended primitives, you modify it a little bit with Editable Poly, or modify it extensively with Editable Poly modifier. Editable Poly objects and all the tools that you can get here inside to get the final shape that you want, final 3D mesh. And I want to show you some quick demonstration of how effective it can be and how powerful it is. And those of you who attended, I think that was beginner class. If any of you attended beginner class, I did quick presentation with a little bit of explanation how it was done. So right now, because we're doing okay with time, but we're probably going maybe 30 minutes behind schedule. So what I would do, I would model something without saying a word. I just want to show you how fast it can be done when you just concentrate on the model. So what I'm going to model for you is going to be something not complex. Don't worry, it's going to take a long time. Edit 3D meshes, editable poly, light fixture, and there's not much images to it, just one image, this star. And again, this is from image I pulled from potterybarn.com website. They call it Olivia Star. And tutorial about making this thing is also available for free at www.3dots.com. This is 25, I think, minutes tutorial. This is actually how long it would take to make the body of this object. But what I'm going to show you right now, and nobody's seen it yet, how quickly it can be done when you're not explaining how you do it, when you're just demonstrating. So watch me doing that, and hopefully I'm still in good shape to do so. All right, let me take another look at this object. Just build the plan in my mind. Okay, now I'm going to mute my microphone, and I'm going to start modeling. Let's see how many minutes it will take. Hopefully I can do it below 5 minutes. All right, let's get started. So I hope that was below 5 minutes, and I'm sorry, I have a new mouse, not the one that I work with every day, so I had a little hard time, with the precision. But I hope that was a good demonstration of how quickly and how effectively you can use editable poly object to create something real quick. And by the way, sorry, I forgot to apply smooth modifier to those little spheres. So of course, after you apply, that would be done. And the chain, this chain apparently can be done with the editable spline object turned into geometry, and this is just a standard primitive. So I don't even want to show it because the point was to demonstrate to you how standard and extended primitives can be converted into something with all those tools. So apparently what you saw I just took the cylinder. Let me just quickly show you the first step. I had a cylinder with 8 sides and 3 segments, so I made the height of it until this thing, individual polygon in the middle, looks like a square, and then I converted into editable poly, removed all smoothing groups so I can see it a little bit better, faceted, and then I start from there. I went to segment sub-object mode and modified sub-segments. I scaled them down to change the look of this shape. Then I scaled some polygons down, and then I went to different sub-object modes and moved some vertices around. Then I extruded some polygons, then I extruded some more, insetted, then detached some things, then converted some object actually with the modifier into the little spheres. So that's how you do it. You just basically take your object and use all those tools to sort of sculpt, sort of like sculpt the hard, like a solid shape, and that's how you do it. So, and the third way to create 3D meshes for the scene, for your 3D objects, 3D models, is to use standard or extended primitives used to create the coarse mesh and then subdivide it with turbo smooth or mesh smooth modifiers. So it will make much sense if I just demonstrate it to you. Well, probably all of you are familiar with mesh smooth and turbo smooth modifier, and let me see, it's called probably subdivision surface. It's when you have a surface like this box object, and you apply, let's say, mesh smooth or the turbo smooth modifier. Now let me do mesh smooth. You know what? Mesh smooth. You see what happens is that this mesh smooth modifier takes all individual polygons, tessellates them by adding more segments and vertices, and then interpolating the position in the angle between individual edges and vertices, thus smoothing out the object. See, when I turn it on, it breaks each polygon into more polygons and then interpolates their position in relation to one another. And there's the parameter called iterations. How many times it's subdivided, the depth of this level can be controlled by number of iteration. 2 means more, 3 more, and so on. Don't go too far with it because eventually you can end up with just one click with 1 million polygons, because every time you increase it once, in reality it increases like 4 times number of polygons. So and you use this technique to make some objects. For example, if I take this polygon and you can see I insetted and then I extruded it. We'll talk about these tools later. Now I'm just demonstrating. And if I apply mesh smooth, then it looks this specific way. So you use this technique to build whatever you want. It's also called sometimes box modeling. The reason why is because you normally start with the box. You can do the human face, you can do the car, you can do the aircraft, you can do the chair, sofa, anything. And in fact, our first practical exercise tomorrow when we start making one model, not just from some point or until some point, we'll start making it completely from the beginning to completion, is going to be the sofa. It's going to be this one. Let me just give you the idea of what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We're going to model, first we're going to model this sofa. I got some reference images. So that sofa is done with that technique, and I choose something medium difficulty level, but it's still using the same technique because it's sort of long process, but this is a great object. We're going to model it tomorrow using this technique. When you create something with standard or extended primitives, then apply mesh smooth, and you can see mesh smooth got a lot of parameters. We don't have time to look into all of them, and the reality is that you basically all you need is just a mesh smooth modifier with number of iterations. And sometimes, you know, you see how this wireframe is represented by only a few lines. Sometimes you want to see the real wireframe of the object. So with mesh smooth modifier or turbo smooth, which is essentially the same thing, it works even faster and it's got less controls. Okay, so we're gonna talk about it in details tomorrow and a little bit today. So now let me show you several examples of some objects done using this technique. 3D meshes, editable poly, simple scene. I put 2 chairs into this scene. You can see, don't mind missing textures, it's just, I don't know, I probably forgot to delete some material here. So open the scene and you will see 2 objects. Ignore the feet or the legs of the chair because they just, you know, standard primitives or extended primitives or whatever geometry they made with a little different technique, just you know, like editable poly tools or modifiers. We're going to look at this wireframe of the chair itself, of the soft part of it. So you can see this is very low poly object. You know, if you will try to render it like this, it would not look nice. It looks too, you know, low poly, like render from 1996, something like that. And but the wireframe is made this specific way so that when you apply mesh smooth modifier to it, it's like I said, it tessellates polygons, subdivides polygons, and also interpolates the relation of vertices and edges position, you know, between each other. And when it's smoothed, it looks like this. Number of polygons, of course, increased, and look how nice it looks now. So the whole goal of this technique is to create the coarse mesh that then you can improve applying mesh smooth, or in this case I can also apply turbo smooth. See, result is the same. Okay, same with this chair, a little more complex wireframe but still very low poly, and you sort of like a sculpting, and then you apply mesh smooth and it smoothes out. Perfect. So that's how we will make our sofa that I demonstrated to you, the reference image of which I demonstrated to you several minutes ago. Okay, that's how 3D meshes can be created. And of course, remember those splines. You lathe spline or you turn spline into geometry, and then you just convert it into editable poly. That's your 3D mesh too. So when it comes to meshes, you already noticed that editable poly object and its tools right here used a lot. So what I want to talk about next, besides resetting my 3D Max, what I want to talk about next is editable poly. What tools are there inside editable poly? You know, you've seen me demonstrating you know, extrude tool with which you can extrude polygons, and probably you notice that I use bevel tool, which is technically almost the same thing. It's just extrude polygons and also can outline them, you know, make them bigger or smaller. So I want to show you, like I did for editable spline object, I want to show you all the tools available at the root level of this object, at the vertex, edge, border, polygon, and element subobject modes. And I would not be able to cover every single tool that is in here, but I will cover everything that you need to know, everything that you will use to create furniture models. I'm not going to show you the tools that you might use only once every couple of years, and I'm not going to show you tools that are not too dramatically important. So I will show you only what you need to know. So let's start with, instead of looking at all the tools at the root level, all of the same tools that are available at the subobject modes. I would love to start with Vertex subobject mode just right away. Let's go to Vertex, because another reason why I don't want to show you explain to you all these tools that are at the root level, because you never work with editable poly object at the root level. The only one time when you need to work with editable poly object at the root level is when you have several objects and you need to quickly attach them and make them to be one object, because right now there are 4 objects in a scene. If I convert this one into editable poly, then in order to attach other, I never go to subobject level. I just go to attach root level, click attach, and attach them together. That's pretty much. Maybe there are some other cases when you need to stay at the root level. If I ever come across the need to stay at the root level to do some operation, I'll definitely let you know today or tomorrow. But usually when it's about working with editable poly object in subobject modes, you always go into the subobject modes. So let's start with Vertex subobject mode. So let me create, and I have a lot of examples for each tool. So first, Vertex subobject mode. File, reset, no. Let's start with sphere. Create a sphere, or you can just watch me. If you see something you want to try yourself, then you can just quickly create sphere in the Max and try that tool. Right now I'm just going to keep demonstrating. So convert it into editable poly so you can get access to all of these tools. Go to Vertex subobject mode, and first rollout is selection. Just like editable spline, it's got here you select subobjects. If it's vertices, you select vertices. If it's segments, edges, segments are for editable spline. If it's mesh, it's the edges. Then borders, just to give you an idea right away, is just the bunch of, well, it's just like continuous group of, I guess, contagious, I can call them, edges. See, if I go to border and click here, this entire line formed by the edges is getting selected. So basically edge is the edge. So, or maybe like a cylinder. If I create a cylinder, convert it into editable poly, delete this top polygon, the border would be this opening in the object. I click it and it's selected right here. It's the same thing as if I went to edges and selected all of these edges along the end of the object. So anyways, speaking about Vertex subobject mode. So first of all, what you have there is to shrink and grow buttons. When you have one vertex, and I hope you can see it because vertices are very small. Let me create a plane object and start working in top view, so that probably will be better. Plane with more segments, 20 by 20. Convert it into editable poly. Okay. Delete this one. Vertex subobject mode. I select one vertex. Apparently I can move it. I can do whatever I want. I can select 2, 3, or 4 or more vertices or groups of vertices. I can move groups. I can actually, when I have selected group of vertices, I can scale the selection up or down, and vertices will be pushed away from the virtual center of selection, or they will be sort of pulled into the virtual center of selection. This is pretty cool stuff, and you use it a lot. Let's say you have 2 vertices here and you want to move them closer to each other. Instead of selecting this vertex and move it closer here, and then this one move it closer, you just select these 2 vertices and then you just scale them down along y-axis. So you scaling the selection of vertices down. Alright, Well, in shrink and grow button, if you have this vertex right here, if I click grow button, what's going to happen is going to select all vertices around this selected one. I click grow, and you see I'm sort of expanding the selection. If I click grow button, it will eventually select entire object. See, I click grow and I'm growing my selection of vertices. Same thing with the shrink button. I click shrink and it's deselecting some vertices, making the selection smaller, 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 and eventually it just completely fades away. Okay, so that's what these things do. And we're gonna skip this preview selection things, or just let's don't skip it. Let's just show you what it is. That's just the way you select things. For example, if I'm in a vertex subobject mode, these vertices stay in a blue color unless I really position my mouse over one of them and select them. Select it, click it to get selected, click it. If I click this subobject mode, then when I position my mouse over the vertex, it changes in color to yellow, indicating that if I click my left mouse button right now, this particular vertex will be selected. So see, if I'm in the edge mode and I position my mouse over the specific edge, it changes color, telling me that if I click left mouse button, this specific edge will be selected. And this multi mode, it's ignoring the subobject mode that you're in right now. It's just when you position your mouse over the polygon, it highlights polygon. When I position mouse over the edge, it highlights edge. When I position over the vertex, it highlights vertex. And if I position over the polygon and polygon is highlighted, if I click mouse button, I will automatically switch to the polygon subobject mode. See, if I position it, if I'm being in a vertex subobject mode, but position my mouse over edge and click, I automatically jump into edge subobject mode. So it turned out that I explained to you how this preview selection group work. So anyways, which is good. Now soft selection, just like in the splines, you select vertices and all vertices that you select are selected, but if you use soft selection, other vertices can be partially selected. And you can control how far the influence of the selection is distributing, like sort of radius of selection. See? And this is a curve that tells you how vertices will be partially selected. And better explanation would be like this. Select one vertex, right? See this curve? It looks like this. Means when I pull this vertex, the geometry will be deformed exactly this way. If I change this curve using pinch and bubble parameters like this, it will be modified this way. Or if it's linear, like this, it will be modified this way. So this is a very useful thing, and I have a quick example. I don't have example. I would not show you like a practical examples for all the tools because we don't want to go, behind schedule with our agenda. But I will show you for this soft selection. I want to show you practical example how useful it can be sometimes. So go to, and this is something I want you to participate. Go to project folder, go to editable poly subfolder, go to this first folder called 1 vertex subobject mode. So go inside, then you go to cabinet folder, also first one, and open this first file, the max file. Oops, I apologize, I went to the wrong folder. Go to red wall folder. So what you can see here is the illustration. And I remember a long time ago, or not so long time ago, on one of the forums, of the dedicated to the 3D community, somebody posted this image and said, how can I model this red wall? And many people suggested many different solutions for this problem. Somebody suggested, use this and that. Somebody suggested, no, you can deform it this specific way, then just chop off the part of geometry that you don't need. And actually this red wall can be done very quickly and very easy using a soft selection. Actually using a lot of other tools, but soft selection plays a great role into making this red wall. So let's open this Max file in a 3D Studio Max, and let's do this. I will try to explain it to you with the slow pace so you can follow, and just try to do your best trying to follow it. If you're not being able to follow, just I don't know, send me a message. I will slow down, but just try to keep up with my speed so we stay on schedule. Okay, and to make it go faster, I'm just going to explain to you. First, object like this was created, which was, just to give you an idea, the way I created it, I created a box with some height. It doesn't matter what height right now because I converted into editable poly. Go to Vertex subobject mode, and again, just like for editable spline, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subobject modes. So put your fingers on a keyboard so that you can, like on a piano, you can push number 1 to go to Vertex subobject mode. You can push then ring finger to go to edge subobject mode. Number 3 to go to border subobject mode, and so on, polygon and element. So, or just click these buttons or expand the subobjects list and pick it from here. So anyways, go to Vertex subobject mode, go to front view, and make this object, like very decently tall, something like this. Then, now let me delete it and remake it. I missed something. Create a box, and before we adjust its height, set number of length segments to 1. So it looks like this. It's subdivided along the length. And then you can convert it into editable poly. Actually, let's do it that way. Convert it into editable poly. Go to Vertex subobject mode. Select all top vertices and just drag them up to make this object tall. Then go to top view. You can push Z to zoom, extend to this object. Now I'm going to switch to wireframe. Select these middle vertices. Go to non-uniform scale and scale this selection of vertices up along x-axis. See, by doing so, you're just pushing them away from each other like that. And doing so, you gave this object this specific look. The reason why we wanted to give this object this look is because, I'll show it from a top view. When we will apply Mesh Smooth modifier, you see the profile? It's sort of elliptical. So then we can do this. Select, go to edge subobject mode, and we talk more about edge subobject mode later. Right now, just repeat what I'm doing. Select all vertical edges with the window selection, just like that. See, I'm doing. And scroll down, and you will find this on Edit Edges rollout. You will find this Connect button and this very little button next to it. It's called Settings. Click this very little button next to it, and you'll get this Connect Edges dialog where you can input some parameters, some sort of commands. So change number of segments to some value until you see this object is well subdivided along the height. I guess number 50 for segments would be just fine. and click OK. So what we did, we created this object and we subdivided along the height. So if right now, without doing anything else, I will apply, let's apply Turbo Smooth, and at 2 iterations, this is what object would look like. So the shape of this blade looking thing, it looks close to the shape of this blade right here, except that it's not bent properly. So let me delete this one and switch to object that I have on the scene that looks exactly the one that we just made. It just got better size. Now let me move it a little bit. Now how do we do this turn? Very easily with the soft selection. Go to Vertex Subobject mode, select, I don't know, like several vertices from the top, maybe like this much, like maybe 15% of the length, this many vertices. Set Use Soft Selection checkbox and increase fall-off parameter, like this. And you can see the colors are telling you which vertices are hot, which are cold. The hot means the more selected than the cold ones, than the blue ones. So increase this fall-off distance until you select maybe this much, this far into the object, maybe even more. Now you can see if I rotate my selection of vertices, right, you rotate these vertices to exactly angle you're telling them to be rotated, but you partially rotate these other vertices because they are partially selected. So that's what we do. Make sure you rotate it to 90 degrees. When you rotate, just observe the number right here. Let me use my favorite tool. Observe this number as you rotate. When it's 90, make sure you stop rotating. Or even better, make sure this angle snap toggle button is pressed on. So it rotates, with 0.5 value. If I uncheck this button, see I'm rotating it to some crazy values, like it's not working in my case. I have no idea why, but try to rotate it without this button pressed. You'll be rotating it to 0.76 or like 55.89 degrees. But when this button is pushed, you're rotating it, only 5, 10, 15, and so on degrees. Okay. All right, so rotate it 90 degrees, and you'll see what happened. You rotated this 90 degrees, and you partially rotated this transitional thing. Now, we're going to use spline as a path to constrain this object to the shape of the spline. Let me hide this. Here is the spline that was present in a scene. See, and you can build it yourself if you want. I just made it like this. I created the line from top down. Let me change its color so you can see it better. So then I went to Vertex Subobject mode, select all vertices, and made sure that they switch to Bezier corner type. And then I just moved this one here in front, and then I adjusted the control handles a little bit to get this specific curvature. Now what you can do, you can just simply look how I did it with this shape, or you can take this one that we just made, apply, if you remember, path deform WSM modifier, not just path deform, path deform WSM. Click it, click pick path, pick the path, and something unexpected happened to this object. It got rotated. So first action you need to do is just click move to path, and it will be constrained to the path. Now you see it's constrained to the path. I'm sorry, conformed to the path, but it's not properly oriented. So see, this transition should be at the top. Click this little flip checkbox, and it will reorient this spline. And then you can use this path slider to slide it along the path the way you want. Do something like this. So the shape would look like this. Now another problem, it should be opposite. This should be, this flat side should be here. Well, let me rotate. Use this rotation parameter if you get a result like mine to rotate this object. See what happens as I rotate it? Rotate it 90 degrees. That's much better. Okay. So now you're ready to create. What we've made so far is just we made this one individual blade that's going from the ceiling down into the floor. Now before we do anything else, we need to create more blades like that and position them the specific way so this, sort of architectural artistic element created. So I'm going to switch to the shape that I had in the scene. I'm going to delete everything that we don't need anymore. And I need to convert it into editable poly first. The trick with path deform modifier, world space modifier, is that if I try to make a right mouse click and tell it convert to editable poly, it's not going to happen. This path deform modifier always stays on top. So that's one of the modifiers that in order to collapse stack modifiers, you need to click right mouse button over it and choose collapse to. And then it's going to give you some warning message, and of course you say yes, and then it will be collapsed into editable poly. So what you do now, go to front view, push shift on the keyboard and drag this object to the right just a little bit, maybe this much. Release left mouse button and it's going to ask you a question. How many copies do you want? And just to be safe, I guess, tell it that you want, I don't know, 16 copies. Click OK. It will make you 16 copies. So totally you have 17 copies now. The reason why is because you want to have one in the middle and even number of copies on both sides. Now make sure you attach them all together now. You can do that by just simply clicking this attach button. There's not too many objects, so you can quickly just attach them together in a viewport by individually clicking each of them. Okay, now you end up with having this one object. Let me delete this spline. We don't need it anymore. This one object. Now, finally, you probably already asked, yourself in your mind. So what it has to do with it is, soft selection. Okay, finally, I can tell you what. Go to Vertex Subobject mode. Select just a couple vertices on the middle object. The reason why, because now from the top view, it will help you to see that exactly middle object. Select all vertices that belong to the central element. See? You want to select this entire object in the middle on the Vertex Subobject mode. Now, look at this. We use soft selection. Set soft selection checkbox and increase fall off parameter until you partially selected almost everything like this. So the middle vertices are red and these side vertices are blue. So there is no anything else could be soft selected. Now if I move this object up, it's going to take this form. This is not what we want. We want to adjust the shape. Adjust bubble parameter so it looks like this. The curve would look like this convex, curve. And then you can maybe increase a little bit fall off, change curve maybe a little bit more, and then move these vertices up. You might want to play around with a little bit to get the best combination of settings. But the point is that eventually you will soft select it in this specific way so they can be just a couple more minor adjustments. So they can be deformed like that. Now you collapse it back into editable poly and you have an object like that. The only problem is, first of all, we need to smooth it out by assigning Turbo Smooth modifier, which will subdivide these objects as well as interpolate all the edges and vertices, collapse it into editable poly again, and then we're going to use slice modifier. We'll talk about modifiers later. I mentioned it several times already, but for now let's just use it. It's in a list of modifiers. Choose slice right here, and for the slice modifier you have the slice plane, which is now vertical in my case. It might be horizontal in your case, but the point is that what this modifier does, it slices your geometry along this slice plane. So I want to rotate this plane 90 degrees like this. Computer is a little bit slow, but that's fine. Come on. All right. Well, let me do this. Let me undo and just use transform type in. Type 90 here and it will be rotated. Now look what's going to happen if I click remove top. It removes the half of the object below the slicing plane. And then I can copy this modifier, right mouse click over it, copy it, then I can paste it over itself and then change parameters from remove top to remove bottom. And of course I want to select this slice plane and move it up because I'm technically removing the same thing. So I move it up, move it up, move it up, and actually that reminds me something. Let me delete this modifier. I want to flatten out this part of geometry. So convert it into editable poly again. Select, just repeat what I'm doing. Select border and just use window selection to select all these borders at the top. Now let me make sure it's working first before I tell you to do the same. No. Now what you do, when you selected these borders, you selected all of these openings at the top. We need to convert them into vertices. Hold Control on the keyboard and then click this button, Vertex. When you do so, you're converting your borders into the vertices. So you turn all those borders into the vertices that belong to those borders. Now you can have these vertices and move them up to some decent amount, to some safe distance, like you see I did. So what you want to do now, just move them, really up. And now you can right mouse click over the subject and click paste. Computer still remember that slice modifier that you copied, and it's going to paste it over here. Go to slice plane, move the slice plane up, and change remove bottom. That's going to slice everything that is above this slice plane. So convert it back into editable poly and or editable mesh, doesn't matter. And that's what you end up with. And it looks like the red wall right here. And then you of course can just create another copy of it and use mirror tool to mirror it. I mean, it could have been done a little bit better, but we're not concentrating on the quality right now. I mean, on the appearance. We're just overviewing the tools. So there you go. Pretty cool, quick and easy, and much faster than other suggested ways, and much closer to the reference image. All right. So that's soft selection. You remember that soft selection was used to form this specific curve, this specific way these individual blades were sort of placed. And soft selection is very important modifier, and sometimes you need to bend some things. For example, if you have a, if you happen to have a box, right, like this, and just for whatever reason you need to bend it, you can bend it like this with a bend modifier, and everybody of course familiar with the bend modifier. You just bend it. But let's say you don't want to bend it, exactly like an arc. You want to bend it not, uniform. So you go to Vertex Subobject mode, and then you soft select this object. So whatever you have selected will be bent. Whatever you have partially selected will be partially bent. So now see what's happened if I got back to bend modifier. See, it's partially bending partially selected vertices. So soft selection tool, this checkbox, is used a lot in the furniture modeling, and tomorrow at our practical exercises we will use it. And I mentioned that a lot of time. The chair, the tutorial of making of which is available at the CG school, there is also soft selection used to bend the back of the chair. Okay, let's keep moving. It's getting closer to 6 o'clock, and let me create another sphere, convert it into editable poly, go to Vertex Subobject mode, and let's see what we have next. Next we have Edit Vertices Rollout. So Edit Vertices Rollout has a bunch of buttons that do some operations with the vertices. Well, first of all, you have Remove button. So if I select a vertex here and delete it, I'm deleting vertex, and along with the vertex I'm deleting all the polygons that are attached to it, all the edges that are attached to it, which is not good. I want to just remove this vertex from the wireframe. So if I click remove, see, polygons are there. The polygon stays. The vertex is removed, and the wireframe will be rebuilt, but there will not be any hole. So if I have a like a plain object like this, and I convert it into editable poly, if I select like this vertex and click remove, again it will be only removed. Polygons are not deleted. If I click delete, it will be deleted. So remove removes vertices. Okay, now break. What break does is just like in editable spline object, it breaks connection between vertices. For example, right now, see, I move this vertex, and along with it I move all the edges that are attached to this vertex. But if I click break, it breaks connection between the edges at that point. See, now I got two vertices. And let me show you practical example how you use break tool. We go to editable poly folder, you go to vertex subobject mode subfolder, then you go to light fixture folder, and then you open this light fixture max file. Okay, you remember this modeling demonstration. What I did there, eventually I ended up, let me see if I can quickly recreate it. Well, let me do something real quick, do a little preparation for this, demonstrating how break command worked. Well, it's going to take too much time. Let's do this. In that particular case, for example, I have a geosphere with a very low number of segments. And I'll do something similar I did for that object. What I did is just I selected all polygons, and then I beveled them using bevel command on a polygon level. So I made all these like sort of spikes. So then I converted them into vertices and welded vertices so that at the ends vertices are welded. Then there was a time to create the metal frame. And the way I did it, I just select all polygons, and we talk about this command later, but right now you can just do it or just watch me doing it. There is an inset command that can inset all polygons like this. It just basically scales each polygon down, creating the new edges connecting the new polygon and the old one. So something like this. So oops, click OK, and if I delete those polygons, now I have something that looks like a frame. But I cannot turn it into frame because for that I use shell modifier. And shell modifier, what it does is just give an object some thickness by offsetting, geometry and then connecting new geometry with the old one. But right now, when I did that, this is just one solid object, and I want to get, individual little metal pieces for each of these, line along the edge of the spike. And before I do that, I need to break, like, let me show you example. If I select this polygon, it's attached to other polygons. See, when I move it, everything else moves. Same thing with any other polygon here. When I go to Vertex Subobject mode and select all vertices and then click Break button, you already know it's going to break the connection between all the polygons through those vertices. So I click Break, those vertices no longer connected, and if I grab any polygon right now, see, it's not connected to anything. And then I could apply, shell modifier, and it will sort of give thickness to all these elements properly. So I hope that makes sense. So once again, break command just basically breaks the connection between the edges and polygons connected at specific vertices. Once again, I have a plane, convert it into editable poly, go to Vertex Subobject mode, I select, for example, this vertex, then I click Break, and there's a break at that point. Okay, let's keep moving. Now, break command, extrude, this is, hold on a second. Well, extrude command don't really have, you never really use it on a Vertex Subobject mode. I'm just going to demonstrate what it does. Extrude, right here in the viewport, it takes your vertex, create some additional polygon where the vertex used to be, additional vertices and edges, and then, it pushed that vertex away from the surface. So it basically creates this sort of pyramid on the surface of the object. And, it looks nice, but working with editable poly objects for many years right now, I never had to use extrude command for the vertex. I mean, when I will have to create some sort of Egypt desert with the pyramids, I'm sure that's going to be the way I will create pyramids in there. Something like that. That's the only one way to use that thing. So maybe you'll find a way to use it. So I don't know, but let's keep moving. Weld, just like for editable spline, you select two vertices like this, or group of vertices. You can click this little settings window, settings button to bring up the weld vertices dialog, and you increase weld threshold until those vertices, start welding. And this is the distance at which vertices need to be located to be welded. So whatever vertices located at that distance, one from another, they will be welded. So if I push this one far away, this one far away, and select all of these, now when I start welding, when I get to the point, let's say distance is like 5.6, these are welded because they are within the distance, but these vertices are far away, so I need to increase the value, until those vertices are also start getting involved. So, very easy to do, and just so you know this is how weld command does. And when I set these parameters, you click OK. Anytime you need reuse the same parameters, you can just click weld button and they will be reused. Let me increase. See? Then I select these. I don't need to click the settings button one more time. I just click weld button again. Alright, now connect command. What connect command does, it creates a new edges by connecting two vertices that you specify. You click connect. Oops, you need to select vertices first. Let's say you select this one and this one. If I click connect, it's going to create new edge right here connecting both of them. Click connect, see new edge. And if I click this one and this one, click connect, new edge created right there. So if I have, you know, that polygon, editable poly, not necessarily need to have triangles or quads. You can also have like a, you know, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six-sided polygon converted into editable poly. It's still one polygon. So maybe you want to convert two vertices like this one and this one. Then you click connect and it will connect it for you. Okay. And chamfer command, I skipped it somehow, I don't know. Chamfer command, just like for the editable splines, what it does, it takes your vertex and you click chamfer and it chamfers it. See, it just chops off the corner. So nothing too fancy, just chamfers it. And you can also bring up the settings window. Whenever you see this little button next to the large button, what it does is just gives you a little better control over chamfer vertex, well, whatever command you're doing. So you can, instead of doing it in the viewport, you know, you can bring up that thing, that dialog, in this case is chamfer vertices, and use this spinner, you know, to control it. So, and you just saw the open checkbox. The reason why the checkbox is there is that if I have this, for example, plane, and I need to select this vertex, if I do chamfer, here's what happens. It chamfers it. Basically just create this new additional you know, additional edges and polygons. But if I click open, it also deletes this polygon that it created. So just in case if you need to make a hole in the geometry, and sometimes you do need to make a hole in geometry, let's say you have some, we will have some other examples where we need to create the holes in the geometry, but just one of the ways, just so you know, you can select vertex and do the chamfer and set this checkbox to open. Okay, target weld. You remember how we welded the vertices by just selecting them and using this weld threshold dialog. So you just basically specify whatever distance needs to be, and all vertices within the distance will be welded. There is a target weld command when you need to tell, when you need to specify which vertex and the way you want to weld it. For example, I click target weld, and first you need to select the vertex that you need to weld. Then it's going to give you this little pick whip, and then you choose the vertex where you want to weld it. So if I choose here, the vertex is going to snap to that one and they will be welded. See? Weld. I'm going to do the same thing here. Vertex, target vertex. Vertex, target vertex. You know, sometimes you do need to specify, you know, the way you want to weld vertices, and looked at almost every, you know, button right here except this remove isolated vertices. You would never need to use remove and use map vertices. I mean, maybe you will need, but I don't see the reason why we need to get into that thing. But and specify as, where is it? Remove isolated vertices. What it does, it just somehow, you'll see in your practice, somehow sometimes you do some like compound objects, you do some editable poly operations, and you may end up, there's going to be a good example. If I select, remove this vertex right here, see, I ended up having one vertex be there on the object, and even more. See, look, oh, I didn't see that. 1, 2, 3 vertices being a part of the object but not playing any role. There is no any edges or polygons attached to it, and this is sometimes really hard to notice. You can have your object here, and one of the vertices that belong to the object out there, and these vertices, they have nothing to do with this object already, and you just basically want to delete them, and you can select and delete them. But you can also, some of these vertices, they can be hidden inside the object. You'll never find them. So just you can click that button, remove isolated vertices, and look what's going to happen. Look at these two vertices when I click that button. It just removes all vertices that doesn't have any edges and polygons attached to them. Okay, and then edit geometry rollout. Well, this rollout is available pretty much at every subobject mode. It's just when I'm in a vertex subobject mode, when I, for example, click this create button, I'm creating vertices. See, wherever I click, the vertex is created, which can be removed by clicking this remove isolated vertices button. So if you need to create vertex, you just use this. And collapse, it's just like Weld, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit boring, but you gotta know all these tools, because without these tools, we cannot be sure that whenever you need to create a pyramid for the Egypt desert rendering project that you might be working on, I want to make sure that you know that there is extrude or a chamfer command that you can use to chamfer vertex. So we gotta go through all of these tools. I mean, none of you complaining yet, but I know it's probably a little bit boring to go through all of these tools. But when we go through that, it'll be fun to use them. Okay, now this command, or this checkbox that I want to show you, preserve UVs. It's very cool stuff. You don't need it too often, but when you do need it, you do really need it. So let me open this model. It's in Editable Poly folder. Then you go to Vertex Subobject Mode subfolder. Then you go to, let me see, Cabinet. Then you go to, and well, actually, in this folder, the Cabinet folder, you open this max file. Okay, hold on a second, let me check if anybody have any questions. By the way, does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, nobody have any questions? Well, feel free to ask. We'll have quick QA session after 6 o'clock at the end of the day. If anybody have questions, I don't mind stay a little bit later answering them. Okay, let's open this file, Cabinet Max, and what you can see here is a very simple cabinet with some texture applied to it. Hold on a second, give me 10 seconds. Okay, and let's say you want to revise the size of this object a little bit. Let's say your client calls you and say, you know what, this object needs to be like 3 inches taller. And you're like, hey, no problem. I'll just stretch it. I'll just go to Vertex Subobject Mode, select all these vertices, and I'll just stretch them. I just move them up along Z-axis, which will do the trick. However, what if at the same time your client tells you, you know what, when you do that, make sure you don't stretch the texture, because this texture is very specific and it absolutely cannot be stretched. You're like, oh well, okay, but the problem is when you move these vertices, you are also stretching the texture. Doesn't matter how you move them. If you move them to the right, you're stretching the texture. So you're stretching the texture because you're stretching the UV coordinates. And the way to go around that is to set this checkbox, preserve UVs. And look what's going to happen. If I select vertices now and move them up, the texture is not changing because UVs are not changing. Or if I select this thing, these vertices at the right, and move them to the right, see, the texture is staying intact. It's just repeating itself. See, it's pretty cool. I mean, when you need to do a quick adjustment and your model is very peaky to the texture, you know, sort of, I don't know what to call it, proportions. You don't want, let's say you have circles on your texture, a lot of circles. And when you stretch the texture, it can be fine for the wood texture, but if you have circles, the circles will look like ellipses. And you know, there's a way to go around that, just to use this preserve UVs. The only problem, the only little side effect is that when you do it once, for example, make object bigger, like a taller, and then you want to make it wider by selecting these side vertices, and see, it's not doing a good job anymore. I really don't know why it's doing so. Maybe there is a button to push to fix that, and if you find a way to go around that, to be able to do it 2 times, and even if I adjusted once and then convert it into editable poly, then go to vertex subobject mode again, it would not allow me to do so again. See, you have only one shot of that. So like I said, if you ever find a reason why that happened, just let me know. I will, you know, I'll fix. I'll include it into next classes. So anyways, it's a cool trick. When you need to preserve UVs, you of course set this checkbox. So let's see what else we haven't overviewed. And you know what, my goal is here, I don't know if we have time to finish entire vertex subobject mode, but anyways, let's see how much we can do. Okay, these were reviewed, create, collapse. Collapse, I probably, you know what, sorry, have a hole in memory, but if I reviewed it already, sorry if I'm reviewing it again, but just quickly, just in case if I haven't reviewed it. If I go to vertex subobject mode, you remember I can select bunch of vertices, like a group of vertices, and when I click weld dialog, I can increase weld threshold, and all vertices that are within the specified threshold, they will be welded. But for that, I need to bring the dialog, I need to increase weld threshold. What if I am absolutely sure that I need to weld all these vertices? So to avoid bringing up weld dialog, increasing weld threshold, all you need to do, just click collapse, and your vertices will be, you know, welded into one without any weld threshold and stuff like that. See, they all turn into one object. And by the way, this is one of the cases when sometimes you can have these vertices left behind. So if you see that, you remember what command to use: remove isolated vertices. So that's what collapse command does. And if I select these 4 vertices, click collapse, they will be collapsed. All right, well, technically, you know what, let me see if it does the trick. If I select everything, click collapse, what happened? It just collapsed. No wonder why they call it collapse. All right, let me see, somebody send me a chat message. Can you try, Jonathan is asking, can you try to attach the object to a new object? Okay, well, that's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Let me try that. Cabinet. I really hope it will work, because this one time I really wanted it to work like that. I needed to make several adjustments. Okay, well, how about this? I create a sphere, right, and convert it into editable poly. Oops, what? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Let me, just let me know if I didn't understand it correctly. But what I'm trying to do is just convert this one into editable poly. Maybe I apply UVW map just in case, so there is mapping. Now I move this once. It works fine. Now if I try to move it again like this one, it's not working. But if I exit attached it to another object, and then try to move it again with making sure this set. See, it's not working. And yeah, so I don't know. Let's keep trying to find a way to make it work. I mean, I have an ideas, but I never had a chance to try them. Maybe you can. There will be a really crazy way to do this object. See, that's what probably happens. All right. Well, didn't work. So I already tried it. The seeming suggestion converted into poly again, and it didn't work. Look, yeah, of course I tried it first place, and yeah, it doesn't work. I mean, we can try to reset X form. Let me see. I'll be really happy if it works. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know why. Because see, when you have this object, and this is what UVs look like. This is what the UVW coordinates look like. Let's see what they look like after I adjusted it a little bit. Yeah, see, they completely messed up. I don't know what internal calculation 3ds Max doing, but it's probably like one of those things, like, I don't know, it's like a parachute, you know, you can open it only once, and then once you open it, you cannot, you know, reopen it. Okay, well, I promise you I will look into this problem more, and I have some friends who are working on it too. I'm pretty sure that solution, when we find it, the solution will be so simple, we'll all laugh together about it. But yeah, I promise I'll send an email update to everyone when I find a solution for that. Okay, well, let's continue. We still have some time. And let's see what else tools we need to overview today. We can overview today. Create poly, go to top view, go to vertex subobject mode, and then last one was collapse. Last tool was collapse. Now attach, no questions, right? It's very simple. All you gotta do is just have several objects, and if you want to attach them together, you can do it from whatever subobject mode you are in. And if you are in the vertex subobject mode, this button is always going to be there. You just click it and attach objects. Same with detach. You can select, well, actually, you know, I'm sorry. It's a little bit different with detach. When you have your vertices selected, this is what happens if you click detach. If I select these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vertices, what do you think is going to happen when I click detach? And this would be like sort of rhetorical question, because I will show you what's going to happen if we click detach. If you click detach, it's not that you detach in vertices, because you cannot detach vertices. See what happens if you technically detach them. It will be just the vertices. No. What happens is you click detach here, and I hope I'm not mistaken. There was a long time ago I tried this tool, but let's see if I'm right. If I click detach, I'm going to have these polygons detached, all polygons that are connected to these vertices. I click detach as a clone. Actually, no, just detach, and yes, yeah, looks like I was right. And I attach not just the vertices, but also polygons that belong to those vertices. Everything that those vertices involve. Okay, that would be a detach. Normally you would not to do that. Like if I ever want to detach anything, I want to detach polygons, and I always specify what polygons I want to detach. But just so you know, the tool is there, and if you ever, you know, for some reason, you know, this button start working, you just, you know, maybe specific computer crash, and you cannot click this button right here. yeah, you can just select these vertices and click detach and detach part of geometry. Okay, slice plane. Well, this group of parameters, see, they even enclosed into some sort of outline. They belong to the same family of parameters. Those parameters, just hold on a second. Those parameters, they can slice your geometry. Look, if I start with a quick slice. Quick slice, you activate this button in a viewport. You sort of specify like a slicing line. You start this, you pick the starting point, and then you see this dashed line, and you specify the end, and it's gonna slice your geometry along that virtual, like a knife, virtual line, by inserting additional vertices and edges into the structure of your object. See, if I click now, see, I sort of created new line going across the wireframe. And right now, this line is very, deeply implemented into the wireframe. Now it's a part of it. But if I want to really authentically slice this, I put this checkbox called split. Now if I click quick slice button and choose the slice line right now, look what's going to happen. I click slice. It does slice the geometry, and it also splits the geometry. See, now I got two separate elements. Those edges and vertices, they are not attached. And there was, just as a quick example, there was, again, on one of the forums, there was a question. Somebody posted a picture, how you do the onion light. And I don't have picture nearby, but I think, let me check if I can find it. No, it will take too much time. We don't have time. Well, there was an object like this. I'm just going to show you how it was made and then how it was sliced. There was I'm going to do the circle real quick, and then I'm going to do the half of it. Vertex mode. Move it up and change the curvature of this line a little bit and increase the curvature of this one. Now, if I lathe this object, and don't mind this geometry being a little bit, not perfect. I'm just trying to make it fast. If I lathe this object, come on, lathe, it would look like this. Now, let me fix something real quick. Okay, there was a light like this with, excuse me, and it needs to have this. It needs to be sliced to be some sort of open, so you can place a light bulb inside, and light will go out, and cast a light rays around the room. So there are several ways to do that light, but back in that case, it was done like this. In any subobject mode, I choose slice plane with the split option. Quick slice. And then you just tell it, I want to slice this object from here, let's say from here to there. And because there's a split option, I can just delete. I can just remove this segment, and that created nice light. And you get the idea why it's called onion light. It does look like one. And then there is another modifier was applied like a shell to give it some thickness. And there you go. Geometry is ready. And there can be a light source placed inside. And it's a really, if you Google it, type onion light, there's multiple onion lights gonna show up, but one of them would look like this. So that's how you can slice it. Okay, let's see what else we have left here real quick. We still have 1 minute. And where's my slice group? slice plane, well, technically it's the it's the same as a quick slice, except you control it a little bit different. See, with the quick slice, you just manually tell I want to slice it from here to there or from there to here. With the slice plane, you just use this plane, which you can reset. When you reset it, it just goes back to the initial state. And with the slicing plane, you just adjust the spline, this plane. Sorry. Yeah, I hope I called it plane all this time. Well, and you can even see interactively how your object will be sliced. So when you choose the way you want it to be sliced, like this, you just maybe set this checkbox and you click slice to confirm. So you click slice and there you go, your object is sliced, and you can do the same thing. You can remove one element if you'd like. Stuff like that. Very cool stuff sometimes. And this group of commands available at any subobject mode, probably except the root mode. Yeah, the slice plane is not available now, but quick slice available every time. So in the vertex subobject mode, see even the slice plane available. So, and the last command that we will overview today, just give me one more minute, is cut. I already demonstrated this command today a little bit. Somebody had a question, and this is what that command does. You go to vertex subobject mode, and when you click this button, you enter the cutting mode. The even icon looks like a little knife. So what you do, you can cut your wireframe specifically where you want it to be cut. And computer will try to, like if you position your mouse over the vertex, it will tell you that you will start cutting with this vertex. See, if your cursor looks like this and you want to cut it right here, because the edge cannot exist, like a solidly like that, it also creates the additional edge when needed. See, like that. I mean, I can point it with my finger as I move mouse, but the problem is that you're on that side of the internet and you don't see where I'm pointing with my finger, but I think you get the idea, right? If I cut it right there, I can continue cutting this object the way I want. See? So and again, the cursor changes. If I position it over the edge, the cursor tells me that I'm going to be cutting the edge. Cut. If I'm in the middle of polygon, the cursor looks like this. If I'm cutting to the vertex, it looks like this. So you can do, like, let's say you want to cut it this specific way, like just quick example, like this, 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 and then that, 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 this, and that. So see, and for example, maybe I want to grab these polygons and extrude them like this, and maybe I want to apply turbo smooth modifier afterwards to make an object like this. I don't know what that can be, but just some, I don't know, some terrain element. So sometimes you do need to use a cut tool, and I will see, maybe we will use it in our practical exercises. So that concludes today's class, and let me see real quick how we're doing with the schedule to see if we're doing on time with everything. Okay, so day 2, we have 1 more hour to talk about editable poly, and I think it will be pretty enough. Let me take a quick look at the amount of. All right, yeah, looks like we need exactly 1 hour to finish everything about editable poly, maybe 1 hour and 15 minutes, not more than that, and pretty much we're doing on schedule. So tomorrow we will finish talking about editable poly. We will finish all the tools that are available for the vertex subobject mode. There is not too many left. Pretty much everything there below we're not really interested in this class, and just a couple tools left here. And then we will talk about tools available at the edge subobject mode. Some of the tools are the same, so we'll only look at the new ones. Border subobject mode, Polygon, an element which is the same as Polygon. So after that, we will do 2 quick practical exercises. We will model the sofa and we will model the glass, the 2 absolutely different objects, but we will use all the tools that we learned with the Editable Poly, and you will see that after you familiar with all these tools, you really can do object 5 times faster when you don't know these tools. Okay, and then we will start talking about modifiers, and not, of course, not all of them, but only those that according to my experience somehow ignored by people, or maybe just somehow not understood by people. So I want to show you some cool modifiers that can improve your modeling techniques. Then we will do a couple exercises specifically designed for modifiers, and actually one of them is also a modeling exercise when we'll create one model which would be a chair from start to finish, and then we will start working on the texturing. So, and then of course we'll have some more fun, and probably somewhere in between, after we learn modifiers, we will talk about the objects that you will email to me. So don't worry if you're busy. I mean, if you're busy, I don't want to ask you to spend your personal time tonight going online and trying to find some geometric some objects examples. But if you do have time, please spend 5-10 minutes online, find one object with in your opinion somewhere in between medium to high complexity. So we will look at that object together depending on how much time we have, and we'll share our ideas how some elements can be made, and maybe there will be some elements that looks complicated in reality are very simple, or maybe there will be some elements that will look simple but we will not be able to come up with ideas. And email it to me. Again, my email is alexg@thecgschool.com. It's alexg@thecgschool.com. Email me those pictures, and let's do quick. I'm gonna stick around for, I don't know, 10-15 minutes to see if anybody has any questions, and to prepare for tomorrow's class. If you have any questions, feel free to write me. I can unmute your mic. We can talk about it. If you have any feedback, I would greatly appreciate it, because I really wanna see how you feel about this class, if you understand everything. And thank you very much for your presence today, and I will see you all tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We're going to use the same set of files that you already downloaded today. And again, my name is Alex Gorbunov, and those of you who taken off, I'll see you tomorrow. Those of you who have questions, let's stick around and answer them.